Chapter 991, Conspiracy. Chapter 991, Conspiracy. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng pointed at Gert, and a giant finger sealed the void and shot towards the other party like a shooting star. Gert's complexion changed greatly, and then scarlet wings spread open behind him. With a flash of red light, a red magic shield appeared around him and a giant shield emerged in his hand. There is a star core inlaid on the surface of the giant shield. With a radiant flash of light, the giant shield extracted the power of the star core and formed a resplendent world of stars. Yang Feng's finger shattered the world of stars, smashed all of Gert's magic shields, and finally landed on the person himself. Gert slammed into a wall of the starship and spewed out a mouthful of blood, his face ashen and his eyes flashing with fear. The world of star is a defensive barrier that Gert employed with the help of a unique machinery or the Borts. With this barrier, he once resisted an attack of a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. Now, however, it was easily smashed by Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at Gert and said faintly, "Go back and tell the Bort Monarch that the lightless starfield's Cloud Monarch request an audience. As for the Bort Monarch's little princess, she'll stay with me." Gert wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and said respectfully, "Yes, Sir Cloud Monarch. I'll go back and report to the Bort Monarch." With that, Gert turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Seeing her greatest backer leave without looking back, Yali felt her blood run cold. She stared at Yang Feng with despair in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng smiled and walked towards Yali. "Now, Your Highness, let's play a fun game." A few days later, the huge starship slowly landed on the Bogart star. As soon as the huge starship landed, music reverberated in the starport. There are transcendent rank Bort Imperial Guards standing on both sides of the starship, forming a guard of honor. Yang Feng, followed by Yali and Jana, slowly alighted the huge starship. The complexion of the two girls is pale. When their eyes fell on Yang Feng, fear welled up inside them unconsciously. A powerhouse with short gray hair and a tall and sturdy build, exuding a heroic air, came over with a smile, saying, "Cloud Monarch, I am the luminous monarch of the Bort race. I am glad to be able to make your acquaintance." In addition to the quasi-holy the Bort Monarch, the Bort race still has 3 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, namely the Luminous Monarch, the Darknet Monarch, and the Multi-Cranial Monarch. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "I am the Cloud Monarch. I am also glad to make your acquaintance." After exchanging a polite greeting, the group boarded a small airship and flew towards the royal palace. The Luminous Monarch glanced at Yali and said with a doting smile, "Cloud Monarch, my niece is really naughty. She even managed to offend you by accident. I'm really thankful that you didn't take offense. When we return, I'll have His Majesty teach her a lesson." As the only daughter of the Bort Monarch, Yali was spoiled, which resulted in her domineering and unbridled disposition. Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Luminous Monarch, the dignity of a monarch must not be violated. But, to give the Bort Monarch face, I spared their lives. Of course, I am expecting a rewarded that is worth my show of goodwill." In the Gamana universe, Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses are at the apex of existence. No matter the force, they are part of the upper echelon. The Bort race itself only has 4 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. Warlock Monarchs have an extremely high status. If an ordinary person offends a Warlock Monarch, only death will await them. Even if Yang Feng executed Yali, no one would be able to find fault with him. The Luminous Monarch uttered with a smile, "It's a given. Cloud Monarch, what reward would you like to obtain from the Bort race?" Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he got to the point. "I want Starless Sea Gold. Of course, I don't want it for free. I will pay the equivalent price in origin crystals or other treasures of heaven and earth." The Luminous Monarch frowned and said, "Starless Sea Gold. That is a material we Borts need to refine a super-large weapon. Would you please change the terms? Starless Sea Gold is a rare mineral in many universes. It is a top-shelf material with a wide range of applications. Once it is found, it will be refined into different treasures at once, making it hard to procure it. Yang Feng flatly refused. No, I only want Starless Sea Gold. Once he gets his hands on Starless Sea Gold, Yang Feng will be able to refine the level 6 stronghold and unlock all kinds of data and secret methods the Shizu obtained in their universe. Once the level 6 stronghold is refined, Yang Feng's strength will increase geometrically, and his force will become a top force in the world of warlocks at one stroke. Reaching the level of the 6 warlock imperial courts, the luminous monarch pondered for a while before saying, "This is a matter of great importance. I will have to discuss it with the Bort Monarch." Yang Feng responded, "That's not a problem. But, during this period, I would like to trouble the two ladies to stay by my side." Without any sign, the phantom ruler suddenly extended a transparent tentacle that imperceptibly stabbed the luminous monarch and left an obscure seed. Yali and Jana shuddered, yet they stayed silent. The luminous monarch said with a smile, "All right, Yali, you will accompany Sir Cloud Monarch during his stay at the Bogart Star." "Understood." Yali replied cutely, "Yes, Uncle Luminous Monarch." The luminous monarch arranged a mansion near the royal palace for Yang Feng and his party to stay in, and then entered the royal palace. The royal palace, in the main hall, there is an eagle-eyed and hook-nosed middle-aged man with short chestnut hair sitting on the throne, silently reading a book. As soon as luminous monarch entered the main hall, he saluted the middle-aged man and said, "Your Majesty." The middle-aged man is the ruler of the Bort race, the Bort Monarch. He is the only quasi-holy step powerhouse of the Bort race. In theory, although the luminous monarch and the Bort Monarch are both in the warlock monarch realm. But the Bort Monarch is recognized as the ruler of the Bort race, and his status is slightly higher than that of the luminous monarch and them. The Bort Monarch said casually, "Luminous Monarch, you came. Take a seat. The source of this content is formidable.cm." The luminous monarch sat on a sofa. "Yes, Your Majesty." The luminous monarch responded, "Your Majesty, that man is really the lightless Starfield's Cloud Monarch. He came for our Starless Sea Gold." The Bort Monarch's eyes shimmered with killing intent, and he said in a cold voice, "The Cloud Monarch is just a pinnacle starcraft, yet he dares to assault my daughter and covet our race's Starless Sea Gold. What a reckless thing. Does he think that he's the Fabrite ancestor? If a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse came to make a fair trade, the Bort Monarch would have to obediently take out the Starless Sea Gold. But Yang Feng's incarnation of the Cloud Monarch is merely a pinnacle Warlock Monarch. For him to dare to arrest the Bort Monarch's daughter and ask for Starless Sea Gold, the Bort Monarch's heart is naturally full of humiliation and anger. The Bort Monarch asked coldly, "Luminous Monarch, how are the arrangements at the starport?" The luminous monarch answered with a smile, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I took care of everything. No one will know that the Cloud Monarch has been to the Bogart Star." The Bort Monarch showed a fierce smile. "Great. Tonight, if that damned Cloud Monarch dares to enter the royal palace, he won't be able to leave. After killing him, his treasures are sure to satisfy us all. Every warlock monarch rank powerhouse is a mobile treasury." The luminous monarch smiled, and his eyes shimmered with expectation. "You may refrain from harming others, but others may not refrain from harming you indeed." In the mansion's rear garden, Yang Feng, sitting on a deck chair, smiled meaningfully, countless runes in his eyes. Night fell. "Sir Cloud Monarch, I am Yath. His Majesty the Bort Monarch has invited you to a banquet in the royal palace." A handsome young Imperial Guard officer with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a large build, dressed in gorgeous court ceremonial armor, came to Yang Feng under the protection of a dozen-plus transcendent rank Imperial Guards and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing tone. "Lead the way." Yang Feng smiled and boarded a lavish limousine together with the two girls. The limousine made its way straight to the royal palace. When the limousine reached the royal palace, Yang Feng released a pinnacle warlock monarch rank breath. In the royal palace, the powerhouses hidden in the dark all focused on Yang Feng. No one noticed that a large number of devours flew out of Yang Feng's footprints and quietly headed towards different nodes. Guided by an attendant, Yang Feng's groups of 3 came to a palace. In the palace, There are well-dressed and good-looking men and women everywhere, and beautiful music pervades the air, painting a scene of an ordinary and peaceful, luxurious banquet. Cloud Monarch. I am the Bort Monarch. Nice to meet you. Once Yang Feng stepped into the palace, the Bort Monarch, accompanied by the Luminous Monarch and the Darknet Monarch, walked over, a refreshing smile on his face. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and he replied with a smile, "Hello, Bort Monarch. I am the Cloud Monarch." Chapter 992, Falling Out. Chapter 992, Falling Out. Translator, Xuanhuan. The Bort Monarch made an introduction. "This is the Luminous Monarch, you already know him. This one is the Darknet Monarch, the most outstanding talent in mechanics of the Bort race." Yang Feng greeted, "Hello." The Luminous Monarch and the Darknet Monarch politely greeted Yang Feng as well. The Bort Monarch said with a smile, "Cloud Monarch, my useless daughter has offended you. Thank you for sparing her life." Yang Feng uttered, "Bort Monarch, I've only spared her life to give you face. Now please give me Starless Sea Gold. Of course, I will pay you in source crystals or other treasures of heaven and earth of equivalent value." "No problem. This is the Starless Sea Gold I have. It's yours." The Bort Monarch flicked his wrist, and a fist-sized lump of Starless Sea Gold flew towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng grasped the Starless Sea Gold, and his eyes flashed with undisguised joy. "I finally got it! With this Starless Sea Gold, the Level 6 stronghold is just around the corner. When the Level 6 stronghold is constructed, Yang Feng's bases will become as stable as mountains. By then, if Holy Spirit warlocks launch an attack, they will be suppressed and killed. At the same time, Yang Feng's force will truly rise to the top of the universe and be able to contend against a superior race by itself." With a flick of a finger, Yang Feng sent a storage ring with imperishable grade source crystals flying towards the Bort Monarch. "This is imperishable grade source crystals of the equivalent value. Please accept it. Yali, go back to your father." Yali and Jana returned to the Bort Monarch's side, and then ran away without looking back. The Bort Monarch received the storage ring and scanned it, and his eyes flickered with greed. Then, the look of expectation in his eyes became more intense as he gazed at Yang Feng, and he said with a warm smile, "I was short on imperishable grade source crystals. Then I want stand on ceremony. Come, Cloud Monarch, my good friend. Let's enjoy this wonderful evening. I promise it will be worthwhile your visit." She came. The moon orchid came. She came. The Andarim beauty. She's so beautiful. This Andarim beauty is so beautiful. Sure enough, Andarims are the embodiment of beauty. She's really beautiful. All of a sudden, cries sounded in the banquet hall, and everyone's gazes focused on a place. A mesmerizing woman with long purple hair, crystal clear skin, picturesque eyebrows, a perfect figure, and a noble and elegant demeanor walked over with a refreshing smile, radiating charm and enticement with every action. Many men in the banquet hall stared at the mesmerizing woman with infatuation in their eyes. Yang Feng's eyes lit up as he watched the mesmerizing beauty, and he said, "Andarim! Is she of the Andarim race that is known as the most beautiful race in the Gamana universe?" The Bort Monarch replied, "That's right. She's an Andarim, a genuine pure-blood Andarim. It was not easy to invite her here. The Andarim race is an unremarkable minor race of the Gamana universe. However, it is the race that produces the most beautiful people in the Gamana universe. At one point in time, the Andarim race was the exclusive plaything of the oldest eternal sovereign, the Divine Eyes Eternal. The Andarim race was responsible for providing him with handsome men and beautiful women. After the rise of the Wing Eternal, the Andarim race started to serve him as well. After the rise of Wing Eternal, the Divine Eyes Eternal lost his interest in monopolizing the Andarim race and let them serve Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses as well. During Rise of the Frost Eternal, the Andarim race provided him with great support. After the Frost Eternal advanced to an Eternal Sovereign, he returned the favor and gave the Andarim race a huge reward, allowing them to shed their plaything identity and walk freely in the Gamana universe. Most of the pureblood Andarim serve great figures above the Warlock Monarch rank. For the Bort Monarch to be able to invite a pureblood Andarim to come here, this is a great show of strength. With a fragrance wafting out from her, the moon orchid elegantly walked to in front of Yang Feng and said with a sweet smile, "Hello? I am the moon orchid. It is a pleasure to meet you, Cloud Monarch." "Hello." Yang Feng took a careful look at the moon orchid and found that she is really exceptionally beautiful. In fact, she is as beautiful as Mycelia and Shuryu. He can't help but look forward to seeing other Andarim beauties. "Why don't we have a drink to celebrate our meeting here?" The moon orchid took 2 glasses of precious wine, Blue Nebula, from a waiter, then handed one to Yang Feng and revealed a charming and irresistible smile. The eyes of Bort Monarch, Luminous Monarch, and the Dark Net Monarch swept the Blue Nebula. Yet they didn't reveal any strange ripples. Yang Feng took the glass of Blue Nebula, looked at the specks of stars that formed above the wine, showed a playful smile, and handed the glass to the Bort Monarch, saying, "Bort Monarch, I don't like Blue Nebula. Could you drink it for me?" The Bort Monarch's face sank, and he asked coldly, "Cloud Monarch, what is the meaning of this? I treated you as a friend and arranged a most beautiful woman and top wine to entertain you, yet you humiliate me like this." Yang Feng looked at Bort Monarch with an enigmatic smile and uttered, "When I arrived, someone warned me that the Bort Monarch wanted to kill me. Bort Monarch, as long as you drink this wine, I'll take it as if it was a lie." "That person wasn't lying. I really want to kill you. Cloud Monarch, you're such a fool. You knew that I wanted to kill you, yet you still came to my royal palace. You're such a reckless thing." The Bort Monarch suddenly smiled ferociously and burst out with fearsome killing intent in his eyes. New novel chapters are published on FruyoBNL.com. All of a sudden, as if a ferocious beast had awakened, mysterious runes emerged in the royal palace. Apparatuses that are a mixture of machinery and biological tissue awakened. In different corners of the royal palace, mechanical demon flowers opened their mouths, erupted with runes, and emitted gravity ripples that covered Yang Feng. At this moment, Yang Feng felt 1,000,000 times the normal gravity envelope him, making it difficult for him to move. The Bort Monarch, the Luminous Monarch, and the Dark Net Monarch watched quietly with a cold smile. "Break!" Yang Feng sneered. The devourers hidden at the key nodes suddenly revealed themselves and started destroying the nodes. Boom! Boom! Deafening explosions rose in the royal palace. As the defense systems of the royal palace were being destroyed, the mechanical demon flowers that can release gravity ripples wilted. FREOWebnovel.com. "Cloud Monarch, you dare attack my royal palace. That's an offense punishable by death." The smile on the Bort Monarch's face froze. His eyes erupted with endless anger, and he bellowed. The royal palace is the Bort Monarch's home and the Bort race's spiritual holy land. Any being below the Holy Spirit Warlock realm that enters the royal palace has a likelihood of more than 90% of being suppressed. Seeing the defense systems of the royal palace being smashed, the Bort Monarch felt his heart dripping blood. The eyes of the Luminous Monarch shimmered with crazy killing intent, and then a 10-meter-tall, white biomechanical armor, the Light Monarch engraved with countless runes and emanating the breath of life, covered him. The Luminous Monarch, who originally only emitted intermediate Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power, began emitting pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power after he equipped the biomechanical armor, the Light Ruler. That Dark Net Monarch flicked his wrist, and a black spider suddenly expanded 100-fold and became a 100 meters tall mechanical spider transcendent engraved with countless runes and swallowed the Dark Net Monarch. The Dark Net Monarch, who originally emitted junior Warlock Monarch rank fluctuation of power, began emitting advanced Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power after he merged with the biomechanical armor, the Black Spider. The Bort Monarch roared furiously, and a 20-meter-tall biomechanical armor, the Bort Ruler, formed from the immortal body of a Holy Spirit Warlock and various treasures of heaven and earth suddenly emerged. Then, the Bort Monarch jumped inside and merged with the Bort Ruler. With the Bort Monarch as the core, fluctuations of immortal force spread in all directions. The biomechanical armor, the Bort Ruler, is the crystallization of Bort technology. They spent a huge price to obtain the corpse of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse and used many holy grade and god grade treasures of heaven and earth to refine it. This is one of the final trump cards of the Bort race. Yang Feng looked at the Bort Monarch with a dignified shade in his eyes. Holy Spirit Warlock. No, it is infinitely close to Holy Spirit Warlock rank power. Compared to the Fiend Emperor, he is still a little weaker. Cloud Monarch, die! His eyes shot with blood. The Bort Monarch bellowed. A pair of 20-meter-long green wings unfolded behind him. Countless mysterious runes emerged from the green wings, and a green beam with the power easily destroy stars shot towards Yang Feng. Chapter 993, Terror of the Essence of Time. Chapter 993, Terror of the Essence of Time. The Darknet Monarch, who turned into a giant mechanical spider, fired many threads that covered the void around Yang Feng. The queer threads vibrated at a high frequency invisible to the naked eye, cutting the space. Even if it was a quasi-holy step powerhouse, if they collided with the threads, they would be cut. Luminous Monarch burst out with brilliant light behind the Darknet Monarch. Under the brilliant light, any spell that attempts to look for the opponent using light will be rendered useless. At the same time, the strange light distorts the perception of the enemy, making it hard to detect the attacks of the Bort Monarch. The Bort Monarch is in charge of the attack, while the other two are in charge of assistance. When working together, these three powerhouses can even suppress a quasi-holy step powerhouse. Faced with the Bort Monarch's attack, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and Devour Black Moons superimposed and formed a Devour Sun that shot towards the green beam. When the green beam slammed into the Devour Sun, its power was actually devoured by the Devour Sun. Yang Feng looked coldly at the Bort Monarch and said with a faint smile, "Is that it? If so, then color me disappointed." A Devour Sun suddenly appeared and barreled towards the Bort Monarch. Quasi-holy, Cloud Monarch, you've actually promoted to a quasi-holy. Right, you betrayed the Fabrite ancestor in order to break through the bottleneck and promote to a quasi-holy. However, the fact that you were able to condense the essence of Devour is beyond my expectation. It seems that you've gone to great lengths to deceive the Fabrite ancestor. However, for a rookie quasi-holy like you to fight me, you're overestimating yourself. Eyes shot with blood, the Bort Monarch smiled ferociously. Countless runes emerged from the immortal body, and wisps of holy grade might erupted. Then, he slammed a fist containing tyrannical essence of power into the Devour Sun and shattered it. Not bad, Cloud Monarch, you already have a certain degree of mastery of the essence of Devour. But now that you met me, you're out of luck. The Bort Monarch suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng with a blur and sent a fit carrying the essence of power barreling towards him. Spatial rifts, as if threatening to destroy the whole world, emerged in the fist's wake. The power of this strike is comparable to that of an ordinary Holy Spirit Warlock. So this is the ultimate weapon of the Bort race, the Bort ruler? Amazing! With a scorching color in his eyes, Yang Feng operated the essence of time, and time ripples appeared in an area 1,000 meters in radius. A river of time, which seems to come from a sea of time that has not beginning and no end, surrounded him. The Bort Monarch speed was slowed down tenfold, while Yang Feng's speed was accelerated tenfold in an instant. In a flash, time flowed 100 times as fast for Yang Feng as it flowed for the Bort Monarch. Yang Feng appeared behind the Bort Monarch and stabbed at him with the God-Slayer dagger. The God-Slayer dagger pierced through the Bort Monarch's magic shields, and then stabbed into the person himself. Countless queer runes poured into the Bort Monarch from God-Slayer dagger. Boom! At this moment, a huge hole was blasted open in the Bort Monarch's immortal body, flinging the God-Slayer dagger away. The God-Slayer dagger hummed, took not a small amount of damage. Yang Feng had a flash of understanding. With a flick of his wrist, he collected the God-Slayer dagger, and then mused, "This immortal body is only equivalent to an armor. It's not the Bort Monarch's body. The God-Slayer dagger can easily penetrate all kinds of magic shields, including the immortal body of a Holy Spirit Warlock, and seal the opponent's power. However, it also has a weakness, that is, it has poor effect against thick armor-type defensive secret treasures. It is hard for it to break through armor-type secret treasures and stab the enemy. The essence of time, you actually mastered the essence of time? How is that possible? The Bort Monarch quickly snapped out of it and stared at Yang Feng with astonishment in his eyes. The large hole on the Bort Monarch's body quickly healed thanks to the regeneration ability of the immortal body. The essence of time is one of the most difficult to comprehend essences in any given universe. Many Warlock Emperor rank geniuses have failed to comprehend the essence of time and ultimately break through and become eternal sovereigns. When the Bort Monarch discovered that Yang Feng mastered the essence of time, he suddenly felt a chill, and regret welled up inside him. If he knew that Yang Feng mastered the essence of time, he would never have provoked this fearsome existence. Impressive. To not be affected by the rive of time, that's the Bort Monarch for you. Unfortunately, your realization came too late. New novel chapters are published on fguriwebnovio.com. With a smile, Yang Feng increased the flow of time around him tenfold, then appeared behind the luminous monarch in a flash and punched him. What's going on? What happened? The luminous monarch has a bewildered look on his face. At this moment, a terrible force erupted and smashed his body and soul. When the Darknet Monarch saw this, he felt ice-cold all over, and his eyes flashed with despair. He spewed out countless threads that formed a black screen without gaps to shield him. With a cold smile, Yang Feng operated the essence of time once more, and his speed increased tenfold. In a flash, he reached the Darknet Monarch and spread the fingers of a hand, and a Devour Sun emerged, swept towards the Darknet Monarch, and engulfed him in an instant. Frightening Devour Force engulfed the Darknet Monarch, prompting him to issue miserable screams that could not escape the Devour Sun. Wisps of pure origin force poured into Yang Feng from the Devour Sun, nourishing his body and soul. Yang Feng's self-created essence of Devour can devour the life and soul of powerhouses and transform them into the purest origin force to nourishing his life origin. Nourished by the pure origin force, Yang Feng's soul aptitude improved, making him become more powerful. Pass down my order. Start the stro. The Bort Monarch roared, his face ashen. But then, with a flash of green light, the flow of time accelerated tenfold. Yang Feng appeared behind the Bort Monarch and punched him. Boom! Following a tremendous blare, a huge hole appeared on the Bort Monarch's immortal body and blood gushed out. Tissue extended from the immortal body and healed the wound at an incredible speed. In only a breath of time, the wound was healed by more than 80%. Admiration flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Immortal bodies are really formidable, so this is the body of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. It's quite difficult for a quasi-Holy Step powerhouse to destroy it. At the time, the Feybright ancestor was poisoned and besieged by 4 quasi-holies and 10+ Warlock Monarchs. Nevertheless, he nearly wiped out all the people who besieged him by relying on the immortal body's incredible power. If it wasn't for the fact that the Feybright ancestor's power was almost exhausted, Yang Feng would not be able to assassinate him so easily despite holding the Godslayer dagger. The tenfold flow of time started again, and Yang Feng appeared in front of the Bort Monarch, punched him in the head, and blasted open a huge hole. The immortal body activated again, and the Bort Monarch's head healed at a rapid speed. Almost at the same time, the wound on the Bort Monarch's chest healed completely. Boom! 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 The sound of huge explosions rang incessantly as many wounds appeared on the key points of the Bort Monarch body, and then quickly healed. After realizing that he cannot hit Yang Feng, the Bort Monarch no longer attacked Yang Feng. Instead, he focused all his energy on defense. He stimulated the power of the immortal body to heal himself and resisted Yang Feng's attacks. After regaining his composure, the Bort Monarch stared at Yang Feng and said slowly, "It's no use, Cloud Monarch. This biomechanical armor, the Bort ruler, is the greatest masterpiece of the Bort race. The power source of the Bort ruler is a eternal grade source crystal of legend. Even if you attack me for another 20 years, nothing will change. If you can't break my defenses, the one to lose will be you." Yang Feng replied flatly, "The highest grade of source crystals is the perfect grade. I have never heard of eternal grade source crystals. The Bort Monarch's eyes shimmered with resentment and he carried on unhurriedly. That's a given. In nature, the highest grade of source crystals in the perfect grade. Eternal grade source crystals, however, are treasures made by eternal sovereigns. In the core of the Bort ruler, there is an eternal grade source crystal that our Bort race obtained in an eternal sovereign relic site. Its power is far beyond your imagination. Cloud Monarch, let's both take a step back. We can sweep everything that happened today under the rug and become friends. With our statuses, we can carry out inter-starfield trade and earn a lot of resources. Right, don't you need Starless Sea Gold? I know where you can get a lot of Starless Sea Gold. As long as we cooperate, there won't be any issues. Chapter 994, Level 6 Stronghold, I. Chapter 994, Level 6 Stronghold, I. Updated from freeobnul.com. Translator, Xuanhuan. It's a pity, but I have set my sight on the Bort race. I want to swallow the race. Therefore, you have to die. With a sudden smile, Yang Feng operated the eternal undying body and the law of karma, and a river of time, a black hole, and a star suddenly emerged. His entire being exuded an unfathomable breath. With the flow of time accelerated tenfold, Yang Feng suddenly appeared behind the Bort Monarch, punched him, and blasted open a huge hole on his body. The essence of Devour erupted and devoured the opponent's flesh and energies. Guided by the law of karma, the essence of power followed a mysterious karma thread and slammed into the Bort Monarch's soul. No! The Bort Monarch released a howl of alarm, as his soul, which was unguarded, was crushed by the essence of power. After the Bort Monarch's soul was crushed completely, the biomechanical armor absorbed the Bort Monarch's flesh and power as nutrients and quietly hovered in the air. The huge hole that Yang Feng's fist has blasted open just a moment ago has already healed completely. No matter how strong your immortal body is, your soul is only at the quasi-holy step after all. Furthermore, it doesn't really fit with this immortal body. How could it resist my law of karma? Yang Feng looked at the biomechanical armor, the Bort ruler, and smiled, and then a burst of extreme fatigue washed over him. Yang Feng calculated in his heart. The essence of time is really powerful, and the burden it has on me is equivalently heavy. With my current strength, if I operate the eternal undying body, operate triple essence integration, and then add the essence of time into the mix, I can only unleash 2 or 3 strikes at most. Eternal unperishable body is the most powerful secret method Yang Feng has mastered. It can integrate the essences he mastered. However, the essence of time is the most mysterious essence. To manipulate time, even if it is on a small scale, it will consume an astonishing amount of power. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng, when dealing with a strong enemy with the help of the essence of time, will consume an unbearable amount of power. He can support this consumption for only a short time. Big brother, I took care of all the small fries outside. With a flash of green light, Mykelia arrived beside Yang Feng and showed a sweet smile. Agnipe and the other 3 fallen angels followed behind Mykelia as attendants, forming a beautiful picture. After 2,000 years of cultivation in the light of Eternity Plane, Alexia has advanced to a junior warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Little sister Mykelia, I already took care of the multi-cranial monarch since earlier, yet you only now dealt with those small fries. That's quite slow. With a sweet smile on her face, sure you strode over. There is a stone statue, which is the petrified multi-cranial monarch, floating behind her. When Yang Feng came to the Bort race, he came prepared to start a war if things could not be resolved peacefully. He brought the 2 powerhouses Mykelia and Shiryu with him. With the support of a massive amount of resources, Mykelia, who has been practicing cultivation in the light of Eternity Plane these years, has become a quasi-holy. Mykelia uttered, fuming, "Curses, that multi-cranial monarch was my prey, but he's really good at escaping. That's how you got this bargain." Big sister Shiryu, Yang Feng uttered with a smile, I'm leaving you in charge of the suppression of the Bort race. With Mykelia and Shiryu as his assistants, Yang Feng, there aren't many things Yang Feng needs to do himself. In Yang Feng's eyes, the suppression of the Bort race is only a minor issue. An almost completely transparent figure emerged from Yang Feng's body, came to Shiryu, and bowed to her. It is the Phantom Ruler, who already possesses quasi-holy step battle prowess. The Phantom Ruler, who wields fearsome phantom force, can easily distort and tamper with memories. It is the best weapon to use against powerhouses below the Warlock Monarch rank. Shiryu replied with a smile. Okay, big brother. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared. Next, it's time for a treasure hunt. I wonder what treasures I will find in the Bort race's treasury. Deep in the royal palace, in front of a cube with a side length of more than 20 kilometers, Yang Feng appeared with a flash of light. Stop, this is the treasury of the Bort race. Only those who possess Bort royal blood may enter. A voice came out of the cube. At the same time, many muzzles extended from the cube and pointed at Yang Feng. With his extraordinary perception, Yang Feng detected that the strange cube has locked on him. He frowned and stopped. Intelligent treasury? This is gonna be troublesome. With Yang Feng's strength, it is not difficult to destroy this treasury. But this kind of intelligent treasury usually has a self-detonation protocol set up. Once things become bad, the treasury will explode and turn everything inside into ashes. All right, I already gained enough this time. Let's first analyze the Bort technology, and then try to crack this treasury's defenses. Yang Feng glanced at the treasury. After contemplating for a while, he decomposed into streams of light and disappeared. freewebnovel.com. Consequently, the treasury retracted the muzzles and became still again. Yang Feng returned to the lightless starfield via a warp gate, and then crossed the universe wall, returned to the world of warlocks, and began the construction of the level 6 stronghold. Yang Feng's true body, as an incarnation of the Bort Monarch, used the Bort race to collect the resources of the Ursa Major starfield. At the same time, with his future path in mind, he absorbed the bodies of knowledge of the Bort race. Level 6 stronghold is the summit of the Shizu. As for level 7 stronghold, the Shizu were only able to build one unit by pulling together the power of their race and plundering the resources of an entire universe. The level 7 stronghold is the ultimate weapon the Shizu produced after breaking through their limit. Through the analysis of all kinds of data, it was finally extrapolated that the level 7 stronghold can compete with Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. After that, Yang Feng will have to find the way forward on his own. The light of eternity plane, 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the center of the light of eternity plane, there is a mechanical star with a diameter of 20 kilometers. The mechanical star is the summit of the Shizu technology, a level 6 stronghold. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in front of the level 6 stronghold and gazed at it with excitement in his eyes. The level 6 stronghold was finally constructed. In this way, even if it is a Holy Spirit warlock, if they come to my territory to act wildly, that will be courting death. Yang Feng showed a smile of satisfaction, then blurred and flew into the level 6 stronghold. Once he entered the level 6 stronghold, Yang Feng saw a space that extends without end. In this space, there are numerous munitions factories. The munitions factories are divided into units. If a unit is destroyed, it won't affect the performance of the other units. This space is 1 million kilometers in diameter. It is much larger than the Earth. If I meet an enemy I can't resist, I can load everyone onto the stronghold and run. Yang Feng looked at the vast space and smiled. In the endless universe, there are many experts. In the world of warlocks alone, there are many powerful warlock emperors who can prolong their existence using different methods. Even in their heyday, the Shizu could only contend against, not necessarily defeat, those monsters who have surpassed common sense, who can suppress a low-energy level universe by themselves. However, with the level 6 stronghold, if Yang Feng meets an enemy he can't deal with, he can use the level 6 stronghold to hide in an alternate space. But no individual can escape from the calamity its group is suffering. If our universe is devoured before I can promote to an eternal sovereign, I will have no choice but to hide in an alternate space all my life like a stray dog. Yang Feng perished the dejecting thoughts and restored his fighting spirit. A teleportation beam landed on him, and Yang Feng was teleported into the center of the level 6 stronghold. In the center of the level 6 stronghold, there is a mysterious silver ball of light suspended in the air. Welcome, great ruler of the Shizu. I am the level 6 stronghold's OC1. According to the analysis, my computing power is comparable to that of an ordinary Holy Spirit warlock of this universe. I am your most loyal servant. Please tell me, where do I need to allocate my computing power? A message came from the silver ball of light. Computing power comparable to that of a Holy Spirit warlock. A burning shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. He pondered for a while and then asked, how many units such as yourself are needed before the computing power can be elevated to the Warlock Emperor rank? Another 136 units are needed to upgrade computing power to the Great Holy Step. 1,865 units to upgrade to the Pinnacle Great Holy Step. 109,600 units to upgrade to the Quasi-Empyrean Step. 16.9 million units to upgrade to the Warlock Emperor rank. Chapter 995. Level 6 Stronghold 2. Chapter 995. Level 6 Stronghold 2. Translator, Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan uttered. With the Great Lord's current resources, you can manufacture 154 units such as myself per 1,000 years on the light of eternity plane. But that is only the case if all efforts are pulled into making units such as myself. A list appeared in front of Yang Feng. The level 6 optical computer, which is comparable to a Holy Spirit warlock in terms of the computing power, listed all the resources Yang Feng possesses. After scrutinizing the list, Yang Feng found that if he tried his best to build an optical computer network comparable to a Great Holy in terms of computing power, he would have to spend at least 80% of the resources he obtained from the Fabrite race, the Bort race, and the Temple of the Eye of Time. Yang Feng shuddered inside. The difference between the computing power of an average Holy Spirit warlock and a Warlock Emperor is 16.9 million times. No wonder Holy Spirit warlocks are no match for Warlock Emperors. Although computing power does not represent combat power. But people with formidable computing power naturally have an advantage in battle. The computing power of Warlock Emperors is 16.9 million times that of ordinary Holy Spirit warlocks. This great disparity in computing power naturally gives Warlock Emperors a great advantage over Holy Spirit warlocks. Yang Feng said, OC1, the computing power you mentioned should be the standard for Warlock Emperors in their prime, right? New novel chapters are published on freowebnovel.com. That's right. According to the data currently available in the world of warlocks, Warlock Emperors can be divided into Dying Warlock Emperors and Junior Warlock Emperors, Intermediate Warlock Emperors, and Pinnacle Warlock Emperors. The computing power of Dying Warlock Emperors ranges from 150,000 to 300,000 times. Junior Warlock Emperors is 5 million to 10 million times. Intermediate Warlock Emperors is 11 million to 14 million times. And Pinnacle Warlock Emperors is upwards of 16.9 million. The tremendous computing power is of great benefit to Warlock Emperors. Warlocks with a formidable computing power can master a law in a short time, while people with lacking computing power will spend a long time to master it. With the OC1 in his hands, it is equivalent to Yang Feng having a Holy Spirit warlock deducing magic and laws for him day and night. After weighing things repeatedly, Yang Feng said decisively, the most urgent thing right now is to enhance our combat strength. Only by doing this will we have more opportunities. If all the computing power is allocated to the manufacturing of level 6 optical computers, Yang Feng will be able to obtain an optical computer network comparable to a Great Holy in terms of computing power in a year. Although this can help him to quickly improve his cultivation base, but it won't help much to improve his force's combat strength. The OC1 replied quickly, okay, these are all the Shizu weapons that have been unlocked. A list of weapons appeared in front of Yang Feng's eyes. Initial form Dazzling Ruler. With the current resources, a unit can be built in 10 days. Initial form Vajra Ruler. With the current resources, a unit can be built in 50 days. Initial form Phantom Ruler. With the current resources, a unit can build in 30 days. Initial form Blade Ruler. With the current resources, a unit can be built in 40 days. Initial form Devour Ruler. A unit can be built in a day. Initial form Mist Ruler. A unit can be built in 60 days. Initial form Seal Ruler. A unit can be built in 100 days. Initial form Erosion Ruler. A unit can be built in 60 days. Initial form Lightning Ruler. A unit can be built in 100 days. Initial form Space Ruler. A unit can be built in 100 days. Level 6 Divine Judgment System. A defensive system that can suppress Holy Spirit Warlocks. The list contains a large number of weapons. But the most powerful Shizu weapons are the 10 Initial Form Rulers. When the 10 Initial Form Rulers are created, they possess Infinity Warlock rank combat strength. Furthermore, they can evolve and become more fearsome. The 10 rulers have 4 stages, namely the Initial Form, Evolution Form, Ultimate Form, and Perfect Form. The Initial Form corresponds to the Infinity Warlock rank, the Evolution Form to the Warlock Monarch rank, the Ultimate Form to the Holy Spirit rank, and the Perfect Form to the Quasi-Empyrean step. Of course, in order for the battle robots to evolve into Quasi-Empyrean step battle robots, they need to constantly fight and consume a lot of resources. Even in their heyday, the Shizu didn't have many Quasi-Empyrean grade battle robots. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching color, and he said in a deep voice, "First let's go with an Erosion Ruler." The OC-1 responded respectfully, "Yes." Deep in the Bort race's royal palace, there was a flash of light, and Yang Feng appeared in front of the cube treasury. "Stop. This is the treasury of the Bort race. Only those with Bort royal blood may enter." Offensive apparatuses extended from the cube and locked on Yang Feng. Yang Feng waved his hand, and an erosion ruler resembling a pool of black mucus suddenly flew out and pounced on the cube treasury in a flash. When the erosion ruler landed on the cube treasury, as if the mucus has a life of its own, it eroded the cube treasury. As if nothing happened, the cube treasury just continued to lock on Yang Feng with its offensive apparatuses. "Verification is complete. Your Majesty the Bort Monarch, please come in." All of a sudden, the cube squirmed and opened a passage to the treasury. Yang Feng entered inside and saw a world full of treasures. As expected of a treasury of a race, it's rich in resources. While skimming over the place, Yang Feng put away the resources into the small world inside him. Although the Ursa Major starfield is much richer than the Lightless starfield, but the Bort race is not the overlord of the Ursa Major starfield. Unsurprisingly, their treasury is quite a bit lacking when compared to the Feybright race. Yang Feng mused regretfully as he collected the resources in the treasury. The resources in the Bort treasury are enough for Yang Feng to cultivate several Warlock Monarchs. However, for Yang Feng, who has already attained the quasi-holy step cultivation base, these resources are of little effect. It is very difficult for top powerhouses to walk further on their path of cultivation because of the increasingly smaller number of resources that are of use to them. Consequently, it gets increasingly harder for them to break through quickly. What's this? When Yang Feng reached the deepest part of the treasury, he saw a silver bead sealed in a transparent crystal ball. With a flash of curiosity in his eyes, he extended his hand towards the transparent crystal ball. Starting inspection. Warning, you are not the Bort Monarch. Please leave immediately, or else the data will be destroyed automatically. The transparent crystal ball has just issued a warning. When the erosion ruler pounced on it, and numerous mysterious runes emerged from it. Mighty Bort Monarch, please accept this body of information. The crystal ball opened, revealing the silver bead. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and the silver bead flew into his hand. As soon as the silver bead touched Yang Feng's hand, it turned into countless data that entered him. When Yang Feng absorbed the data, a shade of elation flickered in his eyes. This is a part of hive manufacturing data. To dare steal hive manufacturing data, the Borts are really bold. Then the Bort ruler should be a weapon refined using the hive manufacturing technology. Hives is one of the strongest weapons of the Gamana universe. Hive manufacturing technology is firmly grasped by the 3 Protos races and the 18 sacred races. The other superior races are not allowed to master hive manufacturing technology. That's because the fighting strength of Tier 3 hives is comparable to that of Holy Spirit Warlocks. The fighting strength of Tier 4 hives is comparable to that of Great Holies. The fighting strength of Tier 5 hives is comparable to that of Warlock Emperors, and the fighting strength of Tier 6 hives is comparable to that of Eternal Sovereigns. Only the 3 eternal sovereigns have Tier 6 hives. The warlock emperors of the 18 sacred races, on the other hand, have Tier 5 hives. Since hives have great value and virtually infinite evolutionary potential, other races are not permitted to study them. Of course, if someone wants to study hives, it is not impossible. You have to pass a strict examination and join one of the 18 sacred races or the 3 protos races to study hives. All technology related to hives is firmly grasped by the 18 sacred races and the 3 protos races. The Bort race, who evidently obtained part of hive manufacturing technology from somewhere, didn't dare to expose it. As such, they could only use the technology to make biomechanical armors like the Bort ruler. Yang Feng raised the corners of his mouth into a smile. With this, my hive manufacturing technology will become more perfect, although there are no clues about hives above Tier 3, but now I should be able to perfectly copy Tier 1 and Tier 2 hives. As for Tier 3 hives, I should be able to make an imitation with similar appearance. Hives are a weapon with a great status in the Gamena universe. Yang Feng has thought of 12+ plans to use hives. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Next, it's time to infiltrate the Blasteel race. Much like the Shizu, the Blasteel race is mainly a mechanic civilization. Moreover, it is the only mechanic civilization in the Gamena universe that has birthed a warlock emperor. If I get a hold of Blasteel technology, I should be able to improve the Shizu technology and lay a foundation for deducing the level 8 stronghold. Chapter 996, Collision. Chapter 996, Collision. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng just sent his people to infiltrate the Blasteel race's sphere of influence, when an intelligence report came that forced him to leave the Gamena universe and return to the world of warlocks. The Zhangji Plate, the Chairman Conference Hall of the Human Supreme Council's General Headquarters. When Yang Feng entered the Chairman Conference Hall, he saw that 4 of the 6 monarchs have already taken a seat. The Time Imperial Court and the Transcendent Imperial Court have also sent their new representatives. As soon as Yang Feng entered the conference hall, everyone's eyes focused on him. The Thunder Leopard Monarch and the Dragon Spirit Monarch, who were sent by the Time Imperial Court and the Transcendent Imperial Court respectively, stared at Yang Feng with complicated looks in their eyes. After the downfall of the Transcendent Monarch and the Time Monarch, the Transcendent Imperial Court and the Transcendent Imperial Court carried out a great internal purge. In particular, the people who were related to the Transcendent Monarch were strictly examined, and then purged. Those who were purged were transferred from important posts and incorporated into the cannon fodder troops. Although many spies hidden in the Transcendent Imperial Court were found out thanks to Yang Feng. But at the same time, the Transcendent Imperial Court and the Time Imperial Court lost face. Consequently, they naturally don't have a favorable opinion of Yang Feng. The Taboo Monarch said, "Everyone is here. Star Monarch, please come forward." The Star Monarch uttered, "Yes, according to divination, our 2 universes will have a second universe collision in about a month. By then, the universe rifts between the 2 universes will become even bigger. Everyone, please make preparations." The Death Monarch frowned and asked, "Within a month? Don't you have a specific date?" The Star Monarch said calmly, "The other side is interfering with my divination. As a result, the future I can divine is vague and chaotic. With her divination, the Star Monarch can peep into the future. However, divination has its limitations, too. The future of the weak can be easily grasped by divination. But when it comes to the future of the strong, divination is harder to perform." This content is taken from freowebnovel.com. The Gamena universe is guarded by 3 eternal sovereigns and 18 warlock emperors. It's hard for the Star Monarch's divination to have an effect on the Gamena universe's powerhouses. The Magic Note Monarch said, "According to the intel I got, the Hellions have showed unusual movements. They have gathered their main forces." The Taboo Monarch frowned and asked, "The Hellions? What did the demons say?" Hellions are mortal enemies of the humans. Under the constant suppression of human warlocks, the remnant Hellion forces on the Zhangji Plain don't amount to much. However, some Hellions fled to the Demonus Plane and are protected by demons. The eyes of the Magic Note Monarch shimmered with frigid killing intent. The demons say that they don't know anything. These damned bastards. If it wasn't for the Great Tribulation, I would really like to take people to the Demonus plane and give those pieces of shit a trashing. The Death Monarch frowned and said slowly, "How troublesome. Unlike our universe, which is full of internal strife, the Gamana universe is united. It will be hard to fight against the Gamana universe like this. In the world of warlocks, the overall strength of human warlocks is tyrannical. As the Holy Spirit warlocks slowly awaken from the river of time, the power of the human warlocks will only become more and more terrifying. But, compared with the Gamana universe, there is still a big gap. The Gamana universe's 18 sacred races each possess warlock emperors. At this point in time, if a saint race can enter the world of warlock without restriction, they will be able to suppress the human warlocks. Despite these circumstances, there are still many races in the world of warlocks who regard the human race as their mortal enemy, which naturally give the humans a headache. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shaking sound erupted from the sky, and life magic energy turned chaotic. The taboo monarch's expression changed greatly, and she looked up at the starry sky with a dignified look on her face. Shit! The second universe collision has begun. Countless mysterious runes emerged, and the walls of the conference hall turned into holographic projector screens. Everyone in the conference hall can clearly see the rift that was sealed by the 6 monarchs using Empyrean-grade secret treasures during the first collision. Boom! As the second sound rose, the universe rift split open. Practically at the same time, many universe rifts connecting the two universes appeared all over the universe of the world of warlocks. Countless Gamana universes powerhouses poured in from the universe rifts and rushed towards astral bodies with life forms like locusts. The spies hidden in the world of warlocks have long since sent the coordinates of astral bodies with intelligent life forms in the world of warlocks back to the Gamana universe. This is the reason why the Gamana universe's powerhouses can launch such targeted attacks. Yang Feng took out a communications device and said, "The second universe collision has begun. The Gamana universe's powerhouses have invaded. Please prepare to defend." That communications device connected Yang Feng to his many allies. When they received Yang Feng's transmission, they quickly started their defense mechanism, launching countless fifth-generation battle robots and activating various defense formations. Human warlocks have their sight all over the universe. As a result, the rifts in the various places were displayed in the conference hall. Yang Feng glanced at the low-level rifts and quickly made a judgment. This sort of low-level universe rifts can at most allow beings below the Infinity Warlock rank to enter freely. Even if they come, it will only be some small fry. The key to this universe collision is really the central starfield of the Zhangji plane. For Yang Feng, the powerhouses of the Gamana universe who invaded through the low-level rifts aren't worth mentioning. He can slaughter this type of invaders by just mobilizing his mechanical legion. In the central starfield, a huge black hole suddenly appeared, and Tier 3 hives flew out. As soon as the Tier 3 hives emerged from the black hole, they absorbed the Tier 1 and Tier 2 hives around them and turned into monsters with Holy Spirit Warlock rank strength. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a severe shade. Last time there was only one Tier 3 hive. This time, however, there are dozens of Tier 3 hives. The collision between the two universes is indeed becoming increasingly more intense. With a flash of light, an arrow that seems to contain the power of a sun hit a Tier 3 hive. Boom! Most of the magic shield of the Tier 3 hive were smashed. Tricolor Great Holy, let's work together to seal that rift. Everyone, let's wipe out those invaders. With a wreath on her head, dressed in an emerald green leaf armor, with a voluptuous figure, a mixture of heroic and noble temperament, and a beautiful and exquisite elven bow in hand, a devastatingly beautiful elven woman appeared in the void and spoke. Black, white, red, 3 brilliant pillars of light suddenly rose, and a human Holy Spirit warlock wearing a 3-colored warlock robe, with a weathered face, exuding a sense of vicissitudes of life, suddenly emerged. The Tricolor Great Holy is a great holy step powerhouse of the Time Imperial Court who resurrected not long ago. Since he is stronger than the brilliant Great Holy, he is currently the #1 human expert. The Tricolor Great Holy looked at the void and said with a smile, "Senior Brilliant Great Holy, I didn't expect to see you again. Along with a sigh, the brilliant Great Holy appeared in the void and gazed at the tricolor Great Holy with a complex shade in his eyes. Tricolor, you really have promoted to a Great Holy. When the brilliant Great Holy used a secret method to play dead, Tricolor was just an infinity warlock. Now that the Tricolor Great Holy is in existence stronger than the brilliant Great Holy, the latter is understandably full of complicated feelings. Tricolor Great Holy's eyes shimmered with the shade of nostalgia. Senior Brilliant Great Holy, of the 12 Great Holies who followed the Time Emperor at the time, I admire you the most. It's my honor to fight alongside you today. The Brilliant Great Holy looked around and uttered with a smile. Come out, everyone. I and Tricolor alone cannot seal this rift. Taboo Imperial Court's Astral Dragon, Holy greets the 2 Great Holies. There was a flash of light, and a Holy Spirit Warlock with a pair of dragon horns on his head suddenly appeared. Taboo Imperial Court's Nightmare Holy greets the 2 Great Holies. A handsome and lanky Holy Spirit Warlock with a horsetail suddenly appeared. Transcendent Imperial Court's Fangs Holy greets the 2 Great Holies. A 100-meter-tall Transcendent with countless sharp teeth suddenly emerged. Transcendent Imperial Court's Onlu Holy greets the 2 Great Holies. A Transcendent covered in a layer of blurry shadows suddenly appeared. Star Imperial Court Star Gauze Holy greets the 2 Great Holies. A handsome Holy Spirit Warlock with extraordinary temperament suddenly appeared. Star Imperial Court's Kunman Star Holy greets the 2 Great Holies. A Holy Spirit Warlock enveloped by starlight, with shoulder-length hair and extraordinary temperament, suddenly emerged. Death Imperial Court's Warps Holy greets the 2 Great Holies. A strange existence shrouded in thick black fog suddenly appeared. Death Imperial Court's White Bones Holy greets the 2 Great Holies. A 10,000-meter-tall strange existence made up of bones suddenly emerged. Magic Note Imperial Court's Sky Bell Holy greets the 2 Great Holies. A petite, extremely beautiful and adorable girl covered in elaborate bells, barefooted with shoulder-length hair, appeared with a smile. Magic Note Imperial Court's Arms Holy greets the 2 Great Holies. A tall and sturdy powerhouse with a domineering temperament and a huge armory behind him suddenly emerged and stood in the void. Chapter 997, Divine Eyes Eternal Sovereign Takes Action. Chapter 997, Divine Eyes Eternal Sovereign Takes Action. Translator, Xuanhuan. 2 Great Holies and 10 Holy Spirit Warlocks, that is the underlying strength of the human race that occupies the Gumana universe. In addition to these Holy Spirit Warlocks and Great Holies, the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts still have Holy Spirit Warlocks guarding their headquarters. It is because the human race is strong enough that the other races recognize the human race as the overlord of the universe and rarely invade the Zhangji plane on a large scale. From Archgod Age until the modern age, the God Blood plane has only produced 13 true ancestors, 4 of which have died in battle. This shows how difficult it is for Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses to emerge. 2 Great Holies and 10 Holy Spirit Warlocks. The human race can't be underestimated. Unbeatable. Who knows how many more Holy Spirit Warlocks there are in their headquarters? Curses. We should have fought over the heaven and earth spirit root at the time. It's all because of Yang Feng. If it were not for him, we would have taken at least 3 of the 9 branch floating continents. In this way, the Holy Spirit Warlocks of the human race would not have recovered so quickly. Wisps of immortal breath and holy might diffused in the void as other race Holy Spirit Warlocks appeared in the void one after another and gazed at the 12 human powerhouses with complicated looks in their eyes. In the face of the Great Tribulation, even though their races may be mortal enemies with the human race, but these other race Holy Spirit Warlocks have no choice but to show up. If the human race is finished, the Gumana universe's powerhouses won't leave the other races alone. They will exterminate the other race powerhouses above the Warlock Monarch rank so as not to share resources with them. The brilliant Great Holy swept the other race Holy Spirit Warlocks with his gaze and said unhurriedly, "We are responsible for sealing this rift. You are responsible for destroying those invaders." "All right, no problem." In the void, the Holy Spirit Warlocks unleashed all kinds of secret methods and bombarded the huge rift. Fire, hail, wind, lightning, dragon breath, meteorite, and many other attacks containing essences and immortal breath poured towards the Tier 3 hives. The Tier 3 hives activated formidable barriers and resisted the different kinds of attacks as they pushed outside. The severely damaged Tier 3 hives flew back to the Gamana universe through the rift, while the perfectly fine Tier 3 hives proceeded to fly towards the outside. The Star Gauze Holy and the Kunman Star Holy of the Star Imperial Court suddenly flew out and recited incantations. A giant astrolabe engraved with countless mysterious runes, that seems to hold a world, suddenly flew out. Then, bright star runes flew out of the astrolabe and sank into the huge rift. Brilliant star runes enveloped and gradually sealed the huge rift. When the Tier 3 hives hit the star rune seal, they were stuck, unable to budge an inch. Visit fgaibnovel.com for the best novel reading experience. The huge astrolabe extracted the star force of the world of warlocks and reinforced the seal continuously. Among the 8 human warlock imperial courts, the Star Imperial Court is rated as the best in terms of divination and sealing arts. The sealing arts unleashed by the Star Imperial Court's Holy Spirit warlocks can even seal Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Of course, Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses wouldn't stand in place and let the powerhouses of the Star Imperial Court seal them. Standing in the void, the Tricolor Great Holy and the Brilliant Great Holy watched the human Holy Spirit warlocks fight. They are mainly in charge of intimidating the other race Holy Spirit warlocks as well as protecting the human Holy Spirit warlocks. Every Holy Spirit warlock is the essence of the human race, a genius among geniuses who needed countless resources to be born. The death of a Holy Spirit warlock represents a heavy blow to the human race. Submit to me, otherwise die. A terrifying voice suddenly gushed out from the rift. An abstruse, mysterious eye that seems to contain a universe suddenly emerged from the other end of the rift. In an instant, a great fear surged in the hearts of the Holy Spirit warlocks. Every Holy Spirit warlock is a peerless powerhouse who has gone through countless hardships and struggles and has reached the summit step by step. None of them is weak. Since their minds have been tempered again and again, they are not afraid of mind spells. But at this moment, a great fear inadvertently welled up inside the Holy Spirit warlocks and, as if a frog locked on by a snake, a hair-raising feeling washed over them. How dreadful! So this is a divine eye's eternal sovereign. In the conference hall of the Human Supreme Council, when Yang Feng saw the creepy eye through the holographic projection, his whole body trembled continuously. His instinct told him that he is but an ant in front of the divine eye's eternal sovereign. The Taboo Monarch, the Star Monarch, and the other quasi-holy step powerhouses of the 6 warlock imperial courts all trembled as they stared at the eye. Each of the 7 quasi-holies is an elite at the summit of human warlocks, a powerhouse at the apex of the quasi-holy step. Even so, they all shivered as they stared at the eye. That's an instinctual fear that lower life forms have of higher life forms. Bright and mysterious starlight suddenly emerged from the Star Gauze Holy and the Kunman Star Holy. Then, star maps appeared above the Star Gauze Holy and the Kunman Star Holy. Resplendent star force poured into the 2 Holy Spirit warlocks, and wisps of immortal breath erupted and dispelled their fear. The astrolabe shone, and countless runes flew out of it and continued to seal the rift. The powerhouses of the Gamana universe piloted the Tier 3 hives and attacked the seal, shaking it. Go to hell, ants! An indifferent, majestic voice full of endless killing intent came from the rift, and a dark pillar of light ejected from the divine eye's eternal sovereign's eye. In its wake, the dark pillar of light, which seems to blanked out the world, absorbed the Tier 3 hives together with the powerhouses of the Gamana universe and transformed them into its power, and then slammed into the star seal. Under the attack of the black pillar of light, the seal placed by the Star Gauze Holy and the Kunman Star Holy was smashed at once. Crack! That holy-grade secret treasure, the Starcraft astrolabe, cracked apart and shattered. All of a sudden, magic shields emerged and defensive secret treasures flew out and blocked in front of the Star Gauze Holy and the Kunman Star Holy. The dark pillar of light eliminated out the magic shield and erased the defensive secret treasures of the 2 Holy Spirit warlocks, and then wiped out the 2 powerhouses themselves. The face of the Star Monarch turned ashen, and she clenched her hands and cried out, "Star Gauze Holy, Kunman Star Holy. When Yang Feng saw the two Holy Spirit Warlock die, his mind fell into a disarray. Died. Two Holy Spirit Warlock died just like that. So this is an eternal sovereign. Impossible, how can he be so strong? If that eternal sovereign could cross into this universe, he would easily slay the Holy Spirit Warlocks here. Who can fight him? Who can stop him? Since the Warlock Emperors are still in a deep sleep, Holy Spirit Warlocks are currently the strongest existences in the world of Warlocks. If an eternal sovereign of the Gamana universe were to cross over, they could slaughter the Holy Spirit Warlocks of the Word of Warlocks. The world of Warlocks cannot compete such a powerful entity. Seeing that things are all but reassuring, the other race Holy Spirit Warlocks at the Rift unleashed secret method to hide their figures and breath and disappeared. Many superior races are guarded by only one Holy Spirit Warlock. If that Holy Spirit Warlock is killed, the race will decline. The brilliant Great Holy's countenance changed, and he shouted, "Don't panic! Even an eternal sovereign cannot easily kill a Holy Spirit Warlock from another universe. He must have paid a heavy price for this attack. There won't be a second attack. This is a fact that the Time Lord himself told me. Don't panic. We just didn't expect that the Divine Eye's eternal sovereign would be willing to pay such a huge price to launch an attack. If he attacks like that again, I can use the Primordial Star Dragon Turtle Shield to block it." The tricolor Great Holy flicked his wrist, and the Primordial Star Dragon Turtle Shield engraved with countless runes and exuding wisps of Empyrean grade fluctuations of power appeared abruptly. The Primordial Star Dragon Turtle Shield is an Empyrean grade secret treasure the many treasures Great Holy refined using the corpse of a Warlock Emperor rank Primordial Star Dragon Turtle, and it ranks in the top 10 of Empyrean grade secret treasures in terms of defense. At this moment, 10 Tier 4 hives flew out of the rift like meteors, took advantage of the moment when the other race Holy Spirit Warlocks hid themselves, and disappeared from the rift. Looking like a star, a Tier 5 hive 10,000 kilometers in diameter slammed into the huge rift blasted open by the Divine Eye's Eternal Sovereign and got stuck in the rift. Chapter 998, Tier 5 Hive. Chapter 998, Tier 5 Hive. Translator, Xuanhuan. Boom! Along with a blare, the huge Tier 5 hive slammed into the rift and got stuck inside, leaving only a small part of the rift exposed. A wisp of Empyrean might emanated from the rift. One after another, Tier 4 hives suddenly flew out. A total of 9 Tier 4 hives slowly squeezed out of the rift. Originally, Tier 3 hives should be the limit of this time's universe collision. However, the Divine Eye's Eternal Sovereign, at the risk of a backlash, smashed the rift between the two universes with a blow and expanded the rift, so as to allow Tier 4 hives to be barely able to fly out. With a dignified color in his eyes, the brilliant Great Holy flicked his wrist, and the God-Slayer white jade sword appeared in his hand. Next, he slashed down without hesitation, and a white sword ray barreled towards a Tier 4 hive.frioebnovel.com. The Tier 4 hive suddenly shone, and barriers emerged around it. When the white sword ray slammed into the barriers conjured by the Tier 4 hive, it slashed them apart one by one. A white beam ejected from the Tier 5 hive and entered the Tier 4 hive. A giant diamond cliff suddenly emerged and blocked in front of the Tier 4 hive. Boom! The white sword ray slashed through the diamond cliff, and then left a 10,000-meter long and 10-meter deep gash on the Tier 4 hive before it collapsed and disappeared. Tier 3 hives flew out from the Tier 5 hive and pounced on the damaged Tier 4 hive. Countless rocks flew out, the Tier 4 hive shone, and the damage dealt by the God-Slayer white jade sword mended rapidly. Crack! More cracks appeared on the God-Slayer white jade sword in the brilliant Great Holy's hand. Evidently, the sword can hardly support a few more uses. The brilliant Great Holy looked at the 9 Tier 4 hives and the Tier 3 hives that are pouring out continuously and narrowed his eyes. Damn it, even attacks performed by Empyrean grade secret treasures cannot wipe them out in an instant. It's going to be tough. With unsightly looks on their faces, the human Holy Spirit Warlocks watched as the Tier 3 hives emerged abruptly. When the Tier 3 hives emerged, they joined with swarms of Tier 1 and Tier 2 hives and formed fortresses. The power of the Gamana universe's powerhouses is increasing at every moment, deeply alarming the people of the world of Warlocks. The powerhouses of the Gamana universe are not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they are steadily amassing strength. The tricolor Great Holy sighed. It seems like it's impossible to solve this in a short time. Brilliant Great Holy nodded in response. The human races dispatched so many Holy Spirit warlocks in order to seal the rift in the first moments and win more time for their universe. If there were no accidents, they would have sealed the rift. But the Divine Eye's Eternal Sovereign, who experienced multiple great tribulations, at the cost of a backlash, forcefully took action and smashed the seal of the human race in one stroke, enabling a stream of the Gamana universe's powerhouses to cross over into this universe. Now, 10 Tier 4 hives containing Holy Spirit warlocks of the Gamana universe have scattered all over the universe. 9 Tier 4 hives and many Tier 3, Tier 2, and Tier 1 hives have converged in the central starfield. Even if you use Empyrean-grade secret treasures, it will be difficult to eradicate them all. The brilliant Great Holy looked back and said, "This universe war is not only our war. Everyone must fight and make sacrifices in order to grasp the opportunity to live." In the rear, a 10,000-kilometer-long time battleship, a taboo throne containing countless extraordinary life-form corpses, a transcendent mountain with countless transcendent floating around it, a star palace with countless stars hovering around it, a vast sea of death, and a secret treasure mountain formed from countless secret treasures flew over from afar. The time battleship, the taboo throne, the transcendent mountain, the star palace sea of death, and the secret treasure mountain are the strongest weapons of the 6 warlock imperial courts. Once the time battleship is launched, within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, time will flow 1 to 3 times faster for powerhouses enchanted with special runes. At the same time, time will flow 1 to 3 times slower for everyone else. Once the taboo throne is launched, it will strengthen the bloodline of your side's bloodline warlocks within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Furthermore, after an enemy is killed, their bloodline, soul, and power will be extracted and used to strengthen the bloodline and heal injuries of your side's bloodline warlocks and make their bloodline evolve. Once the Transcendent Mountain is launched, countless transcendents the Transcendent Mountain suppressed will emerge and the mountain will boost their power. At the same time, once an enemy is killed, they will become nutrients for the Transcendent Mountain. By absorbing the star force in the universe at all times, the Star Palace can heal the wounds, strengthen the body, and attach star barriers to star warlocks on your side and actively attack the enemy. Once the Sea of Death is launched, it will become a fearsome sea 100,000 kilometers in radius. Inside the Sea of Death, the enemy will be eroded at all times and the power of their attacks will be reduced by more than 50%. Furthermore, once an enemy dies, their soul and flesh will be devoured by the Sea of Death. The Secret Treasure Mountain is full of all kinds of brilliant and miraculous secret treasures. Whether it is offense, defense, strengthening, sealing, and so on, they can be launched via special secret treasures. Since the universe collision was so sudden, in order to seal the rift in the first moments, the Holy Spirit warlocks arrived at the scene as soon as possible. Then the human race, who has already formed elite troops, assembled their troops, and then sent them towards the rift. With the 6 most powerful weapons of the 6 warlock imperial courts as the crux, all kinds of weapons flew out and formed clusters that enveloped this tract of the starfield. Shortly after the elite troops of the 6 warlock imperial courts appeared, a level 5 mobile fortified stronghold that looks like a mechanical star suddenly flew out and occupied a corner of the battlefield. As one of the 7 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council, Yang Feng not only enjoys great privileges, but also bears great responsibilities. Time Battleship, Taboo Throne, Transcendent Mountain, Star Palace, Sea of Death, Secret Treasure Mountain. The humans mean business. What's that? That's the troops subordinated to the Yang Feng, the 7th chairman of the Human Supreme Council. How weak! It's not surprising. Although Yang Feng is a genius who fought the Fiend Emperor to a draw, but his underlying strength is still lacking after all. How can his troops compare with the other elite troops of the human race? The other race powerhouses hiding in the dark swept the level 5 mobile fortified stronghold with their gaze, and their eyes shimmered with derision. After the humans finished their arrangements, elite armies flew out of the weapons of the 6 warlock imperial courts and attacked the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Of the elite soldiers dispatched by the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts, the weakest possess Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base. At the same time, the secret treasures those elite soldiers have equipped resonate with each other, enabling 100 strong units to display Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. In a universe war, Moonlight Warlocks are cannon fodder. Moonlight Warlock realm is the minimum requirement to participate in universe wars. If people below the Moonlight Warlock realm are placed in a universe war, a Warlock Emperor just needs to cast a large area of effect mental spell to erode them and make them change sides. Tier 1 and Tier 2 hives suddenly flew out, and countless powerhouses of the Gumana universe flew out and engaged with the elite troops of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts. The Holy Spirit Warlocks of the human race and the powerhouses of the Gumana universe maintain a strange tacit understanding, allowing their elite troops fight each other. Only by going through such a cruel battlefield will true elites emerge and reap the universe's favor. At the same time, if the Holy Spirit Warlocks take wide-scale action, it means that both sides have gone all out. Whether it is the human race or the powerhouses of the Gumana universe, none are willing to go all out and have their Holy Spirit Warlocks put their lives on the line. The human race has countless other races coveting their position, while the powerhouses of the Gumana universe are isolated troops that penetrated deep into enemy territory. Both sides have their apprehensions. 3 million enhanced dazzling light units led by hundreds of dazzling rulers flew out from the level 5 stronghold and rushed towards the battlefield. That's Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. I'll deal with it. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. The eyes of a Warlock Monarch from the Gumana universe shimmered with excitement, and he led a Tier 2 hive and 15 Tier 1 hives to pounce at the swarm of dazzling light units. With flashes of light, Boyan powerhouses, who are covered in thick rock armor, suddenly flew out. The fighting strength of Boyan powerhouses increases along with their size. Boyans who are 10 meters tall are Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. Those who are 50 meters tall are Glorious Sun Warlocks. Those who are 100 meters tall are Bright World Warlocks. Those who are 300 meters tall are Infinity Warlocks. And those who are 1,000 meters tall are Warlock Monarchs. Chapter 999 Shocking Monarchs. Chapter 999 Shocking Monarchs. Translator, Xuanhuan. Die. freewebnovel.cm. The 1,000-meter-tall Boyan Warlock Monarch commander, exuding a tyrannical breath, attacked the dazzling light unit Legion with a 3,000-meter-long bone club made from the skeleton of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse in his hand. In a flash, a huge club projection shrouding an area 1,000 kilometers in radius, containing the essence of power, barreled towards the dazzling light units. As if arrowheads, 1,000 dazzling light units suddenly resonated with each other, shone, and formed a semicircular barrier that blocked in front of them. Boom! The huge club projection shattered the semicircular barrier with a blow and sent 1,000 dazzling light units flying tens of kilometers away. How is that possible? How come none of them were destroyed? When the Boyan Warlock Monarch saw that he only managed to send 1,000 dazzling light units flying, his eyes filled with shock. As an advanced Warlock Monarch, and by manipulating the elemental force of heaven and earth and operating the essence of power, he can shred a dozen-plus Infinity Warlocks with a strike. Even if 1,000 Glorious Sun Warlocks join forces, when hit by an all-out strike of the Boyan Warlock Monarch, they would be seriously injured, and at least dozens would die. The 1,000 dazzling light units, however, were only sent flying tens of kilometers away. Not even their armor was broken. This naturally filled the Boyan Warlock Monarch with shock. The 3 million dazzling light units modified by the level 6 stronghold can be regarded as 6th-generation battle robots. Read latest chapters at freewebnovel.com only. Under the resonance of the hundreds of dazzling rulers, the shoulders of the 3 million dazzling light units opened, revealing a rhombus-shaped artillery. In the next moment, countless beams barreled towards the Tier 2 hive, the 15 Tier 1 hives, and the many Boyan powerhouses. Don't! No! The countenance of the Boyan Warlock Monarch changed dramatically, and he issued a deafening roar and curled up into a ball. Then, countless runes appeared all over his body. He operated the essence of the earth, and diamond armors appeared one after another. In an instant, the countless beams engulfed the Tier 2 hive, the 15 Tier 1 hives, and the Boyan powerhouses. When the light disappeared, of the 15 Tier 1 hives, only 6 broken units remained in the starry sky. As for the Tier 2 hive, it is covered in damage and a small chunk of it was blasted away. The Boyan powerhouses that were released from the hives were almost completely wiped out, leaving only the curled-up Boyan Warlock Monarch, who madly formed diamond armors, remaining. What's that? That's Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. How come it's so powerful? What's going on? When did Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion become so powerful? Seeing this scene, the other race Holy Spirit Warlocks hidden in the dark were filled with shock. The 15 Tier 1 hive and 1 Tier 2 hive of the Gamana universe could easily erase a force such as one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects. Even if it was a lone quasi-holy step powerhouse, they would be forced to retreat before such a force. Yang Feng's dazzling light units, however, wiped out most of this force with one volley. This kind of combat power can be rated as incredible. Solely in terms of destructive power, they even surpass a weak Holy Spirit Warlock. After the volley, the dazzling light units withdrew their artillery, and then turned into a torrent of steel and swept towards the Tier 2 hive and the Tier 1 hives. Although the artillery of the dazzling light units can run through the immortal body of Holy Spirit Warlocks, but it takes 10 minutes to recharge it. That is to say, every 10 minutes, this terrifying mechanical legion can erupt with Holy Spirit Warlock rank destructive power. Boom! 100,000 dazzling light units besieged the Tier 2 hive and poured inside, and then the hive detonated. The fearsome explosion ultimately destroyed 1,000 dazzling light units. As if causing a chain reaction, the remaining Tier 1 hives exploded one by one as well. 10,000 dazzling light units besieged the Boyan Warlock Monarch, who barely escaped the disaster, destroyed the diamond armors he conjured, and finally smashed him. In the conference hall, the Star Monarch gazed at the dazzling light units with shock in her beautiful eyes and praised sincerely, "What a powerful mechanical legion! In many ways, it can be compared with the Golem dynasty's Golem Legion." Yang Feng smiled and snapped his hingers, and a speck of light entered the hand of the Star Monarch, which, with the exception of the 10 rulers, listed the prices of the battle robots. "Star Monarch, are you interested in buying them? I can give you a discount. Since the 6th generation dazzling light units are extremely powerful, their manufacturing cost has increased geometrically. Many of Yang Feng's munitions factories have stopped production due to a lack of resources. With Yang Feng's current resources, he can produce 100 billion 3rd generation battle robots in one day. But when it comes to 6th generation battle robots, he can only produce about 10,000 units. Of course, in terms of actual combat, 100 billion 3rd generation battle robots are not the opponents of the 10,000 6th generation battle robots. At present, Yang Feng is using all his resources to produce ruler battle robots and 6th generation battle robots. He is aware that he lacks greatly in terms of resources. The Star Monarch glanced at the price list and said decisively, "Okay, I'll order 3 million dazzling light units." Although the Star Imperial Court has many formidable secret treasures, including those that can display Holy Spirit Warlock rank battle prowess. But those secret treasures require a large number of warlocks to be operated. In a cruel battle, it's not so easy to replenish fallen elite warlocks. Prior to the Great Tribulation, the Zhangji Plains forces held moonlight celebrations for the birth of every moonlight warlock. That is because it's difficult for moonlight warlocks to emerge, not to mention powerhouses above the moonlight warlock realm. The resources necessary to cultivate a Bright World Warlock can be used to produce more than 100,000 used on Bright World Warlock rank dazzling light units. This is the advantage of the Shizu technology. Of course, the mechanical creations have limitations. They lack a soul and are limited to Warlock Emperor rank fighting strength. There isn't even a concept for Eternal Sovereign rank mechanical creations. Consequently, if you encounter an Eternal Sovereign force, you will be doomed. The Star Monarch knows that Yang Feng is likely to install a backdoor in the battle robots. But as long as they are used as cannon fodder, there will be no problems. The Taboo Monarch uttered with a smile, "I'll order 9 million. Yang Feng replied, "No problem." The other 4 chairmen took a deep look at Yang Feng, silent. The Magic Note Monarch suddenly said with a smile, "Yang Feng, Your mechanical golems are quite interesting. I'll order 10 million dazzling light units. The Death Monarch uttered flatly. Yang Feng, I'll order 8 million units. The Thunder Leopard Monarch said with a smile. I'll order 10 million units. The Dragon Spirit Monarch said with a smile. I'll order 15 million. No problem. I will deliver the mechanical golems you ordered as soon as possible. Yang Feng broke into a smile and spoke gently. After his battle robots displayed Holy Spirit Warlock rank destructive power, the Magic Note Monarch and them finally began to take Yang Feng seriously. Previously, except for the Taboo Monarch and the Star Monarch, the other four chairmen just regarded Yang Feng as someone who relied on the brilliant Great Holy. Although he had great potential, but that was it. When it comes to the Battle Demon Sect, the Magic Note and them only cared about the brilliant Great Holy. The underlying strength of the Battle Demon Sect alone was not worth mentioning. At the Time Monarch deliberately made things difficult for Yang Feng because he looked down on him. Now that the dazzling light units have demonstrated such frightening fighting strength, the Magic Note Monarch and them finally regard Yang Feng as an overlord that can stand on equal footing with them. After the Gamana Universe's powerhouses suffered this loss, they immediately adjusted their tactics. A Tier 3 hive, 10 Tier 2 hives, and 58 Tier 1 hive formed a defensive perimeter to block Yang Feng's mechanical legion. As both sides fought in the void, tremendous explosions sounded incessantly. Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm and sensed that his universe's favor is increasing. Yang Feng looked at the battlefield with a dignified shade in his eyes. According to the current situation, the world of warlocks should be barely able to resist the attack of the Gamana universe. However, many of the human Holy Spirit warlocks are bound to be tied down here, unable to leave. The 9 Tier 4 hives in the central starfield must have Holy Spirit warlock aboard. With enough powerhouses and low-level hives, each one of the 9 Tier 4 hives can display great Holy Step battle prowess. Under this threat, the Holy Spirit warlocks of the world of warlocks naturally have to gather here. Otherwise, once the main force of the Gamana universe breaks through the central starfield, it will become a huge calamity for the whole universe. As for the 10 Tier 4 hives that have broken through and scattered in the universe, these powerhouses cannot attend to them. Chapter 1000 Uprising in the Underground World. Chapter 1000 Uprising in the Underground World. Translator, Xuanhuan. The Zhangji Plain, the 5th floor of the continent's underground world. Endless darkness, demonic qi, resentment, and the breath of death shrouded the 5th floor. There are countless low-level demonic creatures roaming in the darkness. In an ordinary mountain range, there is a vast palace created by magic. In the center of the palace, there sits a handsome young man with fair skin. On the steps in front of the palace, there sit 18 hellions of different shapes, each of which exudes Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power. Behind the 18 hellion Warlock Monarchs, there stand 108 hellion Infinity Warlocks. Sir Heaven Holy, the human main forces were attracted by the rift and are fighting the Gamana universe's powerhouses. 2 human Holy Spirit Warlocks have fallen. With a flash of light, a giant eye hellion, whose giant eye occupies 2/3 of his face and is proficient in all kinds of eye techniques, flew into the main hall, knelt on the floor and reported respectfully to the handsome man in the center of the palace. The Heaven Holy opened his eyes, and his eyes shimmered with a bloody radiance. He surged with killing intent and said in a cold voice, "Great, everyone! Now that the human main forces are restrained by the Gamana universe's powerhouses, it is the best time for us Hellions to realize our long-cherished wish. Let's go hunt humans. Kill all the humans. Kill all the humans." Bursts of cheers sounded in the mountain range. Hellions are a man-eating race descended from the 5 Hellion ancestors the Taboo Lord created, an immortal enemy of the human race. Hellions, who were persecuted and hunted by human warlocks for many years, were on the verge of extinction several times. Unsurprisingly, Hellions are full of resentment towards humans. One by one, orders were transmitted in the mountain range. On the 5th floor of the Zhangji Plains continent's underground world, countless Hellions, freaks, devil insects, and other monsters suddenly surged and rushed towards the 4th floor like an avalanche. After the human warlocks of the core world emerged, the freaks in the underground world retreated from the third and fourth floors they previously occupied, yielding a large territory to the human warlocks. They knew that since the human main forces have emerged, they would be slaughtered and they stayed on the third and fourth floors, that they would become the prey of human warlocks. But now that the human main forces are tied down in the central starfield, the freaks of the underground world launched a counterattack against the human race. The second floor of the underground world, in the command center, the countenance of a warlock changed dramatically, and he shouted, "Those smelly demonic creatures have launched an attack on the underground world. The opponent has warlock monarch rank powerhouses. Damn it, how can this be? That's terrible." In the command center, the people present could see that the warlock towers the humans just built on the fourth floor have been overrun by demonic creatures. In addition to the 18 Hellion warlock monarchs, the other races have assembled a total of 34 warlock monarchs to launch an attack against the humans. Under the siege of the 52 warlock monarchs, the 3 human cities on the fourth floor fell virtually in a flash and countless human warlocks died. "Sir Yellow Rock Monarch, what do we do now?" In the command center, an infinity warlock looked at the tall and sturdy Yellow Rock Monarch, who has a firm expression on his face, and asked. The Yellow Rock Monarch is the highest authority the human race stationed in the underground world of the Zhangji Plains Eastern World and is responsible for suppressing the freaks in the underground world. "Pass down my orders. All human warlocks on the third floor are to evacuate immediately and retreat to the second floor. Enter the highest state of emergency." The Yellow Rock Monarch hesitated for a while, then his eyes flickered with determination, and he said, "Send a help request to the Human Supreme Council. We need reinforcements." "Yes, sir," the Infinity Warlock answered rapidly. On the third floor of the underground world, light of teleportation shone as the human warlocks stationed on the third floor abandoned their fortresses and evacuated to the second floor. After conquering the 3 human cities on the fourth floor, the demonic creatures dispatched some troops to sweep the human warlocks on the fourth floor, while the main forces poured into the third floor like an avalanche. The freak main forces marched straight to the passage that connects the second and third floors. Countless low-level freaks attacked the warlock towers erected on the third floor one after another. Although the evacuation order was given, but because of the time constraint, many human warlocks stayed in their warlock towers on the third floor and resisted the freaks. After cities fell one after another, the demonic creature main forces finally came to the passage that connects the second and third floors of the underground world. Although there are passages leading to the second floor in human cities, but these passages are extremely small, and once the freaks pass through them, they will be entrapped by the humans. But the passage connecting the second and third floors is really wide, which is conducive to military expansion. As long as they break through this place, the freak main forces will be able to pour into the second floor. Because of this, even though the humans set up heavy defenses, every time the freaks launch an attack in the underground world, they move upwards through the connecting passageways. When the nearly endless freak army arrived at the connecting passage, a sea of low-level demonic creatures poured into the passage. In the passage, the warlock towers shone and fired flames, hail, earth spikes, lightning, and other kinds of spells, turning swaths of low-level freaks into ashes. "Damn humans! Go to hell!" A Titan Hellion Warlock Monarch showed up with his true body and turned into a 1,000-meter-tall Titan with a giant wolf tooth club in his hand. Each time he waved the giant wolf tooth club, he blasted a warlock tower apart. A myriad beasts Hellion Warlock Monarch stimulated the evil dragon bloodline inside him, turned onto a 1,000-meter-long evil dragon, and sprayed out evil fire that burned the warlock towers to ashes one after another. The 52 warlock monarchs displayed their power as they destroyed the warlock tower on the defensive perimeter. Retreat! Retreat! In the underground world, the Yellow Rock Monarch is the sole human warlock monarch. Unable to resist the 52 warlock monarchs, the human warlocks can only reluctantly abandon the warlock towers made from countless resources and retreated to the second floor. Taking advantage of this, the countless freaks poured into the second floor. As soon as the freak army entered the second floor, it was illuminated by the sunlight that pervades the second floor, and its strength was weakened by more than 50%. Meteor shower, ice storm, blade storm, and other large-scale meteorological spells rained down on the freak army from the Warlock Towers on the second floor. The source of this content is freowebnovel.com. Low-level freaks used as cannon fodder were easily killed under the bombardment of large-scale meteorological spells. Furthermore, many star-sky warlocks with lacking defenses were killed as well. Under the bombardment of the large-scale meteorological spells, only under 2,000 freaks above the starry sky warlock realm remained of the vast sea of freaks. The second floor of the underground world has been transformed into a human home ground. In such an environment, the human meteorological spells can display 120% of their power. At the same time, freaks and other dark-type life forms are weakened by more than 50%. Even if 100 Warlock Monarch rank freaks come to the second floor, they will be suppressed and wiped out by the human warlocks. As for the sea of cannon fodder, they stand no chance against the meteorological spells. A bunch of trash who only know how to use their innate abilities. No matter how many they are, they cannot withstand a single blow. In the command center, Yellow Rock Monarch stared at the freaks, sighed in relief, and revealed a smile of disdain. Although each one of the Warlock Monarch rank freaks is stronger than the Yellow Rock Monarch. But by relying on the Warlock Towers and boundaries set up on the second floor, the Yellow Rock Monarch can suppress the 52 Warlock Monarch rank freaks. This is the result of human warlock continuous research and development of various secret treasures. At this time, a 10,000-meter-tall giant shining with brilliant gold light and treading on air crossed distorted space with a step, appeared 10,000 kilometers away, came to an artificial sun, erupted with Holy Spirit Warlock rank breath, and punched the artificial sun. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking sound, the Heaven Holy smashed the artificial sun with one blow. Damn it! Holy Spirit Warlock. How come there's a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse here? The Yellow Rock Monarch looked at the artificial sun in the sky destroyed by the Heaven Holy's blow, and despair flickered in his eyes. Every Holy Spirit Warlock is the guardian of a race, possesses incredible fighting power, and can reverse the course of a section of the universe war by themselves. Great Merit Steel. Activate the Great Merit Steel. The Yellow Rock Monarch bellowed furiously, then light shone, and the Great Merit Steel, the founder of the Great Cloud Dynasty Xuanhuan set up in the center of the second floor of the underground world, suddenly flew out and shot towards the Heaven Holy. Chapter 1001, Fall of the Underground World. Chapter 1001, Fall of the Underground World. Translator, Xuanhuan. When the Great Merit Steel flew out, countless runes shone, and then a sun, a moon, stars, flowers, birds, fish, insects, and other projections suddenly appeared. Looking like an entire world, the Great Merit Steel pressed towards the Heaven Holy. The Great Merit Steel is a secret treasure the founder of the Great Cloud Dynasty Xuanhuan forged using 30 stars and a holy grade secret treasure as the core. Containing the star force of 30 stars, it possesses tremendous might. Break! The Heaven Holy slammed one fist after another into the Great Merit Steel. The essence of power erupted, and the steel vibrated. Each time the Heaven Holy unleashed a punch, the magic shields of several Warlock Towers on the underground world's second floor collapsed, their power drawn to the limit. Kill them all! Eyes shot with blood, the 52 Warlock Monarch rank freaks roared wildly and attacked the surrounding Warlock Towers. With most of their power extracted by the Great Merit Steel in the sky, the remaining power of the Warlock Towers is not enough to contend against those fearsome freaks. The freaks blasted apart the Warlock Towers one after another, weakening the Great Merit Steel in the sky. Countless freaks poured out from the passage connecting the two floors and frantically attacked the Warlock Towers. As the Great Merit Steel was forcibly blocked by the Heaven Holy in the sky, the defensive boundary protecting the second floor were weakened by more than 80%. The Yellow Rock Monarch sighed, a flash of helplessness in his eyes. Curses! There is not enough manpower. If there was a Holy Spirit Warlock guarding here, all these damned freaks would die here. If there was a Holy Spirit Warlock here to block the Heaven Holy, then with the Great Merit Steel responsible for weakening the Heaven Holy and the other freaks, the second floor would be absolutely safe. By then, if the Heaven Holy continued to stay here, he would be suppressed. But now the human main forces are concentrated in the central starfield. The remaining Holy Spirit warlocks of the 6 warlock imperial courts are all guarding the heaven and earth spirit roots branch floating continents. Since the branch floating continents are the foundation of the 6 warlock imperial courts, they must not be lost. It's hard to transfer other Holy Spirit warlocks as support in a short time. In the vast universe, in addition to the 6 warlock imperial courts, there are other formidable warlock groups with Holy Spirit warlocks. But these warlock groups haven't joined the Human Supreme Council. Consequently, the Human Supreme Council cannot dispatch their Holy Spirit warlocks to provide support. Empty Spirit Towers Empty Holy, Sky Cloud Towers Cloud Holy, Void Gardens Void Flower Holy, although they have joined the Human Supreme Council. But if the Council wants to mobilize them, it can only use the tone of consultation and ask the other party's opinion. Cannot forcibly dispatch them on a mission. Only Warlock Emperors are qualified to give orders to Holy Spirit warlocks. Boom! Along with a sky-shaking blare, the Great Merit Steel in the sky shattered. At the moment when the Great Merit Steel was broken, 9 11-story-tall Warlock Towers exploded. The boundary shrouding the second floor shattered at once, and the freaks recovered their full strength. Retreat! The Yellow Rock Monarch coldly issued the order of retreat, and then turned into green smoke and disappeared. Along with flashes of light, the human warlocks on the second floor cast different life-saving spells and disappeared one after another. Many of the warlock towers built using countless resources were operated by human warlocks, which caused all kinds of strange phenomena to appear in those warlock towers. The warlock towers turned into strange existences that slayed the freaks that approached them. Nevertheless, the fearsome freak torrent razed the human strongholds in its way. Freak Suppression City is a human city leading to the underground world. At this time, there are countless people fleeing from the Freak Suppression City via various means of transportation. Suddenly, the earth shook, and a dark beam ejected from the earth and, as if a demonic creature that can devour everything, wiped out the entire Freak Suppression City. The Freak Suppression City, which had a population of several million people, has become history just like that, revealing a whole 300 kilometers in diameter. Swarms of hellions, devil insects, and other freaks poured out from the hole and spread in all directions like a plague. Humans! Those are humans! Kill them! Eat them all! Those damned humans! Voices full of hatred sounded as the hellions, devil insects, and other freaks hunted the surviving humans in the surroundings. The eyes of a Titan Hellion Warlock Monarch flickered with the shade of madness and bloodthirst as human blood flowed down his face. Sir Heaven Holy, what should we do now? Do we take this opportunity to capture the lair of the humans, the core world? The Heaven Holy said with a crazed smile. No, just kill to your heart's content. Afterwards, we'll transform more humans into our brethren. Hellions are formidable demonic creatures with strong infectivity. If humans consume their flesh, they will be infected, eroded, and turned into respective kinds of hellions. Of course, to transform a high-level warlock, you must feed them the flesh of hellions of the same realm or higher. But this is not an issue to hellions. The Titan Hellion Warlock Monarch roared excitedly. Little ones, it's time to revel. Revel to your heart's content in the world of humans. The torrent of hellions erupted with deafening cheers. Then, countless hellions turned into specks of starlight and disappeared. The Heaven Holy swept the hellion army with a glance. His eyes flickered with cold indifference, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The headquarters of the Human Supreme Council. The Star Monarch said with an unsightly expression on her face. The Hellions have actually hidden a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse in the underground world. These damn maggots, to mount a revolt at this time, they really are prudent. Compared to humans, Hellions are quite lacking in terms of underlying strength. If they caused trouble at some other time, the humans would be able to easily suppress them. With the power of the human race, it's not a problem to dispose of all the freaks in the underground world. But no matter how many you kill, there is no end to freaks in the underground world. Additionally, the humans didn't expect there to be a Hellion Holy Spirit Warlock hidden in the underground world, which made the situation get out of hand. the magic note Monarch uttered. Since the Hellions have already rushed out of the underground world, we must try our best to wipe them out. If we leave them be, then in less than 7 days, there will be only Hellions left on the Zhangji Plain. Chairman Taboo Monarch, we just found out that 10 Tier 4 hives have sneaked into these locations. All of a sudden, light shone, and a map appeared in front of everyone's eyes. When the Death Monarch saw the map, his face sank, his eyes flashed with fury, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn Transcendent Monarch, damn Hellions, they must have colluded." On the map, 6 of the 10 Tier 4 hives can be seen outside the branch floating continents of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts respectively, monitoring the movements of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts. The remaining 4 Tier 4 hives formed a fearsome force cruising the heaven and earth spirit route, ready to ambush reinforcements at any time. Each one of the 4 Tier 4 hives is comparable to a great Holy Step powerhouse in terms of battle prowess. With the 4 of them acting in tandem, the 4 Tier 4 hives can seriously wound or even suppress a Holy Spirit Warlock. By now, the Heaven and Earth Spirit route has grown into a terrible existence with a height of 1 million kilometers and a distance of more than 100 million kilometers between the 9 branches. However, for Tier 4 hives, a distance of 100 million kilometers is nothing if they use Space Leap. Even if they can't use Space Leap, they only need to fly for less than 30 minutes at full speed. Read latest chapters at freowebnovel.com only. The arrangement of the 10 Tier 4 hives made the humans feel extremely uncomfortable, especially when the human main forces are in the central starfield. Only by fully understanding the strength of the human race could the Gamana universe's powerhouses make such a targeted arrangement. The Taboo Monarch said suddenly, "Empty holy, cloud holy, void flower holy, wind holy, queer holy, thunder holy. They all refuse our request to go out and fight. They are only willing to defend their branch floating continents." After the establishment of the Human Supreme Council, Yang Feng and the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts each occupied one of the 9 branch floating continents. The other 2 were divided between 6 major forces. The Wind Holy, the Queer Holy, and the Thunder Holy have joined the Human Supreme Council afterwards. Naturally, the forces under their command must obey the orders of the Human Supreme Council. But the Holy Spirit Warlocks themselves have no such obligation. Yang Feng suddenly said, "I will go suppress those Hellions." The Taboo Monarch frowned and warned kindly, "Yang Feng, are you sure? There is a Holy Spirit Warlock among the Hellions." Yang Feng responded, "I can go suppress them, but that is under the condition that the 10 Tier 4 hives won't attack my mechanical legion." The magic note Monarch uttered with a smile, "I can ensure that, Yang Feng, if you go to suppress those Hellions, then even if we use the underlying strength of the magic note Imperial Court, I will ensure that those Tier 4 hives won't threaten you." Chapter 1002 Insta-Killing Hellion Monarchs. Chapter 1002 Insta-Killing Hellion Monarchs. Translator, Xuanhuan. The Death Monarch said, "The Death Imperial Court will also ensure it. The 6 Warlock Imperial Courts possess profound underlying strength. If they play 1 or 2 trump cards, they should be able to destroy a Tier 4 hive. Of course, the price for that would be painful for even the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts to pay. After all, this is not the time for a decisive battle. If the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts use up their trump cards, the other forces eyeing them ravenously may pounce on them and tear them to pieces at any time." The Taboo Monarch pondered for a while, and then uttered, "Yang Feng, we'll leave those Hellions to you. We won't let the Tier 4 hives attack your main force." Yang Feng waved his hand, and a mechanical avatar appeared in the conference hall. Next, he himself collapsed into specks of light and disappeared. Freewebnov.com. All of a sudden, an adjudication battlestar flew out from the Heaven and Earth Spirit Roots branch floating continent occupied by the Battle Demon sect. Adjudication battlestars are mechanical stars 3,000 kilometers in diameter, covered in countless muzzles. The Adjudication battlestar is accompanied by a fleet formed from 32 Starfield battlestars, interstellar carriers, and interstellar cruisers. As soon as the huge fleet appeared, it flew towards the Hellion army. Came out. For Tier 4 hives surrounding the Heaven and Earth Spirit routes suddenly blurred, entered a spatial gate, and carried out a space leap. The magic note monarch sneered. "You damned aliens, you look down on us too much." A completely transparent holy-grade secret treasure, the spatial nets flew out from the branch floating continent occupied by the magic note imperial court. The spatial nets assimilated into the void and formed sharp nets. When the 4 Tier 4 hives knocked into the spatial nets, their outer armor was cut to pieces by the nets. The 4 Tier 4 hives suddenly launched countless tentacles to repair themselves. At the same time, they thrust towards the rear in an attempt to open a passage, but to no avail. The space was sealed. As I said, we can't underestimate the natives of this universe. Didn't you agree to execute Space Leap? Thoughts were transmitted between the Tier 4 hives. Space Leap is the most commonly used mode of movement of Tier 4 hives. By using Space Leap, Tier 4 hives can turn a distance of 1 billion kilometers into nothing in an instant. Of course, there are risks in using Space Leap. Once it is disturbed, an ordinary Holy Spirit warlocks will be torn to pieces by a space storm. Let's get out of here. A Tier 4 hive extended countless tentacles into the void and opened a spatial gate. The Tier 4 hive flew into the spatial gate and escaped from here. The other 3 Tier 4 hives also opened a spatial gate each and flew to another place. The inside of spatial crevices is filled with dangers. In a moment of carelessness, even a Tier 4 hive could be destroyed inside such a spatial crevice. How cautious! A sigh echoed in the area, and then disappeared. The Wave Glimmer City is a large human city with a population of 10 million people, and is rich in wave glimmer rock that is of great benefit to the cultivation of light-type warlocks. This city has an infinity warlock standing guard. At this time, the Wave Glimmer City is being besieged by countless freaks. The warlock towers atop the Wave Glimmer City's outwall radiated brilliant light and formed a defensive boundary that covers the whole city. The 9 warlock towers fired light-type meteorological spells that filled the city's surroundings with purification light. Amid shrill screams, low-level hellions and other demonic creatures turned into ashes and disappeared. In front of human meteorological spells, the demonic creature wave tactic stands no chance. Only transcendent rank demonic creatures can resist the large area of effect purification light. Die! A Pantheon Hellion monarch with the god of thunder bloodline operated a 10,000-meter-long lightning dragon to fly towards the boundary of the Wave Glimmer City like a meteor. Updat D from FRYOUBnovel.com. Boom! Along with a loud noise, the boundary of the Wave Glimmer City collapsed, and the 9 warlock towers shattered. No! Damn it! No! When the human warlocks in the Wave Glimmer City saw that the defensive boundary was broken by such a frightening method, their countenance changed greatly, and their morale dropped to the limit. Lights shone, and the human warlocks, who previously worked hard together to resist the assault of the freaks, fled in different directions. Without a complete defense formed by warlock towers, the human warlocks know that they cannot resist the siege of the Hellion army. Countless low-level hellions and demonic creatures poured towards the city from all directions like a tide. Low-level hellions can be formed by eroding humans. If the high-level hellions are not erased, it doesn't matter how many low-level hellions you kill. It's over. When the Infinity Warlock stationed in the Wave Glimmer City saw the boundary shatter, his eyes flickered with the shade of despair. The Pantheon Hellion monarch said with a sinister smile, "Kill! Haha! Kill all those damned humans. Let's start a fun hunt." With savage and cruel smiles on their faces, countless hellions darted towards the Wave Glimmer City. In the Wave Glimmer City, despair surged on the faces of many low-level warlocks who watched the battlefield using different spells. At this moment, white light rained down from the sky and slammed into the low-level hellions and other demonic creatures. The rain of light devoured countless low-level hellion and other demonic creatures and purified them along with their bones. The frightening rain of light not only accurately attacked the low-level hellions and other demonic creatures, but also locked on the transcendent rank hellions. The 300 transcendent rank hellions gathered here burst apart one by one and disappeared. Curses! Who is it? The Pantheon Hellion monarch's eyes glimmered with anger. Then countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he looked into the distance. No matter how many are killed, the low-level Hellions can be easily supplemented. But the transcendent rank Hellions are not so easily replaced. This is an issue of transformation rate. Unless they are transformed by the 5 Hellion ancestors, those transformed into transcendent rank Hellions may collapse during the transformation process. That is to say, only by transforming about 100 transcendent rank human warlocks may a transcendent rank Hellion emerge. The 300 transcendent rank Hellions are the result of the Pantheon Hellion monarch's blood, sweat, and tears over tens of thousands of years. 10,000 kilometers away, the Pantheon Hellion monarch saw the adjudication battle star shine and fire a rain of light, killing low-level Hellions like pesticide. The adjudication battle star is tens of millions of kilometers tall. Although its offensive power decreases with the distance, but it is more than enough to kill low-level Hellions. It's the mechanical legion of the battle demon sect's Yang Feng, the trifling battle demon sect, who can only intimidate people by using the name of the brilliant Great Holy, dares attack our kin. What a reckless thing. A fierce light streaked across the Pantheon Hellion monarch's eyes, and he shot towards the adjudication battle star like crazy. At the same time, he opened his mouth, and waves spread in all directions. When the Warlock Monarch rank freaks who are slaughtering humans unrestrainedly received a message from the Pantheon Hellion monarch, they flew towards the adjudication battlestar. Do I really look that weak? Watching the 52 Warlock Monarch rank freaks converging on him, Yang Feng raised the corners of his mouth. If the powerhouses of the 6 Warlocks Imperial Courts had come, these freaks would have retreated, not daring to provoke the other party. However, Yang Feng's battle demon sect is a sect that doesn't amount to much and only knows how to rely on the brilliant Great Holy. Since the brilliant Great Holy is not here, these freaks have no fear of the battle demon sect. After all, among the 52 Warlock Monarch rank freaks, there are 5 quasi-holies. Since you have come to die, then I'll oblige you. Yang Feng smiled and willed, and the warships opened their cabins. Then, swarms of dazzling light units flew towards the Warlock Monarch rank freaks like a tide. Under the command of 1,000 dazzling light rulers, 5 million dazzling light units suddenly blocked in front of 13 Warlock Monarch rank freaks. The dazzling light units resonated, extended their main artillery, and flashed, and a torrent of light devoured the 13 Warlock Monarch rank freaks. When the light disappeared, there were no traces of the 13 Warlock Monarch rank freaks left. How is that possible? How can those mechanical golems be so strong? When did the battle demon sect's mechanical golems become so scary? Upon seeing this scene, the remaining 39 Warlock Monarch rank freaks were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. It's not that simple to kill Warlock Monarch rank and quasi-holy step powerhouses. Yet now 13 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses were instantly killed, which made the blood of the remaining Warlock Monarch rank freaks run cold. Chapter 1003 Suppression of the Hellions. Chapter 1003 Suppression of the Hellions. Translator, Xuanhuan. After the dazzling light units fired a volley, they retracted their main artillery, formed battle arrays, and flew to the remaining 39 Warlock Monarch rank freaks. Tens of thousands of transcendent rank freaks flew over from all directions. The transcendent rank freaks include 1,000-meter-long demonic dragons, 1,000-meter-tall giants, true blood Hellions that were originally true blood kindred, void Hellions that are proficient in spatial manipulation, and other kinds of freaks. Every freak releases a fearsome breath. Placed on a grade 8 or grade 9 plane, a transcendent rank Hellion could easily transform all life forms of said plane into low-level freaks and turn that plane into hell. The tens of thousands transcendent rank freaks have just flown out, when the warships around the adjudication battlestar shone and fired a rain of light barreling towards the freaks. Under the guidance of the Holy Spirit Warlock rank computing power of the level 6 optical computer, of the tens of thousands of transcendent rank freaks, only several thousand remained alive. With the exception of the Undying Hellions, the rest of the Moonlight Warlock rank freaks were wiped out. The warships around the adjudication battlestar quickly adjusted their firepower and fired at the Glorious Sun Warlock rank freaks, blasting them apart one after another. All of a sudden, a corps separated from the dazzling light unit legion flew towards the transcendent rank powerhouses and plunged into enemy ranks. Die! The eyes of a 1,000-meter-long Infinity Warlock rank demonic dragon flashed fiercely, and it belched a dragon breath. A dozen-plus dazzling light units were swallowed by the dragon breath that is 1,000 meter in radius. Along with a fearsome impact, the dozen-plus dazzling light units flew out from the dragon breath and slashed at the Infinity Warlock rank demonic dragon. Following bloody flashes of light, the Infinity Warlock rank demonic dragon was cut into countless pieces, which then were shrouded by artillery fire and purified, leaving only a core behind. The Infinity Warlock rank freaks, who are nothing much in front of the dazzling light units, suffered disastrous casualties. Only 30-plus Supreme Infinity Warlock rank freaks with special bloodlines, who are far stronger than other powerhouses of the same rank, escaped the disaster. The eyes of our Infinity Warlock rank True Blood Hellion flashed with fear, and he exclaimed, "Infinity Warlock rank! Crap, these mechanical golems all have Infinity Warlock rank fighting strength. How can it be? Apart from the Golem Lord, how could anyone else be able to produce a large number of Infinity Warlock rank mechanical golems?" Strengthened by the resonance of the dazzling rulers, the dazzling light units possess intermediate Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. Prior to the Great Tribulation, Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses were regarded as bigwigs at the top of the food chain in the world of warlocks. Even now, when the Great Tribulation has erupted, the Hellions only have hundreds of Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. These hundreds of Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses stand no chance against the millions of Infinity Warlock rank dazzling light units. The Infinity Warlock rank True Blood Hellion just shouted, when 10 dazzling light units appeared in front of him, brandished their swords, which turned into afterimages, and sliced him into pieces. The True Blood Hellion possesses formidable vitality. After being cut into countless pieces, the pieces rapidly converged on his core and true blood. 3 dazzling light units extended a rhombus-shaped main artillery, and then 3 beams slammed into the Infinity Warlock rank True Blood Hellion and vaporized him, not leaving even a drop of blood behind. A 1,000-meter-tall troll Hellion monarch bellowed frantically, "Everyone, run!" With a flash of green light, the angel Empress Mycelia suddenly appeared in front of the troll Hellion monarch and slashed at him with her sword. Free web novel de Sio. The countenance of the troll Hellion monarch changed greatly. He erupted with countless runes and unleashed a strengthening spell, and an armor formed. Boom! Following a loud sound, the troll Hellion monarch was sent into the midst of the dazzling light units by Mycelia's sword stroke. The countless dazzling light units turned into a torrent of steel and engulfed the troll Hellion monarch. Green afterimages flashed on the battlefield as Mycelia operated the essence of speed, instantly appeared in front of the 39 Warlock Monarch rank freaks, and brandished her sword, forcing them to unleash defensive spells. Taking advantage of this, the dazzling light unit legion engulfed the 39 Warlock Monarch rank freaks. Mycelia's figure fluttered, and she flew into midair, stopped loftily in the void, and gazed at the 39 Warlock Monarch rank freaks struggling in the mechanical sea, and her beautiful eyes flashed with elation. With 4 flashes of light, Alexia's group of 4 Warlock Monarch rank fallen angels flew to behind Mycelia and guarded her. Although the number of angels under Yang Feng's command has surpassed 10 million, but when it comes to Warlock Monarch rank fallen angels, there is only Alexia's groups of 4. In the mechanical sea composed of dazzling light units, a 10,000-meter-long quasi-holy rock dragon, enveloped by a diamond armor, suddenly flew out and emanated the light of petrification. Subjected to the light of petrification, the outer armor of the dazzling light units near the rock dragon began to petrify rapidly. The quasi-holy step rock dragon has gone all out and burned its life source force, which gave rise to such fearsome power. Even though the dazzling light units possess Infinity Warlock energy shields, they cannot resist the attack. Screw off! Mycelia chuckled, then suddenly appeared above the quasi-holy step rock dragon and slashed at the opponent with her sword, which contains the essence of power. The quasi-holy step rock dragon slammed a claw into the sword. Boom! The quasi-holy step rock dragon was blasted into the midst of dazzling light units by Mycelia's sword strike. The countless dazzling light units slashed at the quasi-holy step rock dragon and covered it with wounds. The quasi-holy step rock dragon struggled and petrified the dazzling light units one by one. Yet the wounds on its body continued to increase and its breath became weaker and weaker. No! Following a miserable scream, an evil god Hellion Monarch was smashed into pieces by the dazzling light units. Before long, a 10,000-meter-long Warlock Monarch rank star sea snake was cut into pieces, and then purified by the dazzling light units. The Warlock Monarch rank freaks struggling in the mechanical sea were slayed one after another. If they went on a rampant on the Zhangji Plain, each one of these Warlock Monarch rank freaks could kill more than 10 million humans. But because they are strong and secretive, keeping their whereabouts a secret, humans have no way to kill them. Now these freaks, who can be regarded as great enemies of the human race, died powerlessly at Yang Feng's hands. Watching everything happening on the other side via a spell, shock welled up inside the Death Monarch. So strong! These mechanical golems are astonishingly strong. Read Ada's chapters at fguyuyobinovel.com only. The Star Monarch's beautiful eyes flashed with an enigmatic light, and she uttered unhurriedly, Yang Feng's mechanical golem legion is as powerful as the Golem Lord's golem legion. Its only weakness is that there are no Holy Spirit Warlock rank golems. The Magic Note Monarch said faintly, It's not that easy to build Holy Spirit Warlock rank golems. If they could be mass-produced, then the Golem Lord would not have developed monsters such as living golems at the time. No matter in which universe, Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are top existences. Even the Shizu were unable to mass-produce Holy Spirit Warlock rank battle robots. In theory, 100 million Holy Spirit Warlocks equipped with special secret treasures may be able to contend against an eternal sovereign. However, no matter the universe, the number of Holy Spirit Warlocks will not exceed 100,000. The Shizu, who dominated their universe and possessed the Ruler Series battle robots that could evolve continuously, only had 276 Holy Spirit Warlock rank battle robots at the time. The Death Monarch uttered slowly, If it wasn't for the Great Tribulation, this era should have been Yang Feng's. He may have become the 9th Warlock Emperor of our human race. What a pity! The other 5 monarchs nodded and gazed at Yang Feng with a complex shade in their eyes. During the Great Tribulation, various monsters will emerge one after another. In addition to the Fiend Emperor, 2 or 3 other monsters with extraordinary combat power, whose predecessors were once invincible in an era, have been born in the world. Although Yang Feng is powerful, but the Death Monarch and them are still not optimistic that he can reach the top. He still hasn't stepped in? What is he waiting for? Sitting aboard the Adjudication Battlestar, Yang Feng used scanners to lock on a position and looked coldly at the Heaven Holy hidden in the distance. Chapter 1004 Breaking the Seal of a Hellion Ancestor. Chapter 1004 Breaking the Seal of a Hellion Ancestor. Translator, Xuanhuan. As a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, the Heaven Holy has the ability to reverse the war. The 52 Warlock Monarch rank freaks added together are not as scary as the Heaven Holy himself. Only by making use of the Great Merit Steel, the Warlock Towers, and other special large-scale secret treasures to combine their power, may they be able to compete with the Heaven Holy. Battle Demon Sex Yang Feng, the 7th chairman of the Human Supreme Council. I will remember you. The Heaven Holy stared at Yang Feng's fleet with killing intent in his eyes, but didn't take action. The Zhangji Plains White Oak Mountain Range is a desolate place that lacks life magic energy. The strange mountain range is filled with demonic chi that erodes everything around it. Even if it is an infinity warlock, if they enter the mountain range, they will be eroded into a demonic creature if careless. Since there is no useful treasures in the White Oak Mountain Range, naturally there are no warlocks nearby. In front of the White Oak Mountain Range, the void twisted, and 3 figures came out of the void. The leader of the 3 figures is a handsome, undying Hellion powerhouse with snow-white skin and an exotic charm. Then there is a myriad beasts Hellion powerhouse with 3 heads, namely a dragon, a lion, and a tiger heads. The last one is an archdevil Hellion powerhouse enveloped by fearsome demonic chi. The 3 Hellion powerhouses, each of which emits immortal breath, are Hellion Holy Spirit Warlocks. The undying Hellion powerhouse is called Jal. The many beasts Hellion powerhouse is called 3 Heads, and the archdevil Hellion powerhouse is called Pot. The reason why Hellions keep rising from the ashes despite the persecution of the humans is, in addition to the protection of some humans in power due to selfish desires, because these 3 Hellion Holy Spirit Warlocks are alive. As long as the 3 Hellion Holy Spirit Warlocks are alive, the Hellions will never go extinct. Since with their power, they can easily pollute countless life forms and transform them into Hellions. Zhao stared at the White Oak Mountain range with a frenzied look on his handsome face and muttered, "Finally, it's time. The long-awaited wish of our race can finally be accomplished. I will cut off the communications in this area to deceive the humans. However, with the reaction speed of the humans, I can deceive them for only an hour at most. If only the Transcendent Monarch were still around. With his cooperation, we would have enough time to get rid of that old fart." With a gloomy look on his face, Pot spread the fingers of a hand, and eyes emerged, flew to the White Oak Mountain range, and unleashed strange fluctuations of power that spread in all directions. The special fluctuations emitted by the White Oak Mountain range were replaced by the strange fluctuations of power. The figure of 3 heads fluttered, and he turned into a 10,000-meter-tall behemoth with a dragon, a lion, and a tiger heads, with the body covered in gold scales, 36 pairs of claws, dragon wings, and a tiger tail. As soon as the behemoth appeared, it opened its mouth and fired a meteorite 10 kilometers in diameter barreling towards the White Oak Mountain range. This chapter is updated by freebnovel.cm. Hellions, this is not a place where you can run wild. Do you want to be suppressed? A severe voice came from the depths of the White Oak Mountain range. Then countless runes shone and formed a huge semicircular boundary in the void. Boom! When the huge meteorite hit the semicircular boundary, a fearsome force set off ripples on the boundary. A fierce storm spread in all directions. With a sinister smile on his face, Pot's figure shook, and he turned into a 10,000-meter-tall Hellion Holy with 4 heads and 8 arms, holding weapons in his hands. The Hellion Holy took a step, appeared in front of the semicircular boundary, and slammed the weapons in his hands towards the boundary. Each one of Pot's strikes contains the might to smash a grade 8 plane and emits a frightening shock that sets off a violent hurricane. Gamantia, your human main forces are being tied down by the Gamana Universe's invaders in the central starfield. The rest are busy wiping out the bait we set up. There won't be any reinforcements. You can still escape from here with the power of your people. Otherwise, once we break through the boundary, you'll all die here. With a sinister smile on his face, Zhao pointed with a hand. Countless runes emerged and formed a mirror in the void, and a beam 100 meters in diameter blasted into the semicircular boundary and eroded it. Under the siege of the 3 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses, the semicircular boundary shook continuously, but it still did not collapse. In the deepest part of the White Oak Mountain range, inside a 12-story tall Warlock tower, there is a male Holy Spirit Warlock who exudes a mysterious breath and is dressed in a silver Warlock robe. This man is Gamantia. Curses! These damned Hellions are really scheming. Gamantia stared at the 3 Hellions outside with anxiety in his eyes. One-on-one, Gamantia is not afraid of any Hellion. But 3-on-1 he stands no chance. Even with the support of Warlock towers, he can only persevere a bit longer. If Gamantia runs out of strength while holding on, he may even be killed by the 3 Hellions. It is quite hard for Holy Spirit Warlocks to be killed by powerhouses of the same rank. But at the same time, there have been many instances of Holy Spirit Warlocks dying at the hands of powerhouses of the same rank due to various reasons. Gamantia said coldly, a gloomy expression on his face. The 6 Warlock Imperial Courts. Have you still not contacted the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts? A Warlock reported, his face pale. Sir, our means of communications have been completely severed. We can't contact the people of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts. Gamantia suddenly asked, how is the current condition of that thing? Another Warlock answered respectfully. It has been 1,500 years since that thing lost all soul fluctuations. Gamantia uttered decisively, in that case, let's withdraw. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, a mountain peak in the deepest part of the White Oak Mountain range suddenly rose, surged with countless runes, and shot towards the distance. The three Hellion Holy Spirit warlocks looked coldly at the mountain peak. They have no intention to pursue it. Following three flashes of light, they flew into the huge hole in the mountain range that remained when the mountain peak flew away. Inside the huge hole, there is a black gate engraved with numerous mysterious runes. Wisps of demonic chi diffuse from the mysterious runes. This is the Star-Lord's seal. It's really mysterious and incredible. Unfortunately, under the erosion of time, even the magic of eternal sovereigns will be obliterated. The Star-Lord's seal doesn't have much power left. Zhao smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a distorted black breath enveloped the mysterious runes. The mysterious runes burst out with resplendent starlight that assaulted the distorted breath. However, thanks to the unceasing supply of the distorted black breath, the resplendent starlight got dimmer and dimmer, and then finally collapsed and disappeared. When the starlight disappeared, the runes collapsed, and then the black gate disintegrated. Inside the black gate, there is a 100-meter-tall powerhouse engraved with mysterious runes, covered in dragon scales, full of animal characteristics, exuding a domineering and overbearing air. Ancestor. When Three Heads saw the corpse without any soul fluctuations, his eyes flashed with excitement, and he shouted. Then he fished out a small bottle and sent it towards the corpse. An almost endless torrent of blood extracted from tens of billions of life forms, containing countless souls, swept towards the corpse. The corpse was soaked in a sea of blood. As if a black hole, it devoured the blood and souls. After devouring all the blood and souls, the corpse emitted faint soul fluctuations, slowly opened its eyes, and emanated wisps of quasi-Empyrean rank fluctuations of power. The myriad beast's Hellion ancestor showed a gratified smile and said, "Three Heads, you undid my seal. Well done. Come here. Give me a hand." "Yes, ancestor." Three Heads excitedly came to the myriad beast's Hellion ancestor and supported him. The myriad beast's Hellion ancestor glanced at the archdevil Hellion powerhouse and said faintly, "Pot, come help me as well. Ancestor, I know you just resurrected and are famished. I don't want to become your food. Sorry, please allow me to leave." An enigmatic ray streaked across his eyes, and Pot blurred and disappeared. What a sly little thing. All of a sudden, the myriad beast's Hellion ancestor showed a malevolent smile, and a sharp bone spike ejected from his chest, thrust into Three Heads, stabbed into his core, and crushed his resistance. At the same time, other sharp bone spurs stabbed into Three Heads and ravenously absorbed his power. Indignation and irreconciliation streaked across Three Heads' eyes, and he yelled, "Ancestor, why? Why do you want to kill me?" As someone loyal and devoted to Myriad Beast's Hellion ancestor, Three Heads didn't think that the Myriad Beast's Hellion ancestor would kill him. "It's simple. I'm not that fool Myriad Beasts. I'm the undying Hellion ancestor." The Myriad Beast's Hellion ancestor suddenly distorted and turned into a handsome undying Hellion powerhouse and showed a smile of ridicule. Chapter 1005, Wiping Out the Hellion Monarchs. Chapter 1005, Wiping Out the Hellion Monarchs. Translator, Xuanhuan. Three Heads issued a crazed roar. "Zhao, you deceived me." Zhao's eyes flickered with derision, and he smiled scornfully. "Idiot!" Three Heads was soon completely devoured by the undying Hellion ancestor. After devouring Three Heads, the undying Hellion ancestor exuded wisps of terrifying might. The Gamana universe's attack is here. The 8 Warlock Imperial Courts have emerged. The Time Lord's prophecy has really come true. For such a distant prophecy to come true, he's the strongest human Warlock Emperor for a reason. This is both the best and the worst era. If it is in this era, I may be able to break through the bloodline shackles and become a Warlock Emperor. The eyes of the undying Hellion ancestor shone brightly, and he smiled ferociously. The 5 Hellion ancestors were the strongest weapons the Second Warlock Imperial Court's Taboo Lord created. They are comparable to Warlock Emperors in terms of fleshly body, which is of great advantage to them. However, no matter how they practice cultivation, their limit is the quasi-Empyrean step. They fundamentally cannot break through and advance to the Warlock Emperor realm. When the 5 Hellion ancestors were used as props by the Taboo Lord, they could even defeat Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. But after they gained their independence, they were only quasi-Empyrean step powerhouses. Even if the 5 of them joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. The 5 Hellion ancestors used countless secret methods to prolong their lives to this day in the hopes of breaking through the bloodline shackles and becoming Warlock Emperors. Otherwise, their soul would have decayed already and they would have died. The undying Hellion ancestor's eyes shimmered with the shade of madness, and he said with a smile, "The battle demon sex Yang Feng actually occupied a branch-floating continent of the heaven and earth spirit root. That's such a waste. Let's end him." As the undying Hellion ancestor devoured 3 heads, he completely absorbed the other party's memories with his uncanny ability and turned them into his own. Zhao said respectfully, "Yes, ancestor. Zhao, this is your reward." The undying Hellion ancestor smiled and flicked a finger, and a drop of black blood suddenly flew out and floated in front of Zhao. "Thank you very much for the reward, ancestor." Zhao looked at the drop of black blood. His eyes lit up, and he received it excitedly. That drop of blood is a drop of Hellion true blood that the undying Hellion ancestor spent countless resources to refine. With that drop of blood, Zhao's chances when attacking the Great Holy Step will increase by 50%. Zhao went to great lengths to revive the undying Hellion ancestor just for this drop of Hellion true blood. "Let's go!" With 2 flashes of light, the 2 Hellions disappeared from this place. The perimeter 100,000 kilometers around the heaven and earth spirit roots branch floating continent occupied by Yang Feng is covered by 100-meter-tall reconnaissance satellites. As soon as a powerhouse approaches within 100,000 kilometers of the battle demon sex branch floating continent, they will be discovered by the reconnaissance satellites. Warning! Warning! Ahead is the headquarters of the battle demon sect. Anyone who enters this airspace without permission will be regarded as an enemy of battle demon sect and wiped out. At the edge of the perimeter, a reconnaissance satellite suddenly issued a warning despite the sky being empty. The other party ignored the warning and thus can be regarded as an enemy. Commencing the fight against the enemy. In a flash, a rain of light fired by the armed satellites shot towards the void. He's the 7th chairman not for no reason. He really has some skill. To be able to discover my whereabouts, that's really amazing. A black fog suddenly emerged from the void, and then the undying Hellion ancestor appeared, gazed at the rain of light, and smiled. When the rain of light slammed into the fog, the rays twisted and shot away. Boom! Boom! The armed satellites in the surrounding were blasted to pieces by the rays they fired. "Since you guys found me, then I don't have to hide anymore." The undying Hellion ancestor smiled ferociously and emanated intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock rank breath. The undying Hellion ancestor is originally a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse. But after waking from the seal, he has been weakened to the extreme. If he hadn't devoured 3 heads, he might not even be as strong as an Infinity Warlock when he woke up. The undying Hellion ancestor blurred, turned into a dark ray, and flew towards the branch floating continent occupied by Yang Feng. In his wake, countless reconnaissance satellites exploded. "Someone's attacking my headquarters?" When Yang Feng got the news, he was shocked. He willed, and the image with the 2 Hellions rushing towards the branch floating continents appeared aboard the adjudication battlestar. Fighting strength assessment, 2 Hellion Holy Spirit Warlocks. What should be the course of action now? Do we wipe them out, or return to suppress the 2 Hellion Holy Spirit Warlocks? Yang Feng frowned and took a deep look at the Hellion Warlock monarchs struggling inside the Mechanical Legion. As old monsters who lived for tens of thousands of years, the Hellion Warlock monarchs are extremely fierce and possess a large number of life-saving secret methods. Despite being stuck in the Mechanical Sea, they still struggle. At this time, in the Mechanical Sea, there are still 3 quasi-Holy Step and 5 Pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank Hellion Monarchs persevering bitterly. Yang Feng glanced at these Hellion Monarchs and sneered, "It's a rare chance. It's better to annihilate all these damned Hellion Monarchs now. Go kill them." As the strongest expert under Yang Feng's command, sure you won't take action easily. Originally, Yang Feng planned to let her fight the Heaven Holy. But now, in order to slay these Hellion monarchs, he can only let her step in ahead of time. Sure you responded with a smile. Yes, big brother. With a flash of light, sure you suddenly appeared behind a 5,000-meter-long Hellion quasi-holy with 6 snake heads and sent a fist containing the essence of power barreling towards one of his heads. In a flash, the essence of power shattered everything in its wake. Ignoring the dazzling light units besieging him, the 6-headed Hellion quasi-holy turned his heads and fired 6 rays, namely a freezing ray, a ray of petrifaction, a weakening ray, a ray of darkness, a ray of corrosion, and an array of poison shooting towards Shiryu. When the fair fist clashed with the 6 rays, it obliterated them, and then slammed into the Hellion quasi-holy himself and blasted his apart. Mykelia took a deep look at Shiryu, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with intense fighting spirit. Older sister Shiryu has become stronger again. Ever since their first meeting, Mykelia has been full of rivalry against Shiryu. Among the women around Yang Feng, Shiryu poses the greatest threat to her. Mykelia swept Alexia's group of 4 blazing angels with her gaze and frowned. It seems that I have to cultivate more guards. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. The angel empress herself is extremely powerful, but she has an even more formidable ability, which is to enhance the strength of her angel subordinates and form angel battle arrays. The more angel guards she has, the more formidable angel battle arrays can the angel empress employ. Since her birth, Mykelia has always been far stronger than other powerhouses of the same realm and has hardly encountered any setbacks. But after meeting Shiryu and the Fiend Emperor, she finally began to pay attention to her other abilities. Mykelia ordered proudly, "Form an angel battle array." "Yes, Your Majesty. It is our honor to be Your Majesty's power." With a flash of excitement in their eyes, Alexia's group of 4 blazing angels turned into 4 streams of light that disappeared behind Mykelia. Mykelia unfurled her black wings. On the pair of black wings, there are 4 black feathers that emit fearsome fluctuations of power. You can vaguely see the figures of Alexia's group of 4 on the 4 black feathers. Mykelia blurred and appeared above a multi-armed Hellion quasi-holy, who has 3 heads and 6 arms and exudes an overbearing air, and then slashed with her sword at the opponent. "You smelly bitch!" Eyes shot with blood, the multi-armed Hellion quasi-holy brandished the weapons in his hands and slammed them at Mykelia. freewebnovel.com. Boom! Mykelia's sword strike, which contained the essence of power, blasted the multi-arms quasi-holy into the sea of dazzling light units. At this moment, a dark sword ray containing the essence of darkness stabbed the multi-armed Hellion quasi-holy without any warning and cut him to pieces. Following flashes of light, the dazzling light units fired at the multi-armed Hellion quasi-holy the moment he was cut into pieces and purified all the fragments, leaving nothing behind. After Shiryu and Mykelia devoted themselves to the fight, it took only 5 minutes for the remaining Hellion monarch to be annihilated. As if he is dead, the Heaven Holy hid motionlessly in the void, letting Yang Feng annihilate the Hellion monarchs. After Yang Feng wiped out all the Hellion monarchs, he collected the battle robots and went back. Looking at Yang Feng's fleet disappear, the Heaven Holy frowned slightly and mused. Doesn't he know that 2 Holy Spirit warlocks have arrived at his base? Chapter 1006, Suppressing the Hellion Ancestor. Chapter 1006, Suppressing the Hellion Ancestor. Translator, Xuanhuan. With 2 flashes of light, the 2 Holy Spirit warlocks, the undying Hellion Ancestor and Jal, forcibly broke into the branch floating continent occupied by the Battle Demon sect. Gold Lake. As long as I devour this branch floating continent's Gold Lake, I will be able to regain my full strength. By then, before those old farts wake up, this world will be mine. The undying Hellion Ancestor took a deep look at the Gold Lake in the middle of the branch floating continent, and his eyes shimmered with greed. The undying Hellion Ancestor was sealed by the Star Lord. Although he used false death secret methods to survive until the modern era, but he was greatly weakened and no longer possesses quasi-Empyrean step might. As long as he devours this branch floating continent's gold lake, the undying Hellion ancestor will be able to rapidly recover his quasi-Empyrean step battle prowess. Enemies discovered. The enemies are Holy Spirit warlocks. Starting the Divine Judgment system. Within the branch floating continent, a mechanical tower suddenly glowed and crazily devoured this continent's elemental particles. In a flash, the branch floating continent's elemental particles were mostly extracted, turning the continent into a super-large magic band territory. In this super-large magic band territory, the fighting strength of ordinary elemental warlocks will decrease by more than 90% in an instant. Other types of warlock will suffer a significant decrease in battle prowess as well. The spells cast by powerhouses above the Bright World warlock rank possess earth-shattering, star-destroying power. But these spells can only display such terrifying power because they use the elemental particles of the heaven and earth. However, with a low concentration of elemental particles, the power of these spells will be reduced by more than 90%. Under the command of 1,000 dazzling rulers, 5 million dazzling light units suddenly flew out, turned into a mechanical sea that can devour everything, and flew towards the 2 Hellion Holy Spirit warlocks. Magic Band Territory, plus a mechanical golem legion. I cannot say that I'm disappointed in the defenses of the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters. The undying Hellion ancestor, feeling happy instead of surprised, showed a fascinating smile, then operated the essence of speed, turned into a string of black afterimages, appeared in front of the dazzling light unit legion, and spread the fingers of a hand, and a terrifying dark world capable of devouring and destroying everything suddenly appeared and, as if a behemoth that can devour everything, engulfed 200,000 dazzling light units. Each Holy Spirit warlock themselves is comparable to a world in terms of power. As such, even when they are in a magic band territory, they can still use their power to launch all kinds of incredible and extraordinary attacks. The dark world contracted and twisted, and then shone and exploded. The 200,000 dazzling light units flew out of the dark world, their outer armor covered in traces of corrosion. What incredible mechanical golems! It seems that it won't be that easy to deal with them in one fell swoop. Especially since the concentration of elemental particles here is low. The undying Hellion ancestor exclaimed in praise, then turned into an afterimage shuttling through the midst of the dazzling light units. Update D from frubnov.com. Boom! 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 Dazzling light units exploded one after another and turned into piles of scrap iron that fell from the sky. The speed of the undying Hellion ancestor, who operated the essence of speed, reached the limit. Under the resonance of the dazzling rulers, fighting strength and functions of the dazzling light units have reached the infinity warlock realm. Yet they still can't even touch the clothes of the undying Hellion ancestor. Jia turned into a stream of dark light, plunged into the midst of the dazzling light units, and destroyed them one by one. The undying Hellion ancestor, who operated the essence of speed, is clearly several times faster than Jia. Consequently, the attacks of the dazzling light units land on him from time to time, but they can't even break his magic shield. Only this much? Sure enough, apart from the brilliant Great Holy, no one in the Battle Demon Sect can threaten me. The undying Hellion ancestor easily passed through the dazzling light units and raised the corners of his mouth into a smile of contempt. Of the heaven and earth spirit roots' 9 branch floating continents, the other 8 are guarded by Holy Spirit warlocks. Despite how strong the undying Hellion ancestor is, he is not willing to rashly attack a branch floating continents guarded by a Holy Spirit warlock, since he will be in danger of being suppressed if he is careless. Following glimmers of light, the undying Hellion ancestor made a beeline for the Gold Lake. If the undying Hellion ancestor absorbs the power of the Gold Lake and recovers his quasi-Empyrean step battle prowess, he will be able to run amok in the entire world of warlocks. Even if it is a Holy Spirit warlock in the possession of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, he'll have a 30% to 40% chance to slay them. Analysis complete. Action mode calculation complete. Countless mechanical towers around the Gold Lake shone, the surrounding space distorted, and a firm spatial cage suddenly emerged and locked the undying Hellion ancestor inside. Boom! The undying Hellion ancestor knocked against the spatial cage, and the cage shook violently. To actually be able to lock me up, you do have some skill, but that's it. The undying Hellion ancestor smiled ferociously, then operated the essence of power, and punched the spatial cage, and a terrifying force erupted and smashed the spatial cage. Charging complete. Launching Spirit Annihilation Artillery. Suddenly, 10 bright beams flew out from different corners of the branch floating continent and shot towards the undying Hellion ancestor, blocking all his evasion routes. The undying Hellion ancestor just smashed the spatial cage, when the surrounding space became chaotic. As a result, even though the undying Hellion ancestor is proficient in the essence of space, he cannot escape. Damn it! For the first time, the countenance of the undying Hellion ancestor changed. Countless runes emerged all over his body, and he transformed into a 10,000-meter-tall giant covered in black dragon scales. 9 rhombus-shaped magic crystals suddenly appeared, suspended in the void, and formed a rhombus-shaped boundary that protected the undying Hellion ancestor. 9 rhombus boundary. This is the secret method defensive with the strongest defensive boundary the undying Hellion ancestor grasps. In his heyday, he once even used this defensive secret method to resist a full-strength attack of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. The 10 bright beams slammed into the 9 rhombus boundary and shattered it, and then blasted the undying Hellion ancestor into pieces. After the undying Hellion ancestor was blasted into pieces, light shone, and the pieces suddenly glued back together. He recovered in an instant. Since the undying Hellion ancestor is known as Undying, he naturally has all kinds of incredible undying abilities. He may be at the bottom of the 5 Hellion ancestors in terms of fighting power, but he is at the top when it comes to life-saving means. However, as the price of instant rebirth, the breath of the undying Hellion ancestor weakened by a lot, and he dropped to a junior Holy Spirit Warlock from an intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock. Boom! 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 Following deafening rumbles, 10 bolts of lightning erupted from the mechanical towers on the ground and slammed into the undying Hellion ancestor who was just reborn. When the terrifying bolts of lightning landed on the undying Hellion ancestor, they turned him into charcoal. A dark beam coming from afar knocked into the undying Hellion ancestor and blasted him into dust. The dust suddenly broke out with intense vitality, and then converged and formed the undying Hellion ancestor again. The undying Hellion ancestor just formed, when a white beam slammed into him and blasted him into countless pieces again. A mechanical tower fired a white beam that enveloped the undying Hellion ancestor's fragments, and then burned and refined them. Countless mechanical towers shine and formed a space cage that sealed the fragments of the undying Hellion ancestor. While being burned, the fragments of the undying Hellion ancestor turned into ashes, and then quickly regenerate and forcibly resisting the fire. Ancestor! Zhao's countenance changed dramatically, and he blurred and turned into a stream of light flying towards the outside of the branch floating continent. He abandoned the undying Hellion ancestor. Inside the fleet, Yang Feng frowned and said slowly, "This guy is really decisive. If not, I would be able to suppress 2 Holy Spirit Warlocks." Unfortunately, it hasn't been long since the Divine Judgment system was established and it hasn't been completed yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been an issue to suppress 2 Holy Spirit Warlocks. After the level 6 stronghold was built, Yang Feng expended countless resources and deployed the Divine Judgment system in his most important base, the one located on the branch floating continent. However, as the ultimate defense system of the Shizu, an astronomical number of resources is required to completely deploy the Divine Judgment system. If Yang Feng hadn't plundered a massive amount of resources in the Gamena universe, it would not have been possible to deploy a Divine Judgment system so soon. Light shone, and 100 seal rulers suddenly appeared. A beam shot out from afar, slammed into the fragments of the undying Hellion ancestor, and smashed them. The 100 seal rulers unleashed sealing light that suppressed the smashed undying Hellion ancestor and sealed him into 100 black crystals. Chapter 1007 Shock. Chapter 1007 Shock. Translator. Xuanhuan FREOWebnovel.com. The crystals, the seal rulers, sealed the undying Hellion ancestor into shook for a while before they finally exhausted all strength and fell still. When Zhao flew out of the branch floating continent occupied by the battle demon sect, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. He has no intention of fighting Yang Feng's fleet that is on its route back. When Yang Feng saw Jia's decisive escape, a ray of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Holy Spirit warlocks are all wily old foxes. It's really not easy to deal with them. As an undying Hellion Holy Spirit warlock, Jia possesses fearsome combat power. He can easily destroy a world and can reverse the course of a section of the universe war. But when Zhao saw that the defenses deployed in Yang Feng's base are severe to the point that they can even suppress the undying immortal ancestor, he threw away the thought to be Yang Feng's enemy and chose to escape. If this Hellion Holy Spirit warlock had not been this vigilant, he may have already been killed by human warlocks. Zhao escaped. Does that mean that the undying Hellion ancestor was suppressed? Does the battle demon sect not only has the brilliant Great Holy? How could it be so fearsome? When the Heaven Holy, who is hiding in a secret space, saw Zhao escape by himself, he couldn't help but feel a chill inside. After the undying Hellion ancestor devoured the Holy Spirit Warlock 3 heads, his strength recovered to the intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Moreover, with his quasi-Empyrean grade combat sense and the various essences he grasps, even an advanced Holy Spirit Warlock may not be his opponent. The Heaven Holy felt his blood run cold when he thought about how Yang Feng suppressed such a fearsome powerhouse. That's a monster who fought the Fiend Emperor to a draw for you, a powerhouse favored by this universe. The Heaven Holy shuddered inside, then turned into specks of light and disappeared. That's the Hellion Zhao. What about the undying Hellion ancestor? Did they not enter the battle demon sect's branch floating continent together? Zhao ran away alone. Does that mean that the undying Hellion ancestor was suppressed? How could the undying Hellion ancestor be suppressed? He possesses Holy Spirit Warlock rank strength and is cunning. Seeing that things have gone bad, he would surely have chosen to escape. How could he be suppressed? The undying Hellion ancestor was actually suppressed. What trump cards does the battle demon sect's headquarters hide? The human powerhouses, the powerhouses of the 7 superior races, and the old monsters hiding in the Zhangji plain and paying attention to the battlefield. When they saw this scene, they felt cold inside. They began to pay attention to the up-and-coming human warlock group, the Battle Demon Sect. Since the beginning of the Great Tribulation, powerful forces have emerged in the world of warlocks one after another. The Great Cloud Dynasty, on the other hand, has silently disappeared, while its royal family, the Bai family, has fallen from the first-rate to a second-rate warlock group. The Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects are no longer ranked at the top of the human race. It is because of this that the Battle Demon Sect was regarded as a warlock group that only relied on the brilliant Great Glory's protection. However, after Yang Feng suppressed the undying Hellion ancestor, the Battle Demon Sect has truly become a major force of the world of warlocks as well as the focus of attention of all forces. An ordinary Holy Spirit warlock can become the protector of a race, thus elevating the status of said race to a superior race. Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses have to show some respect to Holy Spirit warlocks. The undying Hellion ancestor is a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse. Even though he was weakened to the extreme, but he is still far stronger than ordinary Holy Spirit warlocks. Furthermore, he possesses frightening undying properties. All this makes him a most tricky enemy to deal with. Yet the undying Hellion ancestor was suppressed by Yang Feng. The great danger lurking in the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters made everyone shudder. Undying Hellion ancestor, what trash! Despite being known as one of the 5 Hellion ancestors, he's unexpectedly useless. He was suppressed just when he emerged. A cold voice sounded in the communication channel of the 10 Tier 4 hives. Another voice said, "The undying Hellion ancestor is not a simple character. He was just a bit careless, too anxious to recover his strength. He looked down on Yang Feng and thus failed. Universe children aren't easy to deal with." Another voice sounded, filled with regret. The undying Hellion ancestor wanted to seize this opportunity to restore his quasi-Empyrean grade power and proclaim himself as the hegemon of this universe. Unfortunately, he failed. Another voice said, "It's time for us to retreat. The 6 warlock imperial courts have an unfathomable underlying strength. If we continue to stay here, we'll be in danger. Okay. Agreed. Voices rang one by one, and then the 10 Tier 4 hives glittered, turned into 10 streams of light, and flew away. In the headquarters of the Human Supreme Council, the Taboo Monarchs group of 6 monarchs frowned when they saw the 10 Tier 4 hives disappear. The Taboo Monarch and them already made negotiations and decided to use part of their underlying strength to inflict serious damage upon the 10 Tier 4 hives or even suppress them. But then the 10 Tier 4 hives suddenly disappeared at this time, making the Taboo Monarch and them feel uncomfortable as if they kick empty air instead of a ball. In the headquarters of the Human Supreme Council, electric light suddenly emerged in the eyes of the robot avatar Yang Feng left behind, and he walked up to the 6 monarchs. As soon as the Taboo Monarch saw Yang Feng appear, her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she asked, "Yang Feng, have you suppressed the undying Hellion ancestor?" All eyes are focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng answered frankly, "Yes, I suppressed the undying Hellion ancestor." Great. Sure enough. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. The battle demon sect's underlying strength can't be underestimated. Yang Feng, you're not a universe son for no reason. Your speed of progress is really scary. Shock shimmered in the eyes of the 6 monarchs. With their underlying strength, the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts could easily defeat the undying Hellion ancestor who has just been resurrected. But when it comes to suppressing the undying Hellion ancestor, that would be quite hard. Yet the battle demon sect easily suppressed him. This naturally shocked them. The Taboo Monarch uttered with expectation, "Can you give the undying Hellion ancestor to the Taboo Imperial Court? Of course, we don't want him for free. You can tell us anything you want." Yang Feng flicked a finger, and a list of resources flew into the Taboo Monarch's hand. "Which of these resources do you have?" The Taboo Monarch took a close look, touched the list with her finger, and replied, "We have these. We are willing to pay these resources in exchange for the undying Hellion ancestor." Yang Feng looked carefully, and then revealed a smile of satisfaction and said, "Deal." The resources the Taboo Monarch agreed to pay are enough for Yang Feng construct a level 6 optical computer network with great holy step computing power. At the same time, they also include a material that can be used to refine some Empyrean-grade secret treasures, which is also one of the top materials necessary to refine the level 7 stronghold. Yang Feng pointed to the Tier 5 hive and asked, "How do you want to deal with that thing?" The Tier 5 hive, which is stuck in the universe rift, is mostly located in the Gamana universe, with only a small part of it located in the world of warlocks. Even if there is only a small part in the world of warlocks, it is still really bad. This means that the universe rift cannot be sealed and a steady stream of powerhouses from the Gamana universe can enter the world of warlocks. The Taboo Monarch frowned and sighed unhurriedly, saying, "Although we can destroy that Tier 5 hive and seal the universe rift, but we would have to pay a great price." The other monarchs nodded. Each one of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts is a terrifying force that once dominated the world of warlocks. At their peak, they even suppressed Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. Unsurprisingly, they possess terrifying underlying strength. The Tier 5 hive only has a part lodged in the world of warlocks. As long as the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts are willing to pay the price, they can destroy it. But there are countless powerful races in the world of warlocks. Some races even hide in the dark since the Eternal Sovereign Age, waiting for this age to arrive. In such an age, if the humans foolishly exhaust their strength, they may fall from the position of overlords of the universe and be reduced to slaves when the Great Tribulation is over. The archgods once dominated the universe. But when the chance presented itself, the humans knocked them down from their position and hunted them nearly into extinction, forcing them to hide in the depths of the universe. Aside for the humans and the 7 superior races, the other races only dipped their toes into the universe war. They intend is to preserve their strength. In addition, humans just lost 2 Holy Spirit Warlock, which is a heavy blow to the whole race. Naturally, they aren't willing to continue to push themselves. The loss of the 2 Holy Spirit Warlocks is a heavy blow to any race. It should be mentioned that many superior races only have 1 Holy Spirit Warlock. The Taboo Monarch uttered, We can build a defensive line next to the universe rift to prevent the proliferation of the Gamana universe's forces. At the same time, as we fight with the powerhouses of the Gamana universe, we can produce more powerhouses with the universe's favor. The other monarchs contemplated for a while, and then agreed with the taboo monarch's proposal. During the universe-devouring tribulation, the universes must devour a great deal of life forms of the opposing universe. The reason why the Gamana universe's powerhouses send people into the world of warlocks to unleash massacres is because they want to expedite the universe devouring. Chapter 1008 Wall of Reflection. Chapter 1008 Wall of Reflection. Translator, Xuanhuan. The faster the universe devouring unfolds, the better it will be for the Gamana universe. After all, the Gamana universe has 3 eternal sovereigns. If it wasn't for the universe barrier, then an eternal sovereign could come to the world of warlocks and suppress everyone of this universe by themselves. Of course, by entering the world of warlock, the powerhouses of the Gamana universe have to face the danger of annihilation at the hands of warlocks, providing the latter with the universe's favor, which can hasten their evolution. However, this is a risk that must be taken in order to speed up the universe devouring. After the 7 chairmen concluded the discussion, they issued a series of orders. Consequently, countless resources were mobilized to build bridgeheads in the central starfield and fight the powerhouses of the Gamana universe. The 7 superior races and many ambitious powerhouses of the world of warlocks also built fortresses in the central starfield. Like fish back in water, every time Yang Feng's mechanical legion takes action on the battlefield, it can annihilate a large number of powerhouses of the Gamana universe. The 6 warlock imperial courts sent countless talents to the central starfield to participate in the interstellar war. The most formidable talents distinguished themselves in the interstellar battlefield. Xuanhuan, Zhang Lang, Regina, Wu Meiying, Bu Liantian, Yen Maoan, and many other publicly acknowledged geniuses shone brilliantly in the interstellar battlefield. Taboo Imperial Courts Imperial Palace. Yang Feng smiled and waved his hand, and a seal crystal coffin containing dozens of crystals the undying Hellion ancestor flew into the Taboo Monarch's hand. Taboo Monarch. This is the undying Hellion ancestor. After suppressing the undying Hellion ancestor, Yang Feng studied him in the light of eternity plane for 20 years. Now that he obtained a lot of data, he took out the undying Hellion ancestor and gave him to the Taboo Monarch. The Taboo Monarch opened the seal crystal coffin, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a hand, and a gray radiance entered the undying Hellion ancestor. A quasi-empyrean step breath slowly diffused from the seal crystals. The eyes of the Taboo Monarch revealed the color of satisfaction, and she stared at Yang Feng and uttered with a sweet smile, "Yang Feng, you are already a quasi-holy step powerhouse. If I'm not wrong, you're now preparing to form an immortal body, right?" Yang Feng responded frankly, "That's indeed the case. I have now reached the stage where I can form an immortal body." The Taboo Monarch's eyes shimmered brightly, and she said softly, "Immortal body. Immortality is the hallmark of the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Any given Holy Spirit Warlock possesses an immortal body. By relying on the extraordinary power derived from the immortal body, they can easily suppress quasi-holies. The warlocks who can form an immortal body in the quasi-holy step are genius among geniuses, are absolute prodigies who have the making of a warlock emperor." The Taboo Monarch said with a smile, "Yang Feng, if you're still confused about your path, you can go to an eternal sovereign relic site of the Taboo Imperial Court. It's a relic of the eternal sovereign, the dream spirit heart of the primordial age, the Wall of Reflection. The Wall of Reflection should be of great benefit to you. Would you like to go now?" Yang Feng replied, "Yes." The Taboo Monarch took out a crystal card and pointed at Yang Feng, and bright light illuminated him. In the next moment, Yang Feng disappeared. He felt spatial forces tear at him. His vision blurred, and he appeared in a world brimming with life, magic energy, and elemental particles. Yang Feng swept the surroundings with his tremendous soul force. When his soul force extended 1,000 kilometers away, its power was exhausted. Follow current novels on fguyuyobinovel.com. Yang Feng praised, as expected of an eternal sovereign relic site, with his quasi-holy step strength, Yang Feng can completely cover a celestial body 10 times as big as the Earth with his soul force. But, on this celestial body he can only cover 1,000 meters. Evidently, there is something unusual about this celestial body. A tremendous, mysterious force radiated from afar. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew towards its source. After flying for 10,000 kilometers, a beautiful and refined palace complex appeared in front of Yang Feng. Each of the palaces is made of extremely rare materials. If Yang Feng demolished the palace complex, he would be able to produce 100,000 ruler robots. In the center of the palace complex, there is a 100,000-meter tall spiritual wall. On the huge spiritual wall, there are countless mysterious and abstruse runes engraved. With the spiritual wall as the core, formidable ripples are spreading in all directions. As soon as Yang Feng flew to within 1,000 kilometers of the spiritual wall, he detected that the elemental particles here are in disarray and a huge attractive force emanates from the earth. Yang Feng could extract the power of the small world inside him to compete with the force emanating from the earth and continue to fly. This is where the terror of warlocks who have formed a small world inside them lies in. No matter what kind of environment they are in, they can erupt with frightening battle prowess. But Yang Feng just landed on the ground and strode toward the wall of reflection. 67 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. Is this the underlying strength of the taboo Imperial Court? How scary. As expected of a Warlock Imperial Court that was once unparalleled. As soon as Yang Feng came to the wall of reflection, he saw 67 powerhouses sitting in different places, each of which exudes a pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank life force field. He couldn't help but feel shocked, a dignified color in his eyes. On the core world's monarch lists, the number of Warlock Monarchs is only 67. Yet around the wall of reflection, the number of pinnacle Warlock Monarch rank and quasi-holy step powerhouses is as high as 67. From this, you can see how fearsome the taboo Imperial Court's underlying strength is. The underlying strength of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts is incredible and unfathomable. Previously, with the exception of the Taboo Monarch and the Star Monarch, the other 4 representatives of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts looked down on Yang Feng, who was just a supreme Infinity Warlock. In fact, though his Shizu technology has already been upgraded to the top, there is still a big difference between Yang Feng and the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts in terms of underlying strength. Only when he can manufacture the ultimate weapon of the Shizu, the level 7 stronghold, will he be able to compete with the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts. A handsome Infinity Warlock with a medium build and an extraordinary temperament came over and said with a smile, "Hello, I am Yang Feng. Are you the Battle Demon Sect Master Yang Feng?" Yang Feng replied, "Yes, I am Yang Feng. Yang Feng, the Battle Demon Sect Master Yang Feng. It's the Battle Demon Sect Master Yang Feng, the most promising individual to advance to a Warlock Emperor in this era. Is he the one who suppressed the undying Hellion ancestor?" When the Warlock Monarchs sitting around the wall of reflection heard his name, they opened their eyes and threw curious gazes at Yang Feng. At this time, Yang Feng is no longer a nobody, but a big shot standing at the summit of the world of warlocks. The taboo Imperial Court's Warlock Monarchs are all geniuses among geniuses, prodigies among prodigies. Yet they have to admit that Yang Feng has already surpassed them. Sect Master Yang Feng. This wall of reflection is a relic left behind by the Eternal Sovereign, the Dream Spirit Heart. It has integrated with this celestial body and has all kinds of mysterious and powers. One of its most formidable powers is the ability to reflect yourself, to reflect your path of advancement. Once you enter the range 10,000 meters of the wall of reflection, your consciousness will be brought into a dreamland, where it will be refined and undergo various tests. The closer you are to the wall of reflection, the more difficult the tests will be. If you feel that it's dangerous, stop. After all, what happens in the dreamland will be reflected on your body. Between 10,000 and 1,000 meters of the wall of reflection, the grade of intensity increases every 1,000 meters. Between 1,000 and 100 meters, the grade of intensity increases every 100 meters. Within 100 meters, the grade of intensity increases every 10 meters. If you can enter the range of 100 meters of the wall of reflection, Then you will have a clear idea of the path you have to take and be able to form your immortal body. Yang Feng said. Yang Feng nodded and looked at the wall of reflection. Among the taboo imperial court's 67 warlock monarchs, 47 are in the 4,000 to 3,000 meter grade, 17 are in the 3,000 to 2,000 meter grade, and the last 3 are in the 2,000 to 1,000 meter grade. The warlock monarch in the 4,000 to 3,000 meter grade are pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouses, while the 17 warlock monarchs in the 3,000 to 2,000 meter grade are quasi-holy step powerhouses. That is to say, in this plane alone, the taboo imperial court has hidden 20 quasi-holy step powerhouses. freewebnovel.com. The 3 quasi-holy step powerhouses in the 2,000 to 1,000 meter grade have their eyes closed, paying no attention to the outside world. They have immersed themselves in their own world and exude a fearsome breath. After Yang Feng finished observing the environment, he stepped within 10,000 meters of the wall of reflection. His vision blurred, and he appeared in an open space. In front of Yang Feng, there stands an expressionless warlock in a silver warlock robe. Yang Feng said slowly, "The small world and the secret treasures disappeared. In other words, all I can do is just rely on my own strength. Am I supposed to deal with enemies by relying on my pure strength?" Chapter 1009 copy. Chapter 1009 copy. Translator, Xuanhuan. By loosing the small world and the secret treasures, Yang Feng's combat power dropped by more than 5 times. The silver-robed warlock took a deep look at Yang Feng, unleashed advanced warlock monarch rank fluctuations of power, took a step forward, and launched an attack that carries the essence of power barreling straight at Yang Feng. Even without secret treasures, I'm not someone whom an ordinary warlock monarch can provoke. Yang Feng smiled. His eyes flickered with a cold radiance, and he sent a fist containing the essence of power flying and blasted the silver-robed warlock into pieces. After he dealt with the silver-robed warlock, light shone, and 3 silver-robed warlocks appeared. The 3 silver-robed warlocks blurred, lunged at Yang Feng from 3 directions, operated the essence of power, and fired attacks at him. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and a devour sun appeared, shot towards the 3 silver-robed warlocks, and engulfed them like a black hole. Fearsome devour force erupted and devoured the 3 silver-robed warlocks. Even though Yang Feng hasn't formed an immortal body yet, but since he already entered the quasi-holy step, 3 advanced warlock monarchs are not his opponents. When the 3 silver-robed warlocks disappeared, a pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouse appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng took a step forward, and a devour sun emerged and devoured the pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouse. freewebnovel.com. Every time he devours a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, Yang Feng can perceive a powerful force well up inside him. In the dreamland space, pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouses appeared one after another, and then were devoured by Yang Feng. Meanwhile, a mysterious force poured inside him and evoked traces of enlightenment. After devouring 108 pinnacle warlock monarch rank powerhouses, a quasi-whole step powerhouse suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng. As soon as the quasi-holy step powerhouse appeared, a devour sun emerged and devoured him. Next, a more powerful quasi-holy step powerhouse appeared, and then was devoured by Yang Feng. What an impressive speed of progress! 2,500 meters. No, 2,300 meters. He's a quasi-holy step powerhouse for a reason. When the warlock monarchs staying around the wall of reflection saw that Yang Feng easily reached a distance of about 2,300 meters from the wall of reflection, admiration flashed in their eyes. The distance between 3,000 to 2,000 meters from the wall of reflection is a quasi-holy step area. Only first-class quasi-holies can set foot in this area. Most human quasi-holies mainly rely on their secret treasures to unleash quasi-holy step battle prowess. But since all external forces are deprived in front of the wall of reflection, only powerful quasi-holies can reach within 3,000 meters of the wall of reflection. 1,900 meters. He reached the range of 1,900 meter boundary. The legend stating that he can contend against the Fiend Emperor is indeed true. 1,900 meters. This means that he a genius on the same level as Oshang, Wei Yang, and Luo Yun. When Yang Feng reached a distance 1,900 meters of the wall of reflection, the three powerhouses closest to the wall of reflection finally opened their eyes and looked in his direction. The one in the lead, the tall and sturdy quasi-holy Oshang, who is disheveled, snake-like hair, frowned and asked, "Who's that?" The handsome quasi-holy Wei Yang, who looks like he's 21 or 22 years old and has an unearthly temperament, replied with a smile, "Boss O, that's the battle demon sex Yang Feng. He's one of the Human Supreme Council's 7 chairmen." Luo Yun, a mesmerizing woman with jet-black hair and dressed in a green warlock robe, asked curiously, "The battle demon sex Yang Feng? Isn't he a supreme infinity warlock? How could he come to the wall of reflection?" Wei Yang answered with a smile, "Your information is outdated. He is now a quasi-holy step powerhouse. And not long ago, he fought the quasi-holy step fiend emperor to a draw." Oshang's countenance changed greatly. Shock overtook his face, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Oshang is the strongest quasi-holy step powerhouse of the Taboo Imperial Court. Without wielding an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the Taboo Monarch is weaker than him by a notch. Oshang is an ascetic-type warlock who is fully dedicated to the practice of cultivation and the enhancement of his strength. He is the most promising quasi-holy of the Taboo Imperial Court to be promoted to a Holy Spirit warlock. He once fought against the Fiend Emperor and suffered a great defeat. At the time, he only escaped with his life thanks to a formidable escape secret method. The Fiend Emperor's strength is deeply engraved in Oshang's memory. It's hard to imagine that Yang Feng could fight the Fiend Emperor to a draw. Wei Yang carried on. Recently, the Undying Hellion Ancestor barged into the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters and was suppressed. It is said that the Undying Hellion Ancestor had devoured a Holy Spirit Warlock and recovered his strength to the intermediate Holy Spirit Warlock realm at the time. Oshang took a deep look at Yang Feng. His eyes involuntarily shimmered with envy, and he sighed faintly and said, "That's a universe child for you. Every great age produces a large number of despair-inducing talents. The Fiend Emperor and Yang Feng are such talents." Luo Yun took a deep look at Yang Feng and said slowly, "He should have come here in order to form an immortal body, but it's not that easy to form an immortal body." Oshang and Wei Yang nodded in agreement. It is extremely difficult to form an immortal body, let alone to form an immortal body in the quasi-holy step. The 6 monarchs of the 6 warlock imperial courts are among the strongest human quasi-holies, yet none of them has formed an immortal body. With a blank look in his eyes, Yang Feng advanced forward like a walking corpse and finally stopped outside the 1,000 meters boundary. At this time in the dreamland space, there is a powerhouse who is the spitting image of Yang Feng and exudes quasi-holy step fluctuations of power in front of Yang Feng. Is my greatest enemy myself? Interesting. Let's see how well the wall of reflection can copy me. Yang Feng raised the corners of his mouth and spread the fingers of his hand, and a giant Devour Sun suddenly appeared and barreled towards his copy. At the same time, another Devour Sun emerged from the copy and clashed with Yang Feng's Devour Sun. 2 Devour forces intertwined in the void and devoured the elemental particles and all other forces in the surroundings. Yang Feng's copy evidently wields stronger Devour force. Consequently, the Devour Sun it conjured is devouring Yang Feng's Devour Sun bit by bit and becoming more terrifying. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a dignified color. He operated the eternal imperishable body, and a torrent of time appeared around him. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly. Thanks to time acceleration, his speed suddenly increased tenfold, and he flew aside. With a blur of light, a torrent of time enveloped the copy as well. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Yang Feng and sent an attack containing the essences of space, power, and devour and carrying tyrannical killing intent barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly turned red. He crazily operated the eternal imperishable body, integrated 3 essences, and sent a punch flying towards the copy. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shaking noise, Yang Feng was blasted hundreds of kilometers away and spewed out blood. Then, He willed and disappeared from this world. In the outside world, Yang Feng also spewed out blood. His eyes regained their clarity, and he gasped for breath and sat on the ground like the rest of the powerhouses. Wisps of pure life magic energy diffused from the wall of reflection and nourished Yang Feng. When Oshang's trio saw this scene, they released a sigh of relief. If Yang Feng had easily broken through the 1,000-meter boundary, it would have been a big blow to them. So it can be like this. Yang Feng closed his eyes, and the optical computer network with great holy step computing power inside him started an analysis, enabling him to quickly understand his shortcomings. There is no difference between Yang Feng and the copy in terms of cultivation base and mastery of essences. However, the copy's control of power is more than 5 times more sophisticated than that of Yang Feng. Yang Feng previously believed that he already had a perfect control of power. The copy, however, made him realize that his control of power was far from enough. Thanks to the optical computer network, Yang Feng analyzed the copy's mode of operation and control of power, which enhanced his strength by the second. A drop of the precious life gold dew suddenly flew out and entered Yang Feng's mouth, and wisps of formidable life force erupted in an instant and healed his injuries. Yang Feng opened his eyes, took a deep look at the wall of reflection, operated the secret method, linked with the wall of reflection, and entered the dreamland space. I'm here again. Yang Feng looked at the copy. His eyes flashed with a scorching shade. His figure flickered, and he shot towards the opponent. A quarter of an hour later, Yang Feng again spewed out blood and exited the dreamland space. Before long, after finishing the analysis of the collected data, Yang Feng entered the dreamland again. Wei Yang looked at Yang Feng, who has been training frantically, and sighed ruefully, "How desperate!" Tai's most up-to-date novels are published on fguyuyobinovel.com. Oh Shang uttered coldly, "It's useless. To break through this bottleneck, you must analyze the mode of operation of the copy, enhance your control of power, and finally defeat the copy. Such reckless and impetuous assault is just a waste of resources." Chapter 1010 Breaking Through the Holy Boundary. Chapter 1010 Breaking Through the Holy Boundary. Translator, Xuanhuan. Oshang's words have just fallen. When Yang Feng took a step forward, crossed the 1,000 meters boundary, and staggered towards the 900-meter boundary. Seeing this scene, Oshang's eyes nearly bulged out, and he cried out, "How is this possible? How could he beat his copy so quickly?" Oshang has been in front of the wall of reflection for 300 years. In these 300 years, he has been fighting against his copy nearly at all times. Although his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, but he still can't advance any further. The rapid speed at which Yang Feng beat his copy was just incredible. Wei Yang's eyes shimmered with envy, and he said slowly, a bitter smile on his face, "Universe children really can't be judged using common sense." Luo Yun's pretty eyes flashed with envy, and she sighed, "It's too fast." If Yang Feng made a breakthrough after staying here for a year or two, Oshang's trio would still be able to rationalize it. However, he broke through the 1,000-meter boundary in less than 1 day. This is simply outrageous. Of course, this is related to the great holy step computing power of Yang Feng's level 6 optical computer network. Great holy step powerhouses can deduce formidable spells with a thought. If a great holy step powerhouse descended on a celestial body like Earth, they could easily become an omniscient and omnipotent god and control the affairs of the entire celestial body. The nearly omniscient ability is based on their terrifying computing power. With the level 6 optical computer network at Yang Feng's disposal, it is equivalent to a great holy step powerhouse performing calculations for him at all times. As a result, it is not surprising that his progress is terrifying. It should be mentioned that even in the 8 Warlock Imperial Court eras, the children of the Warlock Emperors didn't have a great holy step powerhouse accompanying them and make calculations for them day and night. Even during the height of the 8 Warlock Imperial Courts, great holy step powerhouses were pinnacle existences. The human Warlock Emperors respected their great holy step subordinates and regarded them as their right arm. Great holy step powerhouses are naturally far from being the opponents of the 8 human Warlock Emperors. However, as long as they prepare some special secret treasures, they can still escape from the 8 Warlock Emperors. The source of this content is frioebnovel.com. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, only the Golem Emperor, who has gone crazy in his later years, has mistreated his subordinated Great Holies. He turned 5 Great Holies into living golems. Because of this, the Golem Dynasty's human Great Holies broke away from the Golem Dynasty one after another. This led to the decline of the Golem Dynasty's power, leaving only the Golem Lord and his living Golem Legion. Not long after that, the news of the Golem Lord's death spread. When Yang Feng came to the 900-meter boundary, he stopped. In the dreamland space, someone suddenly appeared. It is another copy of Yang Feng. Enveloped in distorted space, the copy's cold gaze fell on Yang Feng, and it waved at him. All of a sudden, a spatial rift appeared in front of Yang Feng and cut him into 2. Spatial blade. Yang Feng's countenance changed greatly, and he operated the eternal imperishable body and healed at a rapid speed. Then, he frantically attacked his copy. With a cold look in its eyes, the copy operated the essence of space, and the space within 1,000 meters of it became distorted. When Yang Feng's various attacks slammed into the distorted and disordered space, they were redirected into unknown, mysterious spaces. Strange and mysterious spatial blades fired from all directions slashed Yang Feng and sliced open countless wounds on his body. Yang Feng, who has already operated the eternal imperishable body, launched the essence of time, and a torrent of time surrounded him and accelerated his speed tenfold. However, he was still injured by the strange spatial attacks. Countless injuries covered Yang Feng, and a large amount of blood spilled on the earth. He exited the dreamland space. After Yang Feng opened his eyes, and the shade of joy overtook his eyes. This is the way to promote the essence of space to the limit. This is the way to transform an immortal body into an immortal body of space. As expected of an eternal sovereign relic, the wall of reflection is indeed amazing. This copy of Yang Feng in the dreamland space is an existence that promoted the essence of space to the limit, with its control over the essence of space being 10 times as sophisticated as that of Yang Feng. If Yang Feng has to deduce the essence of space in the future, he won't be confused about the way forward. Yang Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, and mysterious runes welled up inside his eyes. Inside him, the Great Holy Step optical computer network frantically operated and deduced the essence of space. Although Yang Feng was able to use the essence of space before, his mastery of the essence of space was quite shallow. Moreover, he has no one under his command who is proficient in the essence of space. This copy of the Wall of Reflection is Yang Feng's best teacher. Naturally, he feels excited. In fact, the Wall of Reflection is one of the most important pillars of the Taboo Imperial Court and is fundamentally closed to outsiders. But since Yang Feng is one of the Taboo Imperial Court's closest allies, he got the chance to see the Wall of Reflection. The mysterious and abstruse Eternal Sovereign and Warlock Emperor relic sites make up the foundation of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts, enabling them to produce a steady stream of experts. 6 months later, the countless runes inside Yang Feng's eyes disappeared. He regained his senses, stood up, and linked with the Wall of Reflection. At last, Yang Feng finally started the challenge. I bet he'll fail this time. I bet he'll fail as well. When they saw Yang Feng's actions, the Warlock Monarchs in front of the Wall of Reflection felt excited, and their eyes fell on him. The Wall of Reflection emits pure life magic energy that is beneficial to the body and soul of the Warlock Monarchs. As a result, they gather here and won't easily leave. One of the important reasons why the number of the Warlock Monarchs of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts in the outside world is so small is that their top powerhouses are practicing cultivation in secret realms like the Wall of Reflection. If it is not absolutely necessary, few powerhouses will leave their cultivation grounds. The Warlock Monarchs and Holy Spirit Warlocks spend their time like this by practicing cultivation and studying essences for hundreds or thousands of years. If not for the Great Tribulation, these powerhouses wouldn't easily appear in public. In the 8 Warlock Imperial Court eras, experts who were practicing cultivation in seclusion appeared one after another and fought for the chance to become Holy Spirit Warlocks and Warlock Emperors. The rest of the time was fairly calm since the experts above the Infinity Warlock realm were hiding in secret realms, not willing to participate in the affairs of the outside world. A quarter of an hour later, many wounds sprouted out on Yang Feng, and blood splashed on the ground. Failure. It's a failure. freewebnovel.com. It's not so easy to break through in half a year. The warlock monarchs stared at Yang Feng, and regret shimmered in their eyes. Under the warlock monarch's regretful gazes, the space around Yang Feng distorted, as if a spatial gate to another world was ripped open. Countless mysterious space runes suddenly appear and engraved inside Yang Feng's body. The wounds covering his body healed in an instant. Yang Feng stepped across the 900-meter boundary and walked towards the 800-meter boundary. Broke through. He broke through. He mastered the essence of space. What a scary guy. The warlock monarchs cried out, and rays of astonishment flickered in their eyes. In the successive generations of warlocks of the taboo imperial court, if a quasi-holy step powerhouse could break through the 900-meter boundary, then as long as they didn't die or stop practicing cultivation, they were bound to advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. The 900-meter boundary is known as the Holy Boundary and has stumped countless talents of the taboo imperial court. Since Yang Feng has broken through the Holy Boundary, it means that he will advance to a Holy Spirit Warlock without suspense. Every Holy Spirit Warlock is the guardian of a superior race. Although each one of the 67 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses here is a peerless genius of the taboo imperial court, but none of them is sure to promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock. Shang just has the greatest possibility to promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock. Shang stared at Yang Feng and revealed a helpless smile. You shouldn't compare yourself to others indeed, Wei Yang said with a wry smile, a complicated look in his eyes. Naturally, universe children are not existences that we ordinary people can compare to. Yang Feng stopped before the 800-meter boundary. In the dreamland space, a copy of Yang Feng surrounded by a river of time and exuding the essence of time appeared in front of him. The essence of time. This time, the opponent is a copy of the essence of time. How wonderful! As soon as Yang Feng saw the copy of time shrouded in the essence of time, his eyes revealed the color of excitement. This is the first time Yang Feng met an opponent who is proficient in the essence of time. It is the best teacher Yang Feng could hope for. Yang Feng took a step forward. A river of time enveloped him. The speed of the flow of time increased tenfold, and he shot towards his copy. Chapter 1011 Collapse of the Wall of Reflection. Chapter 1011 Collapse of the Wall of Reflection. Translator, Xuanhuan. Freeze! Yang Feng's copy looked at the Yang Feng flying towards it and spoke calmly. In a flash, a torrent of time swept him, and Yang Feng felt time suddenly stand still. His whole body became frozen, and all the forces inside him were sealed. The copy leisurely took a step, slowly appeared in front of Yang Feng, and extended a hand towards his heart. If it had not been for the fact that Yang Feng has unleashed the essence of time, he would have his heart dug out without being aware of it. Even though he is enveloped by the essence of time, Yang Feng still felt that he cannot mobilize a wisp of power. He watched the copy pierce his chest and dig out his heart. In front of the wall of reflection, Yang Feng's chest suddenly burst open. A large amount of blood spilled on the ground, and his heart ejected. Just before his heart fell to the ground, Yang Feng's eyes regained their spirit. The heart flew back to his chest and quickly healed. Every quasi-holy step warlock is an extraordinary existence, for whom it is normal for their heart to recover automatically. Time freeze. Amazing! As soon as Yang Feng's eyes regained their clarity, he smiled. Time freeze is an advanced application of the essence of time. Of course, with Yang Feng's current strength, if he operates the essence of time, he can freeze the time of existences below the Moonlight Warlock realm. As for freezing the time of transcendent rank powerhouses, he hasn't reached that degree yet. When it comes to transcendent rank powerhouses above the Starry Sky Warlock rank, there is no fundamental difference between them and Warlock Monarchs. There is only a gap in terms of strength. Only Holy Spirit Warlocks have surpassed transcendent rank powerhouses. TH most up-to-date NOVLS are published on freewebnovel.com. For the copy to be able to stop the time of Yang Feng, its mastery of the essence of time is just incredible. Admiration flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. It actually can stop the time of powerhouses of the same rank. In his time, the Time Lord must have been capable of the same. As expected of a treasure left by an eternal sovereign, it's incredible. Countless runes appear in Yang Feng's eyes, and the Great Holy Step optical computer network rapidly deduced the essence of time. Yang Feng sat cross-legged on the ground again. Time elapsed, 10 years went by in a flash. 10 years later, Yang Feng's eyes regained their clarity, and he linked with the wall of reflection and entered the dreamland space. He finally started the challenge. Do you think he will succeed? It's hard to tell. Common sense cannot be used to speculate about such a monster. The warlock monarchs of the taboo imperial court showed looks of excitement in their eyes. A quarter of an hour later, a frightening torrent of time broke out inside Yang Feng, and wisps of the breath of time circled around him. It's time force. He mastered the law of time. No, it's the essence of time. He mastered the essence of time. What a monster! The warlock monarchs of the taboo imperial court revealed shock in their eyes and cried out. The essence of time is one of the most difficult to comprehend essences in the world. Since the establishment of the first warlock imperial court, less than 100 people have mastered the essence of time. On average, even if 10,000 years pass, there won't be a person who can master the essence of time. Among the 8 warlock emperors, only the first warlock emperor, the Time Lord, has mastered the essence of time. The rest of the 7 warlock emperors, each of whom were brilliant and unparalleled figures, have mastered the law of time at most. The essence of time, the essence of space, the essence of fate. If he can master the most mysterious essence of fate, there is a glimmer of hope that he will promote to an eternal sovereign. Yang Feng, maybe he will become the first eternal sovereign of the human race. The warlock monarchs of the taboo imperial court commented spiritedly as they watched Yang Feng with a scorching color in their eyes. Human warlocks have taken control of many eternal sovereign relic sites and inferred from all kinds of data left by the eternal sovereigns that warlock emperors who want to promote to eternal sovereigns, in addition to the main essence they have mastered, must master the essences of time, space, and fate comprehensively and sublimate their soul to be able to promote to eternal sovereigns with an immortal soul. However, of the 3 essences, although there are often peerless geniuses who have comprehended the essence of space, but the essences of time and fate are too mysterious for ordinary people to master. Because of his special physique, the Time Lord was able to master the essence of time and, with it as the foundation, promote to a warlock emperor. Of the 3 essences, Yang Feng has mastered the essences of time and space, which makes him the human warlock most hopeful to advance to an eternal sovereign at the moment. Yang Feng took a step forward, broke through the 800-meter boundary, walked towards the 700-meter boundary, and then stopped again. In the dreamland space, a copy of Yang Feng appeared again. As if the incarnation of a huge black hole, the copy devoured light and matter alike. With Yang Feng's quasi-holy step strength, he can only rely on his extraordinary perception to sense the copy's existence. He cannot see the copy, nor can he use his soul force to perceive it. The copy unleashed a black holy that can devour everything and carries a hair-raising might barreling towards Yang Feng. A dignified shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. A river of time appeared around him. The speed of time accelerated 20-fold, and he frantically escaped. The black hole the copy turned into radiated light in Yang Feng's direction, and a terrifying devour force erupted and engulfed him in an instant. With the terrifying devour force pulling at him, Yang Feng was slowly pulled towards the black hole. He silently recited an incantation and pointed at the black hole the copy has turned into. All kinds of powerful single-target attacks shot towards the black hole like a tide. Countless lights shone in the void. The many attacks were easily devoured by the black hole without raising any waves. Yang Feng willed, cut off the connection with the wall of reflection, and withdrew from the dreamland. The copy's essence of devour was terrifying. If he was engulfed by the black hole the copy has turned into, then even Yang Feng may be killed. In the world of warlocks, there are many strange phenomena. The dream world's dream existences can interfere with things in the real world. Similarly, if the copy devours Yang Feng in the dreamland, it may even change into a real existence from a dreamland creature. Incredible! This is the way to evolve the essence of Devour to the limit. Amazing! As soon as Yang Feng regained his senses, his eyes flashed with a burning color. When it comes to the essence of Devour, Yang Feng, who doesn't have an Empyrean-grade secret method to rely on, has to establish his own path and explore it step by step. But this copy displayed the path of the essence of Devour in front of him. Yang Feng sat cross-legged on the ground. Countless runes welled up inside his eyes, and he began to use the Great Holy Step optical computer network to analyze the mysteries of the essence of Devour. Time elapsed, 10 years went by in a flash. Yang Feng stood up and linked with the wall of reflection. Can he pass? What do you guys think? I think he can. When Yang Feng acted, the warlock monarchs around the wall of reflection opened their eyes, stared at him, and commented. In the dreamland, two black holes interwove and tore at each other, deadlocked. Countless mysterious runes emerged in Yang Feng's eyes, and he performed deductions and made his essence of Devour more powerful and perfect. Under the attack of Yang Feng's black hole, the copy has turned into crumbled bit by bit, and pure power poured into Yang Feng from the copy. After a moment of stalemate, the copy's power directly collapsed, and an almost endless power containing countless bodies of knowledge and mysteries poured into Yang Feng. Crack! Along with a resonant sound, a huge crack appeared on the wall of reflection. What's going on? The wall of reflection cracked? But it's a treasure left by an eternal sovereign. The stupefied warlock monarchs of the taboo imperial court looked at the cracked wall of reflection, unable to believe their eyes. As a treasure left by an eternal sovereign, the wall of reflection is extremely enigmatic. Even if it was a great holy step powerhouse, but without going all out and using an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, they wouldn't be able to damage the wall of reflection whatsoever. Seeing the wall of reflection crack, these warlock monarchs were shocked and dumbfounded. Green streams of gas flew out of the wall of reflection and poured into Yang Feng. As if he turned into a black hole, Yang Feng absorbed the streams of green gas. As he devoured the green gas, Yang Feng's breath became stronger bit by bit. The celestial body where the wall of reflection is located cracked bit by bit, raising landslides, tsunamis, and turbulent winds, which painted an apocalyptic scene. Chapter 10:12, Forming an Immortal Body. Chapter 10:12, Forming an Immortal Body. Translator, Xuanhuan. Damn it! What happened? This celestial body seems to be finished. Faced with this apocalyptic scene, the taboo imperial court's warlock monarchs were not panicked. Magic barriers appeared around them. The magma and boulders spewing out from the celestial body shot towards the warlock monarchs, and then were easily ricocheted, unable to harm them at all. Every human warlock monarch is extremely powerful and can easily destroy a world by themselves. Unless it is at least a plane at grade 4, its detonation won't be able to harm them. The world in which the wall of reflection is located is not a complete grade 4 plane, but a celestial body secret realm. It's impossible for the detonation of such a celestial body secret realm to hurt human warlock monarchs. The taboo imperial court's warlock monarchs focused their gazes on Yang Feng, a dignified look in their eyes. Streams of green gas flew out of the wall of reflection and poured into Yang Feng, and countless mysterious appeared around him. The warlock monarch's eyes shimmered with envy. They are all aware that Yang Feng got great benefits from the wall of reflection. But no one went to interfere, since if they did interfere with him at this juncture, it would give rise to an irreconcilable enmity. Even though they have the protection of the taboo imperial court, Yang Feng would not leave things be. A formidable spatial force emerged inside Yang Feng, and then a giant spatial gate that seems to be formed from countless spatial gates appeared. Around the giant spatial gate, time ripples rose, and a torrent of time suddenly emerged. Black stars appeared one after another. In the middle of the black stars, there is a black hole. With every breath, the black hole seems to completely devour time and space, looking like it even easily devour the universe. Beyond the black stars, there is a huge star that seems be able to suppress everything. When the four phenomena appeared, they turned into countless runes that entered Yang Feng. Wisps of immortal holy might slowly diffused from Yang Feng. Immortal body. This is immortal body. An immortal body. Curses. He's forming an immortal body. While being in the quasi-holy step, he's forming an immortal body. That's amazing. FREOUBnovel.com. The Warlock monarchs stared at Yang Feng with shock in their eyes. Shang looked at Yang Feng, who emanates wisps of immortal breath, with the shade of bitterness in his eyes and sighed. This is a true prodigy, a universe's darling. We stand no chance. Shang is the #1 genius among the taboo Imperial Court's Warlock monarchs. He once fought with the Fiend Emperor and escaped unscathed. However, no matter how hard Shang tries, he can't cross the boundary and form an immortal body while in the quasi-holy step. Powerhouses who formed an immortal body while in the quasi-holy step are prodigies with infinite potential. In the past, the 8 Warlock Emperors competed with the powerhouses who formed an immortal body while in the quasi-holy step and defeated them one by one, and then finally ascend the throne and became Warlock Emperors. Follow current novels on freewebnovel.cm. Shang, Wei Yang, and Luo Yun are all quasi-holy step powerhouses who formed a small world inside them. They are at the top of quasi-holy step. However, there is a despairing gap between them and powerhouses who have formed an immortal body in the quasi-holy step like the Fiend Emperor and Yang Feng. Wei Yang uttered with a bitter smile. Some people are born to induce despair in others. Luo Yun sighed. This era belonged to Yang Feng and them. Let's think of a way to promote to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Only in this way can we have a chance to live through the Great Tribulation. Shang, Wei Yang, and Luo Yun are currently the 3 powerhouses of the Taboo Imperial Court most hopeful of attacking the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. In particular, Shang has a profound foundation. If he attacks the Holy Spirit Warlock realm at this time, there is a 30% chance that he will promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Shang wanted to form an immortal body in the quasi-holy step, which is why he has been sitting in front of the wall of reflection for hundreds of years. Now that he saw Yang Feng form an immortal body in less than 50 years, he couldn't help but feel dejected. After the runes the phenomena have turned into poured into him, Yang Feng opened his eyes, which glowed like bright stars, and wisps of holy might diffused from him. The might of a Holy Spirit Warlock. Although his soul is still in the quasi-holy step, but he already formed an immortal body. This is the holy might emitted by an immortal body. He really succeeded. Looks of envy and jealousy focused on Yang Feng. They are all aware that if he doesn't die prematurely, Yang Feng will surely advance to a Holy Spirit Warlock in the future. This is my immortal body, the time-space devour body. That's fantastic. Now when I use an essence, it is 10 times as powerful as before. Moreover, with the supply of power from the immortal body, I can now use many powerful secret treasures and secret methods. Yang Feng scanned his immortal body and sensed that it contains a frightening power and infinite mysteries, and his eyes showed the shade of elation. Originally, after comprehending the essence of time, Yang Feng didn't have the confidence to fight the Fiend Emperor, who is a powerhouse favored by the universe's dark side. But now, he can complete confidence in his ability to fight the Fiend Emperor. With a flash of light, Shang's trio appeared in front of Yang Feng. Shang said, "Hello, Yang Feng. I am the Taboo Imperial Court's Shang. They are Wei Yang and Luo Yun. Do you want to make friends with us?" Yang Feng responded with an apologetic smile. "Of course. By the way, the wall of reflection was destroyed because of me. I'm sorry. If it was an enemy, Yang Feng wouldn't have felt any remorse. But the Taboo Imperial Court and the Battle Demon Sect are close allies. The wall of reflection was one of the pillars of the Taboo Imperial Court. Now that it was destroyed because of him, Yang Feng feels quite awkward." Wei Yang uttered with a warm smile, "We are not in charge of this. You should talk with the Taboo Monarch. But I don't think she will mind it. After all, we are our close allies. Since Yang Feng has formed an immortal body, there is no doubt that he will promote to a Holy Spirit Warlock in the future. Additionally, the Battle Demon Sect has a profound underlying strength. to the point that they suppressed the undying Hellion ancestor. The taboo imperial court will naturally actively make friends with such a powerhouse. If an ordinary rogue cultivator dared to destroy the wall of reflection, the taboo imperial court would not let things be. Even if they had to employ great holy step powerhouses, they would absolutely suppress and kill the rogue cultivator. Shang's eyes flashed with a burning color, and pinnacle quasi-holy step life force emanated from him. Yang Feng, I want to spar with you. Would that be okay? Yang Feng replied with a smile. All right. Wei Yang waved his hand, and a spatial gate appeared with a flash of light. Then let's go to the realm of glory. Shang, Yang Feng, and all the other warlock monarchs of the taboo imperial court turned into streams of light and plunged into the spatial gate. Inside the taboo imperial court's headquarters, sitting in a garden, the taboo monarch is leisurely surfing on the magic network. In the garden, there are various extraordinary plants in full bloom with bright flowers, which emit wisps of pure life magic energy that pour into the taboo monarch, enhancing her cultivation base at all times. Suddenly, the taboo monarch frowned and sighed. The wall of reflection was destroyed and Yang Feng formed an immortal body. Those are bad and good news respectively. The taboo monarch's eyes shimmered with mysterious light, and she picked up a document, scanned it with her eyes, and sighed. Immortal body in the quasi-holy step. He's really the best talent of the human race at the moment. Only the monsters of those hidden forces can compete with him. What's more, those forces have finally released the monsters they cultivated. The Zhangji Plains human race has given birth to a total of 8 warlock imperial courts. But in the 8 warlock imperial court eras, there have been many formidable warlock groups, many of which were guarded by great holies. Some warlock groups even fought with the 8 warlock emperors before they ultimately retreated in defeat. Part of those warlock groups were annihilated by the 8 warlock emperors, while another part hid in the deepest part of the universe. Most of the 8 warlock emperors have extraordinary bearing. As long as there was no blood feud involved, they didn't actively pursue those warlock groups to the depths of the universe, allowing them to escape. Moreover, in the 8 warlock imperial court eras, countless talents were born, who established their own warlock groups. They hid in the depths of the universe when the warlock imperial courts collapsed. With the 6 warlock imperial courts at the helm, the human Supreme Council gathered about half of the power of the human race. The remaining half is scattered in the vast universe. Naturally, those human warlock groups also want to gain the hegemony over the Zhangji Plain. After countless screenings and spending countless resources, they cultivated fearsome prodigies. Of course, the 6 warlock imperial courts also spent countless resources to cultivate their own prodigies. This is the top secret of every warlock imperial court, and the taboo monarch got some vague information about it. The taboo monarch's beautiful eyes shimmered with excitement, and she smiled, turned into specks of starlight, and disappeared. Shang wants to spar with Yang Feng? Interesting. Let's go take a look at how strong Yang Feng has become after forming an immortal body. Chapter 1013 Defeating Shang. Chapter 1013 Defeating Shang. Translator, Xuanhuan. The realm of glory is an extremely wide secret realm that is equivalent to a small world. In the realm of glory, there are abstruse runes carved everywhere. As a result, even if it is great holy step powerhouses fighting, they cannot destroy this secret realm. There is a crystal palace suspended above the realm of glory. Inside the crystal palace, there are powerhouses above the bright world warlock realm of the taboo imperial court looking down. The floating crystal palace, which covers thousands of hectares, is the spectatory of the realm of glory. No matter how fierce the battle in the realm of glory is, it won't affect the spectatory. Shang challenged Yang Feng? Reportedly, Yang Feng formed an immortal body. Shang is sure to lose this time. It's hard tell. After all, Yang Feng just formed an immortal body. He may not be able to exert the power of the immortal body yet. Shang still has a chance at victory. So you're saying that you're optimistic about Shang's chances? No, I'm more optimistic about Yang Feng's chances. However, I think that Shang should be able to force Yang Feng to use his true ability. Really? I think so as well. After all, Shang is the #1 quasi-holy of the taboo imperial court. Even if he is not Yang Feng's opponent, he should be able to force the other party to use his true ability. In the Crystal Palace, the taboo imperial court's powerhouses discussed the fight to come. No one believes that Shang would win. However, they all expect Shang to be able to force Yang Feng to use his real strength and show them the terror of the immortal body. Here comes Her Majesty. Her Majesty is here. A cry suddenly rang. In the Crystal Palace, all eyes focused on the entrance, and everyone became quiet. Escorted by 4 beautiful warlocks, the taboo monarch strode in, a fragrance wafting out from her. "Greetings, Your Majesty." In the Crystal Palace, when the Infinity Warlocks saw the taboo monarch, they bowed and saluted her. The warlock monarchs put their hands in front of their chest and performed a neither servile nor overbearing salute. Although the taboo monarch is the ruler of the taboo imperial court, but the warlock monarch rank powerhouses don't have to bow to her. The taboo monarch nodded, and then went to the edge of the Crystal Palace, stood side by side with Wei Yong and Luo Yun, and looked down. Wei Yong, Luo Yun, Shang, and the taboo monarch are the 4 powerhouses of the taboo imperial court most promising to advance to the Holy Spirit warlock realm. Among the 4, the taboo monarch has the highest status. The status of the other 3 is only slightly inferior. If someone among Shang's trio promotes to a Holy Spirit warlock, their status will surpass that of the taboo monarch. Just like the sect master of a major sect, the taboo monarch is responsible for dealing with all kinds of miscellaneous affairs of the taboo imperial court. The taboo imperial court's Holy Spirit warlocks are basically all either practicing cultivation in seclusion or traveling the universe, unwilling to deal with everyday affairs. Even in the 8 warlock imperial court eras, the true management of the warlock imperial courts was carried out by infinity warlocks and warlock monarchs. The Holy Spirit warlocks and warlock emperors, on the other hand, pursued the mysteries of the universe. They would only appear on the most important occasions, leaving more than 99% of the affairs for the infinity warlocks and warlock monarchs to handle. Therefore, no matter the era, infinity warlocks and warlock monarchs are in the upper echelon of warlocks and hold great power. In the center of the realm of glory stand 2 people, namely Shang and Yang Feng. Shang said calmly, "Yang Feng, since you already formed an immortal body, I will go all out. But I hope you know that I don't have any enmity towards you. If I offend you in any way, please be lenient and don't harm my soul." Yang Feng, who formed an immortal body, has reached the summit of the quasi-holy step. Shang is well aware that he is not Yang Feng's opponent. He just wants to swap pointers with Yang Feng and see how large the gap between them is. He doesn't want to be misunderstood by Yang Feng. Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Shang, don't worry, you can go ahead. I'll be lenient. Then be careful." Following a sharp shout, countless runes emerged on Shang and his power of bloodline churned. In a flash, Shang changed into a 100-meter-tall primeval black dragon covered in abstruse runes and emitting wisps of primeval breath. Primeval black dragons were tyrannically strong existences that preyed on archgods. Every day they devoured 10,000 archgods. The primeval dragon fire was even more terrifying. The dragon fire belched by a great holy step primeval black dragon could even burn the body of a warlock emperor rank powerhouse to ashes. After Shang changed into a primeval black dragon, he opened his mouth and belched dragon fire, which seemed to suppress everything, burn everything, and purify everything, which covered the sky in an instant, sweeping towards Yang Feng. In a flash, within 1,000 kilometers, the temperature rose by more than 1,000 degrees Celsius, and flames rose in many places. The dragon fire belched by Shang is terrifying, and it naturally integrates the essences of power and fire. The dragon fire is condensed to the extreme, not leaking a trace of power. But at the same time, it causes a resonance with the surrounding fire elemental particles, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. If it was in an ordinary world, Shang's attack would turn the world into a sea of fire and burn all of its life forms to death. Mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and the surrounding space distorted. When the dragon fire slammed into the distorted space, It burned and destroyed the distorted space and swept towards Yang Feng. One after another, layers of distorted space appeared around Yang Feng in an endless succession. After the dragon fire destroyed hundreds of layers of distorted space in a row, it was then led into an empty space. Yang Feng stabbed his hand into a void. In a flash, a terrifying force erupted, and sharp blades broke out from inside the primeval black dragon. Oshang has turned into and spread in all directions. A large amount of blood spurted out, and Oshang released an earth-shaking cry and dropped from the sky. That's it. Oshang lost just like that? Yang Feng is actually this powerful? That's incredible. It's unbelievable. Many spectators inhaled a breath of cold breath and stared at Yang Feng with shock in their eyes. Oshang is the #1 expert among the taboo Imperial Court's warlock monarchs. Without using Empyrean-grade secret treasures, the taboo monarch may not be his opponent. Oshang once fought with the Fiend Emperor and escaped unscathed. It's hard to believe that such a powerhouse would be defeated by Yang Feng in one move. Great, Yang Feng, you are really strong. I'm going to use my secret treasure now. Be careful. The eyes of the primeval black dragon Oshang turned into shot with blood. Spatial ripples rose around him. And a holy-grade secret treasure, the Holy Dragon Bead, which emanates mysterious dragon might, suddenly emerged and flew into his mouth. All the injuries covering the primeval black dragon healed in the blink of an eye. At the same time, his size reduced to about 50 meters, and wisps of holy might spread from him. Yang Feng glanced at Oshang. Runes appeared in his eyes, and he uttered flatly, "With the help of the Holy Dragon Bead, you can transform your body into something similar to an immortal body. But it is a great burden on your body. You can't hold on for more than 3 minutes." That's right. Even with the help of the Holy Dragon Bead, my immortal body is still a far cry from a genuine immortal body. However, in this way, I have the power to face you head-on. Oshang's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. All of a sudden, his figure blurred. In the next moment, he appeared above Yang Feng and extended a claw, which is covered in the essences of power and fire, toward Yang Feng. Primeval black dragons, such darlings of the universe, are a kind of existence born with the ability to control the essences of power and fire and integrate them. Even if they don't cultivate the eternal imperishable body, they can instinctively use the power of essence integration. This is the terrifying power of this kind of heaven and earth variant. Freeze! Yang Feng glanced at Oshang and said faintly. A torrent of time suddenly enveloped Oshang. In an instant, the other party felt as if his thinking and movement were frozen. His speed became 10 times slower and his power could no longer be operated freely. Read 8 chapters at fguyuyobinovel.com only. Time Freeze has a hard time dealing with powerhouses who formed an immortal body. At most, it can only slow down the opponent's movement speed. Yang Feng looked at Oshang, who has become as slow as a snail, and his eyes revealed the shade of ponder. He unhurriedly appeared behind Oshang and punched him in the back. Boom! Following an earth-shaking blare, Oshang fell from the sky like a meteor, slammed into the ground, and blew open a huge hole. Oshang spewed out a big mouthful of blood. The Holy Dragon Bead ejected from his mouth, and his breath became extremely weak. Lost! Oshang lost. So strong. Yang Feng is really strong. Yang Feng is the first powerhouse of our human race who formed an immortal in the quasi-holy step. I'm afraid that he's already the strongest warlock monarch of the human race. In the Crystal Palace, when the warlocks of the taboo Imperial Court saw Oshang spit out the Holy Dragon Bead, their eyes showed complicated looks. Chapter 1014 Sunrise Alliance. Chapter 1014 Sunrise Alliance. Translator, Xuanhuan. Following flashes of dark light, Oshang reverted to his human form. He looked at Yang Feng with a complicated expression and sighed. I lost. Yang Feng, how much strength did you use to fight me? Yang Feng responded, 70%. In fact, now that he formed an immortal body, Yang Feng only used 50% of his strength to deal with Oshang. But he wants to give Oshang some face. Oshang shook his head and said with a smile, a complicated look on his face. 70%? In other words, you only used 40% or 50% of your strength against me. What a fearsome fellow. Let's go and have a drink. Yang Feng replied straightforwardly, Okay. Oshang, Wei Yang, and Luo Yun, these prodigies of the taboo imperial court all have hope of promoting to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm in the future. The more you have such friends, the better. It should be mentioned that even Warlock Emperors, who are invincible beings that can suppress countless planes, won't neglect any Holy Spirit Warlocks. The Immortal Spring Pavilion is the best restaurant in the taboo imperial court's headquarters. Oshang, Wei Yang, Luo Yun, and the other Warlock monarchs who have been staying around the Wall of Reflection gathered together to drink fine wine, chat about the circumstances of different planes, and discuss the cultivation roadblocks they encountered. Every Warlock monarch here occupies at least 30 planes, holds tremendous resources, and has a wealth of experience, enabling Yang Feng to broaden his horizons. After 3 rounds of drinking, Oshang said, Yang Feng, now that you've formed an immortal body, what are you planning to do next? Yang Feng replied with a light smile, I plan to enter closed-door cultivation and consolidate my cultivation base. As a matter of fact, Yang Feng made plans to infiltrate the Gamana universe's Blasteel race and try to steal their core technology. The most up-to-date novels are published on freowebnovel.com. The Blasteel race has developed in a similar direction as the Shizu. But unlike the Shizu, they took the path of integrating mechanics and biotechnology. The Blasteel race's Blasteel Lord is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. If he can get his hands on the Blasteel race's core technology, Yang Feng's Shizu technology will make great progress. Similarly, if the Blasteel race get their hands of Yang Feng's Shizu technology, their own technology still make great progress and may even propel the Blasteel race to the next level. Oshang asked, Are you interested in exploring the Eternal Ancient Road? When these words fell, all Warlock monarchs present stopped chatting and focused on Yang Feng. The Eternal Ancient Road is a very dangerous star road full of ferocious extraordinary life forms. Many of the extraordinary life forms are failed products Eternal Sovereigns made for war purposes, and then threw them into the Eternal Ancient Road. The Eternal Ancient Road is filled with dangers. If Infinity Warlocks enter it, they are sure to die. They will become food at the bottom of the food chain. If Warlock monarchs enter, they have a sliver of hope to survive. Even if it is Holy Spirit Warlocks and Great Holy Step powerhouses, it is still very dangerous for them to enter it. Eternal Ancient Road is a terrifying star road that human Warlocks have never conquered before. Even in their heyday, the 8 Warlock Emperor didn't lead troops to attack the Eternal Ancient Road and clear away the savage existences within. Many Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses have fought in the Eternal Ancient Road and searched for a chance of evolution. Legend has it that opportunities and mysteries pertaining to advancing to the Eternal Sovereign Realm are hidden in the deepest part of the Eternal Ancient Road. According to the history that can be inspected, those known as Eternal Sovereigns have gone to the deepest part of the Eternal Ancient Road and left there something behind. The Eternal Ancient Road is also known as the Empyrean Road. Except for Heaven and Earth variants who were born as Warlock Emperors such as the Primal Chaos Mother Spider, anyone who has successfully become a Warlock Emperor has once gone to the Eternal Ancient Road to temper themselves, where they fought extraordinary life forms left by the Eternal Sovereigns, fought with peerless geniuses of the same rank as them, fought with all kinds of fearsome existences, forged their path and finally advanced to the Warlock Emperor realm. Yang Feng shook his head and said, I'm still too weak. After I have promoted to a Holy Spirit Warlock, I will go to the Eternal Ancient Road. Yang Feng's strength lies in his self-awareness. Although he formed an immortal body, but he can only compete with the weakest Holy Spirit Warlocks. There are differences between Holy Spirit Warlocks in terms of strength. The most powerful Holy Spirit Warlocks even have the strength to kill the current Yang Feng. Besides, in the Eternal Ancient Road, even great Holy Step powerhouses run the risk of dying. For the time being, he has no interest in going to the Eternal Ancient Road. Oshang uttered, Yang Feng, when you are interested in exploring the Eternal Ancient Road, let's explore it together. Due to the many dangers in the Eternal Ancient Road, if quasi-Holy Step powerhouses enter it, they will die if they are the slightest bit careless. After the feast, Yang Feng went back to the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters. The universe's favor is gone. It looks like it was the reason I was able to absorb the power in the wall of reflection. When Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm, he discovered that more than 99% of his universe's favor has disappeared, and then realized that the power he obtained from the wall of reflection should be related to the universe's favor. Wall of reflection contained the power of the eternal sovereign, the dream spirit heart. As it can reflect yourself and deduce your path forward, that power is something marvelous. Yang Feng's essence of devour, which has reached a very terrifying realm, stimulated the wall of reflection and devoured all the power contained inside. Of course, if there was not enough universe's favor, with the current realm of his essence of devour, Yang Feng's odds at stimulating the wall of reflection would be extremely small. Although the universe's favor seems useless, but in fact, it can elevate the chances of lucky events with a small probability of occurring to the extreme and make them a certainty. For top powerhouses, the universe's favor is very precious. Yang Feng willed and immersed himself in the magic network. 2 years have passed. The celestial body with the wall of reflection is a special secret realm where the flow of time is 10 times faster than on the Zhangji plane. Yang Feng carefully browsed the information recorded in the magic network. But, in the past 2 years, genius have emerged one after another. In the 2 years Yang Feng spent in seclusion, countless hidden geniuses sprouted up like cabbages. Bu Liantian and Yen Maoan, these geniuses formerly ranked top 10 on the core world's infinity list, have been easily surpassed by others. Young genius from the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts surpassed the former and stepped on the infinity list's top 10. The New Dawn Imperial Court, which inherited the legacy of the 8th Warlock Imperial Court, the Dawn Imperial Court, has emerged and formed an alliance called the Sunrise Alliance with several powerful warlock groups scattered in the universe that have been defeated by the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts. The master of the New Dawn Imperial Court is said to be a supreme god avatar of the 8th Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord. Although the 8th Warlock Dynasty's Dawn Lord was not among the strongest Warlock Emperors, but he was nevertheless a genuine Warlock Emperor. Similarly, his god avatar possesses terrifying battle prowess. Due to the awe-inspiring prestige of the Dawn Lord, the many warlock groups previously part of the Human Supreme Council left the council and joined the Sunrise Alliance. Similarly, the Western world's 3 dynasties broke away from the Human Supreme Council and joined the Sunrise Alliance in the first moments. Before the rise of the Dawn Lord, the Zhangji Plain was dominated by the warlocks from the Eastern world. With his exceptional talent, the Dawn Lord defeated the warlocks from the Eastern world of his era, recruited countless experts, and created the Dawn Imperial Court. The Dawn Lord is a genius from the Western world. In his prime, he was virtually fair to both the Eastern world and the Western world. He was only slightly biased towards the Western world. It was during this period that the Western world entered a golden age of development and leaped to the same level as the Eastern world. In the Western world, the reputation of the Dawn Lord is more than 100 times as great as that of the other 7 Warlock Emperors. With the return of the Dawn Lord, virtually the entire Western world changed their allegiance to the Sunrise Alliance. As soon as the Sunrise Alliance formed, it acquired a large amount of land in the Western world. At the same time, the Sunrise Alliance also made a demand regarding the Heaven and Earth Spirit Roots branch floating continents occupied by the Human Supreme Council. The Sunrise Alliance had no objections regarding the 6 branch floating continents occupied by the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts, but they asked for at least 2 of the remaining 3 branch floating continents. Standing in opposition to the Sunrise Alliance, the Human Supreme Council declared that the territories occupied by the Sunrise Alliance in the Western world belonged to the Human Supreme Council. If it wasn't for the Gamana Universe's powerhouses watching from the sidelines and the many other races coveting the position of the human race, the Human Supreme Council and the Sunrise Alliance would have already fought for the dominance of the human race. The gold lakes of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Roots branch floating continents not only have gestated an Empyrean-grade secret treasure embryo each, but they also have the power to restore Holy Spirit warlocks. Additionally, the branch floating continents are expanding at all times. This is enough for them to become the base of a powerful force. Naturally, there are people who covet them. Yang Feng is glad that he was sufficiently decisive to pose as the Golem Imperial Court and seize a branch floating continent of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root. It was thanks to this that he was able to revive the brilliant Great Holy and gain tremendous benefits from the branch floating continent. If Yang Feng hadn't snatched away the branch floating continent, he wouldn't have become a chairman of the Human Supreme Council and gained great authority. With a flash of light, the Star Monarch's image suddenly appeared and looked at Yang Feng. Her eyes lit up, and she said, "Yang Feng, you're back. Great. Please come to the headquarters of the Human Supreme Council." Chapter 10:15 God Descendant Arjamiro. Chapter 10:15 God Descendant Arjamiro. Translator, Xuanhuan. The Human Supreme Council's headquarters. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in the conference hall. The other 6 chairmen are already seated. "Yang Feng, here you are." When they saw Yang Feng, the 6 chairmen greeted him. In the past 2 years, the mechanical legions Yang Feng sold to others wiped out countless experts of the Gamana universe. Those experts of the Gamana universe, who wanted to spread to other places several times and unleash massacres, were blocked by the mechanical legions Yang Feng sold, which made Yang Feng rise in the estimation of the other 6 chairmen. The Taboo Monarch said, "The Sunrise Alliance asked us to hand over the Heaven and Earth Spirit Roots branch floating continents again. Everyone, what do you think about this?" The source of this content is freowebnovel.com. The Magic Note Monarch uttered coldly, a gloomy expression on his face. "Absolutely not. The Heaven and Earth Spirit Roots branch floating continents are of core interest to the Human Supreme Council. We must not make concessions. If necessary, we can mobilize the main forces in the central starfield to fight them," the Death Monarch said coldly. "Yes, we cannot give them the Heaven and Earth Spirit Root. Otherwise, there won't be a need for the Human Supreme Council to exist." After the establishment of the Human Supreme Council, many warlock groups with Holy Spirit warlocks were recruited from the universe and their headquarters were placed on the other 2 branch floating continents. Those warlock groups joined the Human Supreme Council to enjoy such treatment. If the 2 branch floating continents are taken away by the Sunrise Alliance, the Human Supreme Council will receive a great blow. In the world of warlocks, with the Great Tribulation as background, what people like to follow the most is the strong. If the Human Supreme Council lowers its head once, then the Sunrise Alliance is bound to challenge it again and again. At the same time, other powerful races will also regard the Human Supreme Council as a weak and easy-to-bully target and actively attack the Council. The other chairmen nodded in agreement with the Death Monarch and the Magic Note Monarch. They would rather let lose the Gamana universe's powerhouses on the universe than let their core interests be harmed. After the Gamana universe's powerhouses enter the rest of the universe, the powerful races will be forced to fight them in order to preserve themselves. The most important reason why the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts want to seal the universe rift in the central starfield is that they want to delay the universe devouring and seize the opportunity to harvest a lot of the universe's favor and cultivate their geniuses. But if they have to, they will pull away all their powerhouses from the defensive line. The infighting in the human race is extremely fierce, and the fate of the defeated is miserable. The chairmen of the Human Supreme Council will never allow themselves to be the defeated. The Sunrise Alliance's Sunforge Great Holy request an audience with the Human Supreme Council's 7 chairmen. A tyrannical voice came from the sky, and a great holy step breath, which seems to suppress the heaven and earth and crush everything in its wake, pressed down. Great Holy! The Sunrise Alliance also has Great Holy Step powerhouses. In the headquarters of the Human Supreme Council, the complexion of the chairmen changed, and their eyes flickered with a stern shade. Holy Spirit warlocks are the protectors of superior races, while Great Holy Step powerhouses are top existences among Holy Spirit warlocks. Great Holy Step powerhouses can even fight some weak warlock emperors. Every Great Holy Step powerhouse is an existence that cannot be underestimated. Along with flashes of light, Yang Feng and the other 6 chairmen appeared in the void and looked into the distance. In the middle of the sky, there is a sun carriage pulled by 9 sun-like sun golden crows. Each sun golden crow possesses Warlock Monarch rank strength. Due to the 9 sun golden crows, which are suspended in the sky like 9 suns, the temperature within the range of 10,000 kilometers suddenly rose to more than 100 degrees Celsius. Were it not for the strong barriers that was activated in the city on the ground, then everyone below the level 1 warlock realm would die. Next to the sun carriage, there is a lavish litter pulled by 9 gold dragons. 16 beautiful and enchanting infinity warlock rank blazing angels are standing aside, a solemn look in their eyes. Aboard the lavish litter, there sits a tall, handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes, looking like an unparalleled primary god. The handsome man gazed at the chairman of the Human Supreme Council haughtily. At this time, 3 Holy Spirit warlock rank breath rose from the city. Xuanhuan walked out of the void, faced the Sunforge Great Holy, and asked in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, a solemn look in his eyes. Sunforge Great Holy, what brings you here? Although Xuanhuan is a top powerhouse among Holy Spirit warlocks, but there is still a huge gap between him and a great Holy Step powerhouse. But the headquarters of the Human Supreme Council, which are enveloped by many barriers, have a number of trump cards hidden. Faced against 3 Holy Spirit warlock and the various trump cards of the headquarters of the Human Supreme Council, even a great Holy Step powerhouse is likely to be serious wounded or even suppressed. I came because of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Roots branch floating continents, of course. The Heaven and Earth Spirit Root is a unique treasure birthed by the Zhangji Plane and is the key to resisting the Gamana Universe's powerhouses in the future. As a member of the human race, the Sunrise Alliance naturally has the right to occupy a few branch floating continents. As long as you cede 2 branch floating continents to the Sunrise Alliance, we are willing to send 2 Great Hollies, 5 Holy Spirit Warlocks, and our main force to the Central Starfield and join the fight against the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. Sunforge Great Holy said. Xuanhuan refused resolutely. There's no need. We are strong enough to contend with the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. Since killing the Gamana Universe's powerhouses can get you the universe's favor, many Holy Spirit Warlocks have gone to the Central Starfield to slay the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. Now most of the powerhouses of the Gamana Universe have withdrawn to the vicinity of the Tier 4 hives, and there are now few instances of large-scale operations. The war in the Central Starfield has stabilized, with the humans unable to harm the Gamana Universe's powerhouses and vice versa. Under such circumstance, it doesn't matter whether the Sunrise Alliance is present or not. The Sunforge Great Holy wrinkled his eyebrows, and his expression turned frosty. The handsome man sitting in the lavish litter got up and said calmly, I am Arjamiro, the Sunrise Alliance's only divine son. Arjamiro's eyes radiated bright light. The Heaven and Earth Spirit Roots branch floating continents. The Sunrise Alliance is determined to get them, and is even ready to go to war for them if necessary. The Taboo Monarch's beautiful eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and she responded domineeringly, If you want war, we'll give you war. Yang Feng and the other chairmen stared at Arjamiro with intense fighting spirit. Several major forces comprising the Sunrise Alliance are warlock groups who were previously defeated by the 6 warlock imperial courts. Naturally, the 6 warlock imperial courts won't permit the forces they previously defeated be head and shoulders above them. Since Yang Feng is a chairman of the Human Supreme Council, if a war breaks out, he will side with the Human Supreme Council and use all his strength to defeat or even eradicate the Sunrise Alliance. We are all humans. If we fight amongst ourselves, we'll be only playing into the hands of the other races and the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. Let's use the method of swapping pointers to decide the ownership of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Roots floating branch continents. You can choose 5 powerhouses below the Holy Spirit Warlock realm to fight me. As long as one of them is able to beat me, it will be your win. But if you lose, you'll give us 2 branch floating continents. Arjamiro said calmly. The Taboo Monarch replied coldly, If we lose, we will give up 2 branch floating continents. If you lose, you will pay an equivalent price. Unless you accept these terms, this contest is meaningless. We won't agree to such an unfair bet. This is a key of fate, one of the 36 legendary keys that can guide the powerhouses of this world to the gate of fate. It is said that the true meaning of the essence of fate is hidden behind the gate of fate. This key of fate is comparable to an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. If you can beat me, this key of fate will belong to you. Arjamiro smiled. Ripples rose around him, and a bronze key engraved with numerous mysterious runes and emanating fluctuations of fate suddenly appeared and flew towards the taboo monarch. When the taboo monarch received the bronze key that emanates fluctuations of fate, her expression became stern, and she unleashed various spells on the key. The key of fate shone, and an unfathomable net of fate, which seems to be able to embrace everything and dominate the fate of all life forms, suddenly appeared, and then collapsed and disappeared. The taboo monarch's eyes shimmered brightly, and she handed the key to the star monarch. This key of fate is real. After the star monarch and the others examined the key of fate, their eyes flickered with an enigmatic shade. But they finally returned the key to Arjamiro. Since the Sunrise Alliance still hasn't shed all pretenses of cordiality, the taboo monarch and them cannot keep the key of fate, which is comparable to an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. If they did that, a war is likely to break out between the two human forces which no one wants to see. The taboo monarch asked, "What do you think?" The star monarch's eyes flickered with resplendent light, and she responded decisively, "That's not enough, although the key to fate is worth as much as an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. But that's only the case for Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. For us, the two-branch floating continents are indispensable pillars." Chapter 1016 Arjamiro's Terror. Chapter 1016 Arjamiro's Terror. Translator, Xuanhuan. The key of fate is essential to guide powerhouses to the gate of fate. For warlock emperors who desire to break through and promote to the eternal sovereign realm, it is naturally an extremely precious treasure, even more precious than Empyrean-grade secret treasures. However, for the human Supreme Council, which is facing the Great Tribulation, although the key of fate is indeed precious, but it is not that useful since it cannot be converted into fighting strength in a short period of time. Yang Feng looked longingly at the key of fate and shook his head. The key of fate is indeed precious. In the entire universe, there are only 36 such keys. But for the present Yang Feng, the heaven and earth spirit roots branch floating continent is much more important. Then how about we add a piece of the Zhangji Plains territory? Arjamiro slashed with his hand, and a map of the Zhangji Plain appeared in the void. On the map, a piece of land lit up red. Before the Zhangji Plain changed, this piece of land constituted the Brest dynasty, one of the 3 dynasties of the Western world. Arjamiro took out the Brest dynasty as a stake. The territories human warlocks occupied on the Zhangji Plain were the most fertile. After the world changed, the Zhangji Plain began expanding and increasing its landmass every second. Even so, the territories that belong to the Great Cloud dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties are still the most fertile. After the establishment of the Human Supreme Council, the Great Cloud dynasty and the Western world's Bajor dynasty and the Kader dynasty fell under the control of the Human Supreme Council. Full W current novels on fruibnov.com. The Western world's top warlock groups were settled in the Brest dynasty's territory, which is one of the important reasons why the top warlock groups of the Western world collectively joined the Sunrise Alliance. For Arjamiro to take out the Brest dynasty's territory to gamble with the 6 warlock imperial courts. It is a clear display of frankness. If Arjamiro is defeated, the Sunrise Alliance will lose an optimal footing on the Zhangji Plain. The taboo monarch frowned, then broke into a smile and asked the other 6 chairmen, "I think these terms are more appropriate. What do you guys think?" The death monarch revealed a playful shade in his eyes and said with a smile, "The stakes are a bit unequal, but if he is willing to fight people by himself, then the inequality of stakes can be ignored. I agree to these terms." The magic note monarch uttered with a smile, "I agree." The star monarch frowned and looked at the other monarchs. Yang Feng spoke with a faint smile, "I also agree." The thunder leopard monarch's eyes flickered with a bright radiance, and he said cautiously, "Since Arjamiro dares to raise such conditions, he must be extremely strong. I don't think we should accept his challenge. Our current strength is far above that of the Sunrise Alliance. Even if we don't accept this wager, we still hold the upper hand." The dragon spirit monarch shook his head and said, "Since Arjamiro proposed to fight 5 people by himself, he must be tyrannically strong. However, the Human Supreme Council is not weak either. If we don't fight him under such unfair conditions, what will the world think of us?" The dragon spirit monarch took a deep look at the thunder leopard monarch and said with a smile, "And Thunder Leopard Monarch. It's currently the Great Tribulation. This is both the worst and the best time. A sapling who doesn't experience strong wind and rain can never grow into a towering tree. Except for those heaven and earth variants who were born extremely strong. I've never heard of anyone who remained obscure and unknown eventually become a warlock emperor. The Thunder Leopard Monarch's eyes flashed with the shade of contemplation. After hesitating for a while, he finally nodded and said, "I agree." The Star Monarch uttered, "Since everyone agrees, then so do I." However, since the Star Imperial Court's warlocks are not expert in direct confrontation, you guys should be the ones to select the 5 people who shall participate in the competition. The Star Imperial Court's warlocks are quite powerful in direct confrontation, but their strongest points lie in divination and sealing arts. In terms of divination and sealing arts, they are indeed ranked at the very top. This kind of competition is not their forte. After the 7 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council came to a consensus, they began to summon their strongest quasi-holies. Light of teleportation shone as the strongest quasi-holy step powerhouses subordinated to the 6 chairmen appeared one after another. The Taboo Imperial Court selected Shang, while the Battle Demon Sect selected Yu. The Time Imperial Court selected a young man with medium build and an ordinary and haggard appearance. The Death Imperial Court selected a man who is surrounded by the breath of death and resembles a dried-up corpse. The Transcendent Imperial Court selected a handsome young man with 3 eyes, short hair, a domineering temperament, and a 3-meter-long sword on the back. Magic Note Imperial Court selected a young man with an ordinary physique and a smile plastered on his face, and dressed in a gold warlock robe. These 6 powerhouses of different temperaments are the strongest quasi-holy step powerhouses subordinated to the 6 forces. Yang Feng looked at the other 5 powerhouses and mused, "I don't know any of them except for Shang. The 6 warlock imperial courts are really secretive." The Taboo Monarch said, "Shang, this is Arjamiro, the divine son of the Sunrise Alliance. Go swap pointers with him." The Star Monarch waved her hand, and a silver-colored star flew out of her hand and formed a silver arena in the void. The Silver Arena is a famous holy-grade secret treasure, the Starry Sky Arena of the Star Imperial Court, and it can accommodate the fighting of Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. "Yes, Your Majesty." Shang's figure fluttered, and he entered the Starry Sky Arena. Arjamiro uttered with a charming smile, "Everyone, before the competition starts, I have one more condition. That is, you can't use Empyrean-grade secret treasures. After all, we are supposed to swap pointers, not fight to the death. If a top quasi-holy like Shang burns his life and operates an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, he'll be able to wound and perhaps even deal great damage to Holy Spirit warlocks. But without the help of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, even if Shang burns his life, he won't be able to damage the source of Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses." The Taboo Monarch replied, "No problem." Arjamiro smiled, turned into a stream of light, and entered the Starry Sky Arena. "Arjamiro, be careful." As soon as Arjamiro entered the Starry Sky Arena, Shang silently recited an incantation. Countless runes appeared all over his body. A fearsome dragon might emanated from him, and he turned into a 50-meter-long primeval black dragon. He belched dragon fire, which can easily burn the earth and destroy the world. The dragon fire rolled out towards Arjamiro. Seeing this scene, the Star Monarch exclaimed in admiration, "Primeval dragon fire! Incredible!" The Death Monarch praised, "Amazing!" Shang is one of the most powerful quasi-holy step powerhouses of the Taboo Imperial Court for a reason. It seems that he is only one step away from advancing to a Holy Spirit Warlock. If he can become a Holy Spirit Warlock in the future, then even among the Holy Spirit Warlocks, he will be a first-class powerhouse. The other chairman nodded. The eyes of the Time Imperial Court's powerhouse, who has a haggard appearance, flashed with disdain, and he uttered in a low voice, "The Taboo Imperial Court's Shang only amounts to this much, what a letdown." The haggard-looking man is surrounded by strange ripples that distort the perception of others. With their tyrannical perception, the chairman of the Human Supreme Council can even hear the wings of a fly flapping from 1,000 kilometers away. Yet they didn't hear what he said. My decree, let there be light. Let light fill the world. Arjimiro spoke calmly. In a flash, endless divine light full of purification force spread in all directions with Arjimiro as the core. Swept by the divine light, the primeval dragon fire, which blotted out the sky and burned everything in its wake, disappeared abruptly. Divine judgment. Looking like the master of light, Arjimiro pointed at Oshang. Countless rays of light gathered in the void and formed a spear of light that ripped through the void, stabbed the primeval black dragon Oshang turned into, knocked him down from the sky, and nailed him to the ground. Countless rays of light burst out from the primeval black dragon Oshang turned into. Dazzling light burned and purified his black dragon scales, which have an amazing defense. Oshang, whose skin and flesh were burned black, issued cries of agony. The taboo monarch frowned and said flatly, I admit defeat in his stead. We lost this match. Arjimiro smiled faintly and snapped his fingers, and the light that blotted out the sky disappeared. Oshang reverted back to his human form, which is all battered and scarred, took a deep look at Arjimiro, turned into a stream of light, flew out of the starry sky arena, and disappeared. Yang Feng took a deep look at Oshang, and his eyes flashed with a solemn shade. What a frightening guy! Maybe even sure you may not be his opponent. Oshang, who is the #1 Holy Spirit Warlock rank expert of the Taboo Imperial Court, is not weak by any means. The fact that Arjimiro defeated Oshang so easily only shows that Arjimiro is just too strong. The 5 remaining powerhouses summoned by the Human Supreme Council stared at Arjimiro with a dignified look in their eyes. The Transcendent Imperial Court's 3-eyed powerhouse looked at Arjimiro with apprehension in his eyes, silent. Yang Feng asked, what do you think of this guy? Sure, you, whose spiritual sense is much more powerful than Yang Feng's extraordinary perception, can directly point to the essence of things. This is an innate ability of heaven and earth variants doted on by the universe. Chapter 1017 Wang Bo's Defeat. Chapter 1017 Wang Bo's Defeat. Translator, Xuanhuan. Sure Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified color, and she said, That Arjimiro is something else. The way I am now, I am not his opponent. The resources he got from other places, Yang Feng handed them to Sure Yu and Mykelia without reservation and let them practice cultivation in the light of Eternity Plane. Furthermore, he didn't prohibit them traveling the world. After they were raised by Yang Feng, Sure Yu and Mykelia have become first-rate powerhouses even in the quasi-holy steppe. Each one of them can beat Oshang. Yet now Sure Yu admitted that she is not Arjimiro's opponents, which made Yang Feng's eyes flash with a dignified color. In the quiet surroundings, Yang Feng stayed silent as well, not wishing to let Sure Yu fight. As a heaven and earth variant and a powerhouse that is doted on and favored by the universe, Sure Yu is extremely strong. If there was a glimmer of hope to defeat the opponent, she would never give up. But since she doesn't want to step in, it is proved that Arjimiro is far stronger than her. I, Death Imperial Court's Wang Bo, will fight you. A man that resembles a dried-up corpse and is enveloped by surging black gas appeared on the starry sky arena in a flash. Yang Feng glanced at Wang Bo, frowned, and sent a voice transmission to the Taboo Monarch. Aren't the Death Imperial Court's powerhouses restrained by pure light force? The Death Imperial Court's death text studies the mysteries of life and death. The Death Imperial Court holds many frightening corpses and uses them for fighting. The unripe death force will be restrained by the light of purification. The Taboo Monarch replied with a mysterious smile. The Death Imperial Court's death text is not that simple. Arjimiro suddenly broke out into a charming smile and said full of confidence, You can have the first strike. With a cold look in his eyes, Wang Bo slashed with his hand and made a rift in the void, and a gold coffin flew out. All of a sudden, the lid of the gold coffin opened, revealing a 20-meter-tall whole spirit warlock rank evil god with a horn on the head, engraved with numerous mysterious runes, and exuding a wisp of immortal breath. The evil god only exists in that place. The void distorted, as if unable to support its existence. Wang Bo pressed his hand on the evil god. Next, ripples surged, and he plunged inside the evil god. The Holy Spirit Warlock rank evil god, who previously had no vitality, opened its eyes and breathed in, eyes shot with blood. The elemental particles within an area 1,000 kilometers in radius formed a fearsome elemental particle tide that poured into the evil god. All of a sudden, runes erupted, and a complete holy might slowly spread from it. Yang Feng's eyes flickered solemnly when he saw this scene. Remarkable! So this is the top quasi-holy of the Death Imperial Court. Truly fearsome. He's comparable to a true Holy Spirit Warlock in terms of battle prowess. The Star Monarch's pretty eyes flickered brightly. This Wang Bo is an amazing fellow. The Death Imperial Court unexpectedly has such a secret weapon. The Dragon Spirit Monarch's eyes shimmered with a queer radiance, and he said unhurriedly, "From today on, the whole world will know his name." The gap between quasi-holy step powerhouses and Holy Spirit Warlock realm powerhouses is like a wide chasm. No matter what secret treasures he uses, so long as Wang Bo can maintain Holy Spirit Warlock rank fighting strength for a period of time, this is already beyond incredible. While integrated with the evil god, Wang Bo can already display greater fighting strength than the heaven and earth variant Shiryu. My decree. Let there be light. Let light fill the world. For the first time, Arjimiro's eyes flickered with a dignified shade. He pointed at the evil god Wang Bo integrated with and spoke. Endless light covered the space, and then countless chains of light emerged and rolled out towards the evil god from all directions. The countless chains of light, which contain purification force, can easily suppress all kinds of ancient beasts, archgods, and other extraordinary life forms. As long as dark and undead type extraordinary life forms are entangled by the chains of light, they will be purified into ashes by the fearsome purification force. The evil god Wang Bo integrated with released an earth-shaking sound wave that seems to be capable of suppressing and destroying everything. The chains of light suddenly collapsed. In the starry sky arena, in the wake of the fearsome sound wave, light collapsed and disappeared. The entire starry sky arena shone, and countless runes emerged and frantically extracted the star force of the starry sky to maintain the arena. When Arjimiro, who defeated O Shang with one strike, was hit by the frightening sound wave, the magic shields around him collapsed. His life force field disintegrated, his body burst open, and a copious amount of blood ejected from the wounds on his body. Divine judgment! With his countenance unchanged, Arjimiro pointed with a hand, and fearsome world force gushed out abruptly. As if formed from the purest light, a celestial mountain surrounded by countless angels and radiating him suddenly emerged, dropped down from the sky, and pressed towards the evil god. Break! The evil god Wang Bo integrated with released an unruly roar, soared into the sky, and slammed a fist into the celestial mountain projection. Boom! The celestial mountain projection collapsed, the angels perished, and the hymns faded away, as if a world extinguished. Incredible. That's a trump card of the Death Imperial Court for you. You actually forced me to use my real skills. Wang Bo, was it? I shall remember this name. Arjimiro's eyes flashed brightly. Countless runes appeared all over his body. An immortal breath emerged abruptly, and the light of dawn enveloped the whole person. When she saw this, the Star Monarch's face fell, and she cried out, "Immortal body! He formed an immortal body!" The Taboo Monarch's complexion changed, and she muttered, "Immortal body? The immortal body of dawn. He formed the immortal body that the Dawn Lord once formed. What's going on? Could it be that he wants to advance to a warlock emperor using the essence of dawn? But hasn't the Dawn Lord not yet died completely?" The magic note Monarch's eyes flickered with a solemn shade. "So he formed an immortal body. No wonder he dared to challenge us here." The bloodshot eyes of the evil god with flickered, and it took a step forward, crossed a distance of hundreds of kilometers, appeared in front of Arjimiro, and sent a palm strike flying towards the other party. In the center of the evil god's palm, a mouth full of chrysanthemum-like teeth suddenly sprouted and bit at Arjimiro. "Even though you integrated with the evil god, your control of power is still at the quasi-holy step. Too weak." Arjimiro's voice came from the dazzling light of dawn, and then a sword of light stabbed into the evil god Wang Bo integrated with. In a flash, endless light of dawn rushed into the evil god and prompted it to issue painful cries, unable to move. Light glimmered as Wang Bo was forced out of the evil god's body. He ejected like a shell, slammed into the ground, and passed out. The Death Monarch said decisively, a gloomy expression on his face, "We give up!" As the powerhouse of the Death Imperial Court most promising of reaching the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, Wang Bo must not die. With a flash of light, Wang Bo was conveyed to in front of the Death Monarch, and then disappeared in a spatial gate. Now, who else wants to fight me? Surrounded by the light of dawn, Arjimiro looks like an invincible primary god in charge of the authority of dawn. With a seemingly gentle yet secretly arrogant smile on his face, he gazed at the spectators from the starry sky arena. Arjimiro's recent wounds have already healed completely. Silence pervaded the surroundings. I, the Time Imperial Court's Huang Puchan, will fight you. At this time, the young man of the Time Imperial Court with a haggard appearance radiated dazzling light. His haggard face filled with vitality and became handsome. His temperament became extraordinary, and he radiated a self-confident and domineering air. He took a step forward, appeared in the starry sky arena, and confronted Arjimiro. Huang Puchan's eyes flashed with a burning color, and he uttered slowly, "Arjimiro, since you just fought 2 battles in a row, do you want to have a rest? I want to fight you in peak condition." Arjimiro responded with a smile. No need. While integrated with the evil god, Wang Bo could only use its power instinctively. With only power, but no combat sense, he couldn't truly control the Holy Spirit Warlock rank power. It was quite easy to defeat him. Huang Puchan, I hope you can entertain me a little. Huang Puchan's eyes flashed with queer light, countless mysterious runes appeared on his body, and a resplendent river of time sprang up around him abruptly. The Star Monarch's countenance changed, and she cried out, "Immortal body!" Huang Puchan also formed an immortal body, and it's the time body. Updated from freeobnul.com. The Death Monarch's eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and he uttered unhurriedly, "So this is the monster the Time Imperial Court cultivated. Truly fearsome. He is more than 10 times more fearsome than Wang Bo. Immortal body. And it's the time body to boot. What a scary monster." With a flash of a queer shade in his eyes, the Magic Note Monarch stared at Huang Puchan and said slowly, "Impressive. Immortal body. Time body. In addition to the Time Lord, less than 10 people have formed this immortal body. In that case, he also mastered the essence of time, which is the most difficult and dreadful essence to master." Chapter 1018 Huang Puchan's Defeat. Chapter 1018 Huang Puchan's Defeat. Translator, Xuanhuan. Immortal body, time body. There are more and more monsters springing up in this era. Arjimiro's eyes flashed with a dignified color. Surrounded by light, he turned into a resplendent mass of light. That is the light of dawn, and it can heal, nourish, and destroy anything. Freeze! Huang Puchan pointed at Arjimiro, and a colorless and formless torrent of time, which powerhouses below the Moonlight Warlock realm cannot see, swept towards Arjimiro. Time stopped instantly 20 meters around Arjimiro. Whether it is dust particles or life magic energy and elemental particles invisible to the naked eye, they all turned still. Huang Puchan appeared in the still space and sent a palm slamming towards Arjimiro's abdomen, an expressionless look on his face. Forces cannot flow in the still space. The only thing that can move is Huang Puchan, who has integrated with time and is shrouded in the torrent of time. The Star Monarch breathed a sigh of relief. He won. The Death Monarch said slowly, "The time body is indeed dreadful. The essence of time is indeed the most incredible of essences. Against a guy like that, the outcome will be decided in an instant. Against a powerhouse like Huang Puchan, who is proficient in the essence of time and formed an immortal body, if a powerhouse like the Death Monarch doesn't activate a secret treasure to protect himself in the first moments, then once time is frozen, they will be screwed. Time freeze. Against powerhouses below the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, this move is absolutely effective and can lead to an instant victory. but to use it against an opponent of the same realm who also formed an immortal body. How arrogant. In the still space, the originally motionless Arjimiro emanated fluctuations of time from all over his body and pointed at Huang Puchen. In a flash, endless light of dawn radiated from his finger and filled the space. The light of dawn was just released, when it was seized by the torrent of time and frozen still. The endless light of dawn continued to gush out. In an instant, its energy level surpassed the limit of the torrent of time, and the light of dawn broke through the torrent of time and swept towards Huang Puchen. Time freeze is one of the most exquisite and terrifying spells. Once time is stopped, unless you have mastered the law of time, even your thinking will be frozen and you will be left vulnerable. However, the stronger the opponent is, the harder it is to freeze them using the time freeze spell. It is a spell that is most easily broken by pure power. Although Huang Puchen dodged outward, but part of his body was still hit by the light of dawn. The fire of dawn rose on his body and burned him wildly, as if going to burn him to ashes. Huang Puchen frowned and pointed at the fire of dawn, and a torrent of time rolled out towards the fire of dawn. That flow of time of the fire of dawn reversed until the time when it didn't exist. The time of Huang Puchen's injuries was reversed, and they disappeared in an instant. Time reversal, a most quick and fearsome restoration spell. You can keep your body in peak condition at all times. However, the power it consumes ultimately won't regenerate out of thin air. How many more times can you use this spell? Arjimiro, enveloped by the light of dawn, appeared behind Huang Puchen. Endless light of dawn bearing certain hit karma suddenly burst out and shot towards Huang Puchen. A fearsome torrent of time appeared all over Huang Puchen's body, and the flow of time around him became 30 times as fast. He fled into the distance while bearing certain evasion karma. As most powerful geniuses of the human race, Arjimiro and Huang Puchen have both mastered the law of karma and possess terrifying strength. It's no use. Huang Puchen, you are doomed to be defeated by me. This is your fate that you can neither resist nor deviate from. A voice full of mystery, dignity, and greatness reverberates in the space like the voice of fate. Enveloped by the light of dawn, Arjimiro instantly appeared behind Huang Puchen, ripped apart the torrent of time protecting other party with his fair hand, and then slammed his hand into him. Endless light of dawn erupted, and the strike slammed Huang Puchen into the ground, blasting open a huge hole in the ground. Huang Puchen spat out a big mouthful of blood. Then, the torrent of time rolled out, reversed the time of his body, and restored his condition in an instant. Divine judgment! A resplendent spear of light dropped down from the sky, sealed the void, and stabbed towards Huang Puchen, no giving him a chance to catch his breath. With a flash of green light, the flow of time around Huang Puchen sped up 30 times, and he flew to 100 kilometers away in the blink of the eyes. Boom! The brilliant spear of light struck the earth and raised a scary mushroom cloud, and a bottomless hole 100 kilometers in diameter appeared abruptly. If it was on Earth, this strike would have blasted it away. The starry sky arena absorbed the energy of the starry sky. A copious amount of starlight shone and poured into the starry sky arena, frantically nourishing the arena. Under the nourishment of the starlight, the bottomless hole closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's no use. Huang Puchen, you are doomed to be defeated by me. This is your fate that you can neither resist nor deviate from. A mysterious and grand voice full of the breath of fate suddenly rose, oscillated beside Huang Puchen's ears, and forcibly poured into his mind. New Envel chapters are published on freewebnovel.co. The mysterious and grand voice shook Huang Puchen's mind, making it so he has no choice but focus part of his energy on resisting the mysterious voice. Light shone, and Arjimiro appeared behind Huang Puchen in an instant and knocked him down from the sky, slamming him into the earth again. Boom! Boom! Huang Puchen broke away from the earth, and then was blasted into the earth by Arjimiro again. No matter how he struggles, his loss is already a foregone conclusion. The Thunder Leopard Monarch frowned and said decisively, "We give up!" Reverberating in the starry sky arena, Arjimiro's mysterious voice, which contains the breath of fate, gave the Thunder Leopard Monarch a sense of foreboding. If Huang Puchen suffers a crushing defeat and is trampled on, a seed of defeat might be planted in his mind, making it so he will never rise again. In the history of human warlocks, there are many instances of peerless geniuses who, after a period of smooth sailing, suffered a great setback, and then never recovered and made progress. That kind of mental cause is the most tricky to deal with, because it makes those geniuses deep in their heart unwilling to make progress. Even giving them more resources is a waste. Regret flickered in Arjimiro's eyes. In a flash, the light that filled the starry sky arena disappeared. A torrent of time rolled out, and Huang Puchen restored his peak condition. He stared gloomily at Arjimiro and said coldly, "Arjimiro, for today's disgrace, I will pay you back 10 times as much in the future." With a flash of light, Huang Puchen flew out of the starry sky arena and disappeared. The Dragon Spirit Monarch stared at Arjimiro and uttered slowly, "What a frightening guy! His combat experience is extremely rich and his control of power is far above that of Huang Puchen. What a monster!" The Star Monarch frowned and said unhurriedly, "He must have gone through countless bitter struggles to develop such fearsome combat skills. But how come we never heard of him? Arjimiro's fighting strength is far superior to that of Huang Puchen and can be regarded as heaven-defying. The weakest Holy Spirit warlocks are not his opponents. The 6 Warlock Imperial Courts have planted many spies in the Sunrise Alliance and the planes controlled by the Dawn Imperial Court. But they never found anything about Arjimiro in the Dawn Imperial Court, not even his name. It is as if he sprouted out of thin air. As soon as he appeared in the world, he defeated the top quasi-holies of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts. This display is simply incredible." freewebnovel.com. All eyes fell on the Sure Yu and Green Eyes Monarch, the powerhouse chosen by the Transcendent Imperial Court. The Green Eyes Monarch fell silent and lowered his head. Sure Yu stood expressionlessly like a beautiful statue. Arjimiro showed a smile of provocation and looked at the 7 chairmen of the Human Supreme Council. "Who else will fight me? You chairmen can also come up and fight me. I wanted to swap pointers with you guys a long time ago and have a look at what the chairmen of the Human Supreme Council are made from." The Taboo Monarch and the other 5 chairmen fell silent, with no one going up. If they are defeated, their reputation in the Human Supreme Council will plummet. The most important thing is that none of the 6 chairmen has any assurance when it comes to defeating Arjimiro. The Death Monarch couldn't help but regret the decision to agree to this contest. They never imagined that the Dawn Imperial Court could cultivate such a prodigy. The 5 top quasi-holies the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts spent a great deal of energy to cultivate are not his opponents. It should be mentioned that Huang Puchen, who formed the immortal body the Time Body, is a peerless powerhouse unparalleled in the same realm and can contend against some weak Holy Spirit warlocks. But such a frightening being was surprisingly defeated at Arjimiro's hands. The Taboo Monarch's eyes fell on Yang Feng, and she uttered, "Chairman Yang Feng, please help us win this bet." Chapter 1019 Yang Feng steps into the arena. Chapter 1019 Yang Feng steps into the arena. The Star Monarch made a guess. Yang Feng? Did he also form an immortal body? The Death Monarch's eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and he stared at Yang Feng. Yang Feng, when did he form an immortal body? Was it in the secret realm of the Taboo Imperial Court? The Dragon Spirit Monarch and the other 2 chairmen focused their gazes full of curiosity and expectation on Yang Feng. "Arjimiro, I'll fight you." Yang Feng nodded at the Star Monarch. Next, he appeared on the starry sky arena in an instant. He uttered indifferently, "Arjimiro, I give you an hour to restore your strength." Huang Puchen is a powerhouse who formed the immortal body, the Time Body, and mastered the essence of time. Although Arjimiro, with his fearsome fighting skills and rich fighting experience, dominated Huang Puchen, but at the same time he spent an astonishing amount of strength. Although Arjimiro has no injuries on the surface, but in fact he only retains 80% of strength of his strength. "Chairman Yang Feng, you are quite confident. However, I think you will soon come to regret your behavior." Arjimiro took a deep look at Yang Feng, restrained all his haughtiness, took out a vial of elixir, and downed it. A dawn disk inlaid with 36 holy-grade magic crystals suddenly appeared. Argimiro's figure shook, and he flew to the center of the dawn disk. Countless rays of dawn emanated from the dawn disk and poured into Argimiro, making his breath climb and become stronger bit by bit. The dragon spirit monarch smiled wryly and said helplessly, "Chairman Yang Feng, he just gave up the advantage that Huang Puchen, Wang Bo, and Oshang have given their best to create. In a fight between top prodigies, getting hurt and consuming physical strength and soul force is the norm. Even though you can use all kinds of secret methods to heal yourself, but the consumed physical strength and soul force is not so easy to replenish." Argimiro set the unfavorable condition of fighting 5 people by himself in order to make the chairman of the Human Supreme Council agree to the contest with slightly unequal stakes. But whether it is Huang Puchen or Yang Feng, they all choose to let Argimiro recover his strength. After all, a good opponent is rare. Even during this great tribulation that is shining with talents, powerhouses who have formed an immortal body in the quasi-holy steppe are still rare and hard to come by. A chance for such powerhouses to swap pointers is even rarer. After all, if they meet in the outside world and fight for treasures, they will attack to kill. An hour went by in a flash, and Argimiro, who has been staying on the dawn disk, opened his eyes, launched the immortal body of dawn, and radiated brilliant light of dawn from all over his body. He looks like he has become the incarnation of the god of dawn. The taboo monarch's countenance changed, and she uttered, "What intense light of dawn! This guy is now more powerful than he was when he fought Huang Puchen." The death monarch's expression changed, and he said slowly, "Did he hide his strength just now? What a scary monster!" When Argimiro defeated Huang Puchen, he already showed how terrifying his fighting strength is. But judging by the light of dawn radiating from him now, he is even stronger than when he defeated Huang Puchen. This is incredible. Chairman Yang Feng, you can have the first strike. From within the brilliant light of dawn, Argimiro looked at Yang Feng and showed a proud and confident smile. Yang Feng smiled indifferently, and myriad mysterious and bright runes emerged all over his body, spatial portals appeared, and the void distorted. A river of time surrounded the spatial portals. In the deepest part of the tract of spatial portal, black stars emerged. In the center of the countless black stars, there is a black hole. The black hole rotated slowly and swallowed light, life, magic energy, elemental particles, and perception. As a result, no one can perceive the existence of the black hole. The essence of time, the essence of space. He comprehended these two essences. How fearsome! When the Death Monarch and the other 5 chairmen saw the phenomena that appeared when Yang Feng operate the time-space devour body, they inhaled a breath of cold air, and their eyes flashed with shock. The essences of time and space are the essences most difficult to comprehend. Even for peerless geniuses of the human race, it is still extremely difficult to comprehend them. Huang Puchen, who is a genius carefully selected from the countless worlds dominated by the Time Imperial Court, only mastered the essence of time. Yang Feng, you actually formed an immortal body. Incredible! Unfortunately, you are doomed to lose at my hands. This is a foregone outcome set in stone by fate. No one can resist it. A myriad of mysterious runes appeared in Argimiro's eyes. He waved his hand. An endless light of dawn instantly enveloped the whole space. Divine judgment! Argimiro pointed at Yang Feng. An endless light of dawn converged and formed spears of divine judgment that can purify and pierce through anything. The spears of divine judgment dropped down from the sky and, while bearing certain hit karma, stabbed towards Yang Feng. It's no use, Argimiro. It has already been decided that you will be defeated in my hands. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour sun suddenly appeared, expanded, and emanated fearsome devour force in all directions. Air, dust, life, magic power, elemental particle, light of dawn, spears of divine judgment. All of them were swallowed by the devour sun. The starry sky arena, which was originally filled with the light of dawn and brilliant light, was instantly shrouded in a world of darkness without light. The The Devour Sun dropped down from the sky and crushed towards Arjimiro with the power of destroying the world. Incredible, truly incredible. Yang Feng, your strength is beyond my expectation. A strange radiance flashed in Arjimiro's eyes, his whole body shone, and a celestial mountain formed from endless light of dawn, with angels circling around it, suddenly emerged and shot towards the Devour Sun. The realistic-looking celestial mountain contains a strand of Empyrean might, looking like it came from the divine country of the Dawn Lord's god avatar. This celestial mountain projection is more than 100 times as powerful than the one that appeared during the fight with Wang Bo. It has reached the stage of virtual to real. It looks like it is the incarnation of a true celestial mountain. The celestial mountain collided with the Devour Sun. Boom! Up.dfrmfgeewebnvel.com. A world-shaking blare instantly rose in the void and ripples spread in all directions. The starry sky arena shook and frantically absorbing the star force of countless stars of the Zhangji Plain. Suddenly, runes emerged and maintained the existence of the space inside the arena. The celestial mountain collapsed and disintegrated. Meanwhile, the Devour Sun was destroyed by a terrifying force and disappeared. Boom! 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 In a flash, hundreds of booming sounds rang in the starry sky arena. A white light of dawn circled a strange, distorted spatial portal and constantly assaulted it. With each strike, the spatial portal shook violently, and a frightening shock wave spread in all directions. The white light of dawn shines brightly and overbearingly, its control of power exquisite. Every time it attacks, it strikes the weakest point of the spatial portal, making it vibrate and retreat again and again. The dragon spirit monarch spoke with a look of shock in his eyes. So strong! For Yang Feng to actually be able to fight Arjimiro to this degree. Truly incredible, the star monarch uttered with a dignified shade in her eyes. Amazing! What is Arjimiro's origin? His fighting power is really heaven-defying. Although Yang Feng has mastered the two essences of time and space, but he's still at a disadvantage. Incredible, the Thunder Leopard Monarch said. Even the 8 Warlock Emperors weren't much stronger than this while in the quasi-holy steppe. For there to appear 2 such monster-level powerhouses, I wonder if it's fortune or if it's woe. If the human race has only 1 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, then all Warlocks will support that powerhouse. Everyone will work as one to create an invincible Warlock Imperial Court. But if there are 2 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, the human race will be split into 2, its power will be weakened, and internal strife will occur. Arjimiro, who turned into a white light of dawn, executed exquisite magic attacks and hurled them at Yang Feng. Although Yang Feng is drawing back again and again, but he isn't really in danger. The Devour Sun behind him devours the surrounding energy and replenishes his power. At the same time, it devours part of the energy released by Arjimiro's attacks and converts it into his strength. Despite how fierce the fighting is, Yang Feng firmly holds a perimeter 10 meters in radius. At the same time, with Arjimiro as a whetstone, his control of power is being polished at all times. Every breath of time, Yang Feng becomes stronger by a fraction and diminishes the disadvantage. Mysterious, distorted spatial portals constantly emerged in the starry sky arena. Arjimiro frowned, and the arrogance in his eyes faded. Shit! He's getting stronger. This feeling is really annoying. That's how those old guys I surpassed must have used to feel. Chapter 1020, I am the Dawn Lord. Chapter 1020, I am the Dawn Lord. Translator, Xuanhuan. I must defeat him. I'm the strongest. I will never lose to anyone. Arjimiro stared at Yang Feng with a vicious look in his eyes, and then suddenly soared into the sky. A pure white battle armor engraved with countless runes of dawn suddenly emerged and covered Arjimiro. A staff exuding resplendent light suddenly appeared and entered Arjimiro's hand. When the Taboo Monarch saw the 2 secret treasures, her countenance changed dramatically, and she cried out, "The battle armor of dawn, the staff of dawn. These are the holy grade secret treasures the Dawn Lord once used. How come they are in his hands?" The Star Monarch's countenance changed as well, and she gloomily clenched her white teeth and cursed, Damn bastard. So this is his final trump card. The Death Monarch gritted his teeth and said, no wonder he dared to fight 5 people by himself. It turns out that he had such a trump card up his sleeve. Damn it. The magic note monarch uttered with a bitter smile. Yang Feng was really wrong this time. Before he founded the 8 Warlock Imperial Court, the Dawn Lord was an unparalleled Holy Spirit warlock that fought with many peerless prodigies. The battle armor of Dawn and the Staff of Dawn are holy-grade secret treasures the Dawn Lord used in the Holy Spirit warlock realm, and they amplified his power. They are among the most formidable holy-grade secret treasures. Although the 2 secret treasures are still far from being a match for Empyrean-grade secret treasures, but they are among the very best holy-grade secret treasures. Mysterious sound ripples surround Arjamiro. Resplendent light of dawn emerged, and an overbearing holy breath swept across the starry sky arena. This guy is a formidable enemy, but it's not fun unless the enemy is formidable. Yang Feng looked at Arjamiro with a burning color in his eyes and pinched the ruler magic cube in his right hand, and the ruler magic cube shone and turned into a black battle armor that enveloped him. The ruler magic cube is a weapon Yang Feng forged by combining Shizu technology and warlock methods. Furthermore, Yang Feng used countless top-shelf materials and the Holy Spirit Warlock, the Fabrite Ancestor, as material to enhance it. The ruler magic cube is a first-class secret treasure. Arjamiro's eyes shone brightly, and a celestial mountain, a star, a bright sun, and spatial portals constructed from the light of dawn appeared behind him. Upon seeing this scene, Yang Feng's countenance suddenly changed dramatically. This is eternal imperishable body. This monster, he actually learned the eternal imperishable body. What's more, he formed a quadruple essence integration. Eternal imperishable body is a unique secret method handed down by eternal sovereigns and is extremely difficult to practice. At the same time, it has virtually not been disseminated in the outside world. Even among the top quasi-holies cultivated by the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts, none has mastered this unique secret methods. Consequently, it's not that surprising that Yang Feng was agitated when he saw Arjamiro employ this secret method. Yang Feng operated the eternal imperishable body without hesitation and spatial portals, a mysterious torrent of time, black stars containing endless might, and a black hole devouring everything in its vicinity appeared behind him. Bring it on! Arjamiro's eyes shone, and the 4 phenomena containing world-destroying might dropped down from the sky and shot towards Yang Feng. Boom! The spatial portals around Yang Feng collapsed. The Staff of Dawn cut the turbulent and mysterious torrent of time into 2. The battle armor of dawn shone, and countless runes appeared and blocked the black hole. The pure celestial mountain and the black stars collided fiercely, rocked the sky, and shattered the void. Yang Feng's ruler armor magic cube shattered bit by bit, and he fell from the sky, slammed into the earth and spewed out blood. Arjamiro, whose attack succeeded, didn't stop here. He turned into a bright light and attacked Yang Feng. Boom! Under Arjamiro's all-out attacks, Yang Feng was beaten back, vomited blood, and suffered numerous injuries again and again. The Star Monarch's complexion changed, and she uttered, "How scary! This way of fighting resembles that of the Dawn Lord. So strong. He is stronger than the Dawn Lord when he was in the quasi-holy step." The Dragon Spirit Monarch asked incredulously, "How can this be? How can he be stronger than the Dawn Lord when he was in the quasi-holy step?" Although the Dawn Lord is recognized as the weakest of the 8 human warlock emperors. But in his days, he was a peerless genius invincible in the same realm who suppressed countless prodigies. The Dragon Spirit Monarch naturally has a hard time believing that someone would be able to surpass the Dawn Lord when he was young. The Star Monarch flicked her wrist, and an image crystal suddenly appeared and radiated bright light. A bright 3-dimensional light curtain formed in the void and depicted the fighting between a young, handsome, blonde man emanating an overbearing air and a 10,000-meter-tall transcendent with 1,000 eyes. The Death Monarch's eyes flickered with peculiar light, and he said unhurriedly, "The battle between the Dawn Lord and the 1,000-eyes Transcendent Monarch." On the light screen, the Dawn Lord, who is shining and has a celestial mountain and a bright star behind him, is fighting the Thousand Eyes Transcendent Monarch. In the end, the Dawn Lord suppressed and killed the Thousand Eyes Transcendent Monarch. The Star Monarch uttered, "This is the battle between the Dawn Lord and the Thousand Eyes Transcendent Monarch." After this battle, the Dawn Lord promoted to a Holy Spirit Warlock. The Taboo Monarch said with a helpless smile, "Indeed, this Arjimiro has surpassed the Dawn Lord when he was young in terms of battle prowess. How dreadful!" The expression of the other 5 chairmen darkened as they stared at the arena. Arjimiro is a supreme prodigy of the Western world. Once he is promoted to a new Warlock Emperor, the Western world's influence will naturally flourish, and it will overwhelm the Eastern world. Yang Feng was covered in wounds due to Arjimiro's frenzied attacks. Meanwhile, runes appeared in his eyes, and the mysterious energy he obtained from the wall of reflection churned and strengthened and transformed him at every moment. The mysterious energy has been hidden inside him. Now that he is fighting such a frightening powerhouse like Arjimiro, his potential and the mysterious energy were stimulated. "You're going to lose." No longer looking calm, Arjimiro roared angrily and slammed the Staff of Dawn, which contains the power of destruction, towards Yang Feng. "You're the one who's going to lose." The ruler magic cube formed a black shield in Yang Feng's right hand, and time fluctuations and space fluctuations shrouded the shield. When the Staff of Dawn collided with the black shield, it was deflected aside by a distortion force. All of a sudden, the flow of time around Yang Feng sped up 40-fold. His eyes shone brightly, and his fist shrouded by spatial portals, black stars, a black hole, and a torrent of time slammed into Arjimiro. Boom! As if stars collided, a tremendous sound erupted. The battle armor of Dawn caved in. The sound of bones breaking surged, and Arjimiro spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! 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 Tremendous sounds rose as the flow of time around Yang Feng increased to 41-fold, to 42-fold, and finally to 50-fold. Yang Feng is so fast that glorious sun warlocks can barely see afterimages around Arjimiro. Arjimiro's battle armor of Dawn caved in again, and then restored itself. The battle armor deflected 50% of Yang Feng's attack power. However, the remaining 50% of power still forced Arjimiro to spit out blood. The black hole suspended in the void swallowed the life magic energy and elemental particles around Arjimiro, making it virtually impossible for him to absorb the energy of heaven and earth and heal himself. "You dare hurt me! Yang Feng, you actually dare hurt me! Do you know who I am? To dare hurt me! Do you want your kin to be exterminated?" Eyes shot with blood, Arjimiro radiated a sense of dignity of someone who was offended by an inferior and roared madly, all the while spitting blood. "Who are you? Let's hear it." Yang Feng, with an expressionless look on his face, continued to attack Arjimiro, not pulling his punches. Arad Latest Chapter S at freeobnovel.com only. An overbearing voice came out of Arjimiro's mouth and shook the void. "I am the Dawn Lord, the 8th Warlock Emperor, the master of the human race. I command you to kneel." The Taboo Monarch's face fell. "The Dawn Lord? He's actually the Dawn Lord." The Dragon Spirit Monarch's expression changed greatly, and he cried out, "He's the Dawn Lord? He's so young." The Star Monarch's expression flickered, and she thought of a possibility. "The Dawn Lord? How is that possible?" "No, it's possible. The Dawn Lord must have used a variety of secret methods of transform himself and reincarnate his soul. Since he is the Dawn Lord, it's no wonder his fighting strength can surpass that of the young Dawn Lord." freewebnovel.com. The Death Monarch's countenance changed greatly, a bewildered look on his face. "The Dawn Lord? Is he the Dawn Lord? How is that possible? What to do? What to do?" The Dawn Lord is the 8th Warlock Dynasty's Warlock Emperor, an unparalleled existence that suppressed countless planes. Upon witnessing the appearance of such an existence, even the 6 monarchs of the 6 Warlock Imperial Courts were shocked, not knowing what to do. Yang Feng slammed a fist into Arjimiro and blasted him into the ground. "Even if you are the Dawn Lord, you will still be defeated here today." We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.